Preface to The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara by Rosita Forbes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Recorded by Stephen Seitel, October 2019. The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara by Rosita Forbes. Preface. I feel this Libyan story needs a few words of explanation, for, owing to the peculiar circumstances in which it was undertaken, it is not the usual consecutive and comprehensive book of travel compiled after the return of an expedition, wherein the traveler is able to review the journey as a whole. Reading such works, I have so often found myself asking, "And then what happened?" Or, "I wonder what he felt at that moment." Well, this is a very simple account of what happened next. In no way does it pretend to be a scientific record of exploration, for, owing to the ever-urgent necessity of secrecy and disguise, the use of most instruments was an impossibility. The spirit of the story changes with the mood and the method of its development. It was written in so many odd ways, at so many odd times, under a scented sage bush in the sunset while the slaves were putting up our tent, or huddled inside a flea bag when the nights were very cold. Sometimes, when life was exciting, it was scribbled on a camel under the shelter of a barakan. Twice at least, the last chapter, according to all human calculations, was completed in the hope that the tattered copybooks would somehow find their way back to civilization, and the fate of the expedition would be known up till its last moments. It is a daily record of success and failure, of a few months in an alien world, showing how much of that world's spirit was absorbed. Because in real life, the big things and the little things are inextricably mixed up together. So, in Libya at one moment, one worried because one's native boots were full of holes. At the next, perhaps, one wondered how long one would be alive to wear them. This book records the former mood as well as the latter, because both at the time were equally important. Naturally, such an impossible, illogical journey leaves one indebted to so many people that it is difficult to pick out those to whom one owes most. I have dedicated the story of our adventures to my co-explorer, Ahmed Bey Hassanain, for his knowledge of the Senussi acquired during his secretaryship to the Talbot mission in 1916 was invaluable to me, and he was the loyalist of my allies throughout the expedition. His tact and eloquence so often saved the situation when my Arabic failed, and we laughed and fought through all our difficulties together. Long before my Kufara expedition merged from impossible dream to probable fact, many officers stationed in the western desert lent me their knowledge of the Senussi oasis, gathered from careful conversations with Bedouin sheiks and merchants, while from Khartoum, El Fasher, and Cairo came maps and route reports which were most useful. I now know that we might have benefited exceedingly from Rolfe's most careful and valuable writings on the subject of his North African travels, but unfortunately we only possessed his Kufra, which does not attempt much description of the oasis he was the first European to visit, confining itself chiefly to the relation of the story of the destruction of his camp and the breakup of the expedition. In a journal of the African Society, the great German explorer gives the exact bearing on which he marched from Jalo. Had we known this at the time, we might have arrived at Tyzerbou in spite of the error in the extent of vegetation marked on the map. We picked up the traces of Rolfe's journey at Busima, where some of the inhabitants remembered him as Mustafa Bey. At Hawari, several sheiks told us stories about his adventures there and at Buma, but at no point could we find any trace of Stecker having visited the oases. On the contrary, we were categorically assured by Sheikhs Mohammed el-Madini, Bouregia, and Sidi Omar at Busima, and by Sheikhs Musa Squireen, Mansour Bubadr, Musa Gabrahil, and Sidi Zarug at Hawari, that Rolfes had no other European with him. Stecker was the surveyor of the party, and in view of the difference in the position he assigned to Buma and that which we believe it to occupy, we made the most exhaustive inquiries as to the personnel of the German expedition. But while we collected much intimate information concerning Rolfs, all evidence offered us stated positively that he was not accompanied by Stecker at Hawari, Buma, or on his return journey to Busima. On these occasions, he was always described as being with his cook Ali and a big horse. The gracious reception accorded to me by His Excellency the Governor of Cyrenaica, Senator De Martino, made me regretful that I could not stay longer in his admirable colony. To him, to General De Vida and the Cavaliere Chiarolo, head of the Ufficio Politico at Benghazi, I owe my delightful journey to Jedabia and a store of invaluable information regarding the country to which they most kindly facilitated my visit. To any reader, it will at once be evident that, after the generous help of the Italians in Cyrenaica, the whole success of the expedition depended on the goodwill of the Emir Mohammed Idris es-Sanusi and of his brother Sayed Rida. It is absolutely impossible for any European to set foot into Libya without the permission of the Emir or his Wakil. We were welcomed by the Sayeds with a hospitality that reminded us of the Arab greeting to a guest, "All that is mine is thine." Whatever we asked for was given us, multiplied 100-fold. Sidi Idris and his brother were so prodigal of their generosity, so unfailing of their help, that we shall feel eternally their debtors. Since surprise has been expressed that we should have met with any opposition in Libya once we were provided with Sidi Idris's passport, I should like to explain that we had no permit from the Emir himself. The letter referred to throughout the book was merely a casual, personal letter expressing his willingness to receive us. We had, however, a passport from Sayed Rida authorizing the Sitt Khadija, a Moslem working for the good of Islam and the Sanusi, and A.M. Bey Hassanain to visit the country. This document ensured us the most hospitable welcome from the official classes, in spite of the plots of the Bazama family and of Abdullah, to which plots alone I imagine we owed the adventures of our journey. Because of the goodwill of the Sayeds, we found many friends and allies in their country, notably Mohammed Quemish and Yusuf el-Hamri, who accompanied us through 1,000 miles of desert, till, somewhere east of Munasib Pass, we fell into the hands of the Frontier Districts Administration. And thereby hangs a tale, for so few of us in England know for how much she is responsible abroad. Egypt is like a tadpole, her head the delta, and her tail the long, curving valley of the Nile. Therefore, of all countries, she is the most vulnerable of attack, and never could she defend her own borders. Muhammad Ali subsidized the sheiks of the Wilid Ali to police his frontiers. Before the war, the Egyptian coast guards built their forts along the Mediterranean and Red Sea shores and pushed their outposts south into the desert. But during the war, a far more efficient force sprang into being. Nowadays, the Frontier Districts Administration, a kingdom within a kingdom, is responsible for the safety of all country not watered by the Nile, between the Sudan and the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and Cyrenaica. The territory is divided into 4 provinces, and under a military administrator in Cairo, Brigadier General Hunter, CB-CMG, the governors and officials combine the complicated duties of protector and judge, guide, instructor, and friend to the tens of thousands Bedouin who might at any time prove a thorn in the flesh of Egypt. This exceedingly capable organization, or such portion of it as officiates in the western desert, took charge of us before we reached Siwa, and to them, especially to Colonel MacDonald, governor of the western desert, and to Colonel Forth, commandant of the Camel Corps, we owe more than it is possible to acknowledge in a mere preface. In fact, I find myself unconsciously including in a long list of indebtedness the fact that, having written their names far and wide across the eastern Sahara, they had, fortunately for me, temporarily omitted Kufara from the itineraries of those swift dashes into the wilderness which habitually add a couple 100 miles or so to the known chart of Africa. One name is always connected with theirs, because it appears on so many desert routes, that of Dr. Ball, Fellow of the Royal Geographic Society, the director of desert surveys of Egypt. Encouraged by his sympathy and experience, we brought him our rough notes and drawings, and from them he compiled the map of our journey. I think, therefore, that my reader's gratitude should be nearly as great as my own. Rosita Forbes, Abu Menes, March 1921. Chapter 1 of The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. We enter on the Great Adventure. The Great Adventure began at Jedabia, 190 kilometers from Benghazi as the crow flies. It is only a group of scattered sand houses with the mysterious windowless walls of the east flung down on a wide space of white rock and sand. Yet it is the home of the great Senussi family. We arrived there on November 28, 1920, having come by divers methods across a stretch of stony desert which lies to the southwest of Benghazi, capital of Cyrenaica. It is an almost deserted country of flat, reddish sand, sprinkled with rocks and tufts of coarse gray grass, which provides food for rare camel caravans and fuel for the Bedouin fires. There are no made roads, but rough tracks link the scattered Italian forts, manned by companies of stalwart Eritreans and irregular Arab levies. To the south, the Altiplano rises in a faint line of purple cliff which catches wonderful reflections in the setting sun. Otherwise, the vista is intensely monotonous, save for an occasional encampment at Awahir. Unlike the solid black Beit Eshar of the Syrian or Algerian nomad, their tents are of the poorest description, made of patched sacking of various gray-brown shades. They are very low-pitched, so that even in the center one cannot stand upright. In the dry season, wherever there are wells, may be seen congregated flocks of sheep and goats and herds of camels, numbering many thousands. After rain, however, so much water lies out on the rocky ground that the animals can drink wherever they like, so the country presents its most deserted appearance. Benghazi is a little white town lying on the very edge of the Mediterranean breakers, unprotected by harbor or mole. Famine and disease considerably reduced its population during the war, and the souks are almost deserted. An occasional donkey with scarlet tassels and a load of fresh dates passes down the Sidi Shabi, where the European stores and native booths stand side by side. A few camels come in from the country, half buried beneath huge sacks of grain. In the evening, there is a mustering of bearded merchants at the little cafe by the mosque, while contemptuous askari in scarlet tarbooshes and swinging capes stroll by, smoking Italian cigarettes. But the life of the town is confined to the European quarter, containing the hotel and the government offices. The biggest of the white, oriental-looking buildings is Government House, with a double line of great Moorish arches decorating its imposing facade. So different from the windowless dwellings of Jedabia with their discreet, high-walled yards, yet it was here that I first saw Sayyid Muhammad Idris bin Sayyid el-Mahdi as-Senussi, the man whose power is felt even beyond the boundaries of Libya and Cyrenaica. The Italians and the Senussi had ratified a few days before the Provisional Treaty of 1916, and there were great festas at Benghazi in honor of the newly made emir, who was spending a few days in the capital on his way to Italy to visit the king. There had been an official reception, and down the broad steps moved the black mass of Italian uniforms, splashed with the vivid blue of their gala sashes and the glint of their gay ribbon medals. Foremost came the governor, Senator De Martino, in the green and gold uniform of a Knight of Malta, and General De Vita with his splendid rows of decorations. Between them walked a figure which dominated the group and yet gave one the impression of being utterly remote from it. Robed all in white, in silken kaftan and trailing burnous, the rich kufia flowing beneath a golden aggle, with no jewel or embroidery to mark his state, Sidi Idris came slowly forward, leaning on a silver-handled stick. An Italian officer murmured in my ear, "Give him a longer beard and he would be the pictured Christ." He was right. The ascetic leader of one of the greatest religious confraternities in the world had the strange, visionary eyes of the prophets of old. His long face had hollows under the cheekbones, his lips were pale, and the olive skin almost waxen. He looked out under a broad brow dreamily far beyond the pageant prepared in his honor, to realms even more remote than his own untrodden deserts. Thus might the Nazarene have walked among the legionaries of Rome. The following day I met the emir at a dinner which Omar Pasha gave in his honor. Before the other guests arrived, we conversed, I in faltering Egyptian Arabic, he in the classical language of the Hijaz. In the same flowing white robes, he sat in a great chair at the head of the room, and, in a long line beside him, sat the Ekhwan who were to accompany him to Italy. They were a picturesque sight in their multicolored robes of ceremony. Prominent among them was the General Ali Basha el Abdia, a delightful bearded personage with a complete set of gold teeth, which touch of modernity contrasted oddly with his crimson kaftan and splendid dark burnous bordered with silver. Beside him sat the venerable Sharuf Basha el Gariam, who had been the teacher of Sidi Idris and was now his most trusted counselor. His jird was a somber brown, and the end of it covered his head over a close-fitting white ma'araka, but his kaftan, with long embroidered sleeves, was vivid rose. He had a kindly, serious face, and seemed much more interested in his surroundings than the others. I stumbled over my words of formal greeting, expressed in the unaccustomed plural, wondering whether the man who looked so infinitely remote and uninterested would even listen to what I was saying. The brooding eyes softened suddenly, and a smile that was veritable light flashed across his face. If graciousness be the token of royalty, then Sidi Idris is crowned by his smile. For such a look, the Bedouin prostrates himself to kiss the dust the holy feet have pressed. Thereafter we talked of my journey, and he blessed me in his frail voice, smiling still and saying, "May Allah give you your wish." I tried to tell him of my love of the desert, of how I was happiest when, from a narrow camp bed, I could look at the triangular patch of starlight beyond the flap of my tent. "I, too," he said, "cannot stay more than a month in one place. Then I must move, for I love the scent of the desert." Now it is true there is a scent in the desert, though there may be no flower or tree or blade of grass within miles. It is the essence of the untrodden, untarnished earth herself. We dined gorgeously on lambs roasted whole and stuffed with all sorts of good things, rice, raisins, and almonds, and on strange sticky sweetmeats that I loved, and bowls of cinnamon-powered junket, and best of all, the delicious thick Arab coffee. But the emir ate little and spoke less. The Sanusi law forbids drinking and smoking, as also the use of gold for personal adornment, so after the meal, glasses of sweet tea flavored with mint leaves were handed round to the solemn Ekhwan, who took no notice whatever of their fellow guests, consisting of the governor, the general, the captain of the light cruiser which was to carry the Sanusi to Italy, and myself. Omar Pasha made me sit beside the emir, who suddenly turned to his venerable followers. "Come and salute this lady," he said, and instantly, with the unquestioning obedience of children, they clambered up from their low chairs and moved in a body toward me. "Assalamu alaikum," they murmured gravely, as they shook my hand without raising their eyes, but giving me the Moslem salutation to a Moslem. Benghazi was en fete those days. There were so many ceremonies, a review, a great dinner in the governor's palace in honor of Italy's new ally, So I did not see Sidi Idris again till the last night of his stay, when there was a general reception which brought streams of Arab notables, as well as Europeans, to witness the fireworks from the wide verandas of His Excellency's dwelling. I saw the emir standing aloof from the chattering crowd, his equad near him, and wondered what he thought of us all. Half the guests were of his own race and creed, yet not here was his real kingdom, but among the 10,000 Bedouin who spring to horse or camel at his word, among the 100,000 pilgrims who learn the law from his zawiyas. We stood together on a windswept balcony and looked down at a wild dance of Abyssinian soldiers. 1,000 black figures, each bearing a flaring torch, gyrated madly in the moonlight, yelling hoarse songs of victory and prowess. The three things a man may be justly proud of in Abyssinia are killing a lion, an elephant, or his enemy. The fantastic dance we saw might celebrate one or the other of those achievements. Gradually whirling into tempestuous circles, the soldiers flung their torches into flaming piles in the center, and their chant rose stronger on the wind. Sayyid Idris was pleased. "You will see ceremonies like this in my country," he said, "but there will be no houses. You will not miss them." The moment the last gun, announcing the emir's departure for Italy, had been fired, Hassanein Bey and I climbed into the car most kindly lent by the government. When he first consented to accompany me to the Libyan desert, where his knowledge of the language, religions, and customs was invaluable to me, Hassanein Bey assured me that he came for a rest cure. Later on, he assumed so many characters that it was somewhat difficult to keep count. He was always the quartermaster general of our little expedition, and he used to produce macaroons at the most impossible moments from equally impossible places. He was a chaperone when elderly sheiks demanded my hand in marriage, a fanatic of the most bitter type when it was necessary to impress the local mind, my imam when we prayed in public, a child when he lost his only pair of primrose yellow slippers, a cook when we stole a bottle of Marsala from the last Italian fort and chased a thin hen till, in desperation, she laid an egg for our Zabaglione. He also made the darkest plans for being a villain and murdering anyone who interfered with our affairs, and I nervously listened to tales of sudden disappearances in the Sahara. However, on the day of our departure from Benghazi, he was distinctly subdued, for, on looking at our piles of camp kit and my 2 very small suitcases, I had suddenly noticed several exceedingly large and heavy leather bags. With horror I demanded if they were all absolutely necessary to his personal comfort. "Yes, really," he assured me. "They are only actual necessities. As a matter of fact, they are half empty. I thought they would be useful for putting things in." The words were hardly out of his mouth when one of the opulent-looking cases, slipping from the Arab servant's hand, burst open and deposited at my feet a large bottle of Yarablu bath salts, several packets of salted almonds, and a sticky mass of chocolates and Marans glacis, together with a pair of patent leather shoes and a resplendent Baliol blazer. Words failed me. "Necessities," I stuttered, as I marched toward the camion to see that the heaviest cases of provisions were not put on top of the rather fragile fanities intended for carrying water. 10 minutes after leaving Benghazi, the white town with its slender minarets had disappeared into the sand, and our camions crawled like great gray beetles over a sunlit waste, with here and there a line of camels black against the horizon. It was the season of sowing, and the tribes were scattered far and wide, planting the barley that would suffice for their frugal life next year. Here and there, as we went further inland, a stooping figure in a close-wound white jerd pushed a plough drawn by a camel, while a friend guarded his labors, rifle slung across his back. Sometimes a rare traveler on gaily caparisoned mule, his coarse brown jerd flung over his head and hiding the scarlet setaria beneath, gave us grave greeting, Marhaba, bienvenue. We spent a night at Solok, where the wells had attracted a great flock of sheep, black and brown, numbering about 1,000. The following day we rode the 30 kilometers to Gamines on wiry Arab horses with mouths like iron beneath the wicked curved bits, and high pommeled saddles mounted on black sheepskins. 3 irregulars of the Aguahir band accompanied us, generally galloping around us in circles by way of showing off their horsemanship. A small encampment of some half-dozen tents lay beside our path, so we turned in to see if they would make us tea. At first they refused because I was a Christian. Then a woman in striped red and yellow barakan with a heavy necklace of carved silver came out to inspect us. "It is all right," she said to the others. "She is a nice little thing, and she has a Moslem with her." This in appreciation of Hassanein Bey's white brocaded kufiya. They spread a scarlet camel's hair rug for us to sit on, but they were not really convinced of our good faith. My companion began asking the men if they had made the pilgrimage to Mecca. "Not yet," said the oldest wistfully. "What is written is written. If Allah wills it, I shall go." We were rapidly making friends when a fierce-looking individual with a hard, weather-beaten face and stern eyes appeared. He carried tea and sugar, but bargained for them violently, thinking we were both the scorned Nasrani. When we told him we knew Sayyid Idris, he laughed in our faces. "Our Lord Idris is traveling," he said. "Would you like to see a letter from him?" I asked. Awe showed on all their faces, and their eyes followed Hassanein Bey's every movement as he pulled out the somewhat crumpled envelope from his pocket. They read the superscription reverently, and then one by one kissed it with passionate earnestness and gravely pressed it to their foreheads. They returned it in complete silence. Without a word, the atmosphere changed. The fanatic looked at us with humble yearning. The old man's eyes were glazed. We knew that we could have told these 3 men to get up and follow us to an unknown destination, and they would have obeyed with unquestioning, ungrudging faith. "Sidi Idris has gone to visit the King of Italy," I said. "He has been made an emir." They accepted the statement indifferently. How could a mere king confer honor on the man whom Allah himself had distinguished above all others living? As we remounted, the old man kissed my hand with tender eyes, murmuring, "Inshallah ma temut il Islam," and we galloped away amidst the wild ulala'in of the women and children. Gamines to Zutina meant 120 kilometers in a camion over a very bad sandy track, but that night I slept in a tent for the first time in 6 months. There was a wonderful starry sky with a full moon, and a Sanusi sheikh rode in to see us on a splendid gray horse with a scarlet saddle. The high pommels back and front and the wide stirrups were of silver, and the purple tasseled bridle was heavily embossed with the same metal. Sayyid Mohammad Hilal as-Sanusi is a cousin of Sidi Idris, and a brother of the Sayyid Amin as-Sharif, who fled to Turkey at the end of the war. A kindly, cheerful personage, he apparently had cut adrift from the stern rules of his order, and found charm in a semi-European life. His language was so full of rhetorical flowers that I found it difficult to understand, but he lent me an excellent horse for the journey to Jedabia. He also requested me to deliver to his cousin, Sayyid Rida, a poetic epistle which began, "O freshness of my eyes, may Allah bless your morning with peace and joy." The sand dunes of Zutina gave way to a flat, colorless waste tufted with gray brushwood. As we turned our horses' heads inland, tiny jerboas scuttled into their holes at our approach, and occasionally a great hawk wheeled above our heads. Otherwise there was no sign of life, save one solitary horseman in a white jerd on a white horse, and a boy sitting on a pile of stones playing an odd little tune on a wooden flute. Our gray Arab mounts were tired when at last we mounted a low rise and saw before us a fringe of patched Bedouin tents. It was the first step on the long journey. Everything was uncertain. There were so many difficulties to be surmounted, but we felt that now, at least, the last trace of Europe lay behind us. We breathed more freely. We both loved the desert and the dwellers therein, and we felt that they must understand and respond to our sympathy. I turned to Hassanein Bey as the sandy track ran between the blind mud walls that I had seen in so many countries. I feel as if I had left behind me the last shred of civilization. The simplicity of life is beginning to impregnate me. I believe that old Bedouin's blessing has bewitched me. When we leave the desert, I shall be a Moslem. We sent to ask if Sayyid Ridi al-Mahdi as-Sanusi, the brother and wakil of Sidi Idris, would receive us, and we waited for an answer at the edge of the souk, where grave, bearded men, with the wistful eyes of those who look at far horizons, stood in white-robed groups. A few camels lay beside piles of grain, but otherwise the wide open spaces between the square walled-in yards where were Arab houses were deserted. The banner of the Sanusi family, a silver crescent and star on a black ground, floated over two of the houses, and the protesting roar of laden camels came from one of the larger enclosures. For Sayyid Safi al-Din, cousin of Sidi Idris and brother of the banished Ahmed, was traveling to the interior the following day with the whole of his family and 60 beasts of burden. A soldier of the Arab Guard brought us news that the Sayyid would receive us at once, and we dismounted in one of the windowless yards before the door of a big white house. We were ushered into the usual Arab reception room with a stiff row of crimson brocaded chairs and sofas around the walls, and a table covered by a beautiful embroidered satin cloth in the center. Sayyid Rida came forward to meet us with a reflection of his brother's smile. One liked him at once. One appreciated instantly his warm kindliness and hospitality. Sidi Idris is a mystic imbued with the aloof dignity of another world, but his wakil is young, spontaneous, and sympathetic, with a very simple, unaffected manner. He offered us immediately a house to live in while we were in Jedabia, and put at our disposal a cook and 2 other servants. He made me talk Arabic to him and corrected my mistakes with his broadest smile. Sweet tea flavored with mint appeared in delightful painted glass cups, and I soon felt as if I had known our host for years. He was amused and interested in our divers journeys. He made plans to show us a falcon hunt. He wanted to give us instantly anything from horses to dates. In fact, I felt that I was in the presence of a magician who could wave his wand and produce the wish of my heart. In appearance, Sayyid Rida is large and imposing, with a round olive face and very dark eyes, soft as velvet, which crinkle up humorously as he smiles widely, showing strong white teeth. He wore a black Jalabia under his striped silk jerd, snowy white, and a rolled white turban above a red ma'araka. Arab hospitality is famous throughout the world, but we left the dignified presence of Sayyid Rida feeling almost overwhelmed at his gracious welcome. Our temporary home fascinated me. A solitary door pierced the mysterious expanse of yellow wall made of sun-dried blocks of sand of all sizes and shapes. One passed through a small roofed court to a wide sunlit yard, whose high walls ensure the complete privacy of an Arab family. Hassanein Bey had a small room at one end, and I a great high chamber hung with text from the Quran. We were a kingdom to ourselves, for there was a well just under my window, charcoal in an outhouse, and a large yard beyond where we could have housed camels and horses. As it was, we stored our simple outfit in it, for the evening was dry and fine. We knew from the beginning that we must travel light, and that our final success might depend on our capability for riding fast and far. We might have to leave all our luggage by the way, and, disguised as Bedouin camel drivers, slip away in the night into the uncharted land where none may follow. Thus, besides our sacks of rice, tea, and sugar, the two latter intended for gifts to Bedouins who helped us on our journey, we had only a single fly tent, 11 feet by 8 feet, which could be divided into two by means of a canvas curtain, a waterproof ground sheet, and a couple of beds which rolled into our immensely thick, wool-lined sleeping sacks, a small army canteen that was so heavy that we had grave doubts as to its eventual fate, a canvas washing basin, and a Shamadan case complete with a vast supply of candles, for I foresaw burning much midnight wax over notebooks and maps. We had reduced our provisions to the minimum which would support human life for 4 months, such as coffee, tins of army rations, slabs of chocolate, tins of cocoa and milk already mixed, bully beef, vegetables to avoid scurvy, and malted milk tablets. But the daily ration was absurdly small, for we trusted to supplement it with dates and rice. By the light of Hassanein Bey's electric torch, we picked our way back over flat white rock and sand to Sayed Rita's house to dine. This time we found our host accompanied by Sayed Safi el-Din, the little warrior, as he is called among the tribes. He is a boy with a vivacious, pale face, a charming manner, and a ready wit. He is intelligent, and far more than the others he is interested in the ways of Europe. "I think we should get on well," he said, "for you are as curious about me as I am about you." The memory of that dinner will haunt me for a long time, for it consisted of 12 courses, of which 8 were meat in one form or another. We began eating at 7:30, and at 10:30 the beautifully scented tea with sprigs of mint made its welcome appearance. During these 3 hours we ate soup, chicken, hashed mutton, slices of roast mutton, aubergines stuffed with sausage meat, fried chops, shoulder of mutton cooked in batter, ragout of mutton with vegetables, stuffed tomatoes, boiled mutton with marrow, savory rice, and sweet omelette. It can be easily imagined that the feast left us a little silent and comatose, but not so our host. He was literally brimming over with kindness and forethought. I was suffering at the time from a severely dislocated foot, which had not been improved by the long ride, and I was obliged to hobble in one shoe and a swollen native slipper by the aid of a stick. Sayed Rita slipped away for a minute in the middle of the meal, and when we left the house, lo and behold, a horse was waiting for me outside the door. His kindliness was as simple and natural as his whole bearing. We asked him if he traveled much, and he replied, "I have not time. I have so much work. You know it is just like planting a garden. Everything grows and grows till one's time is full." This from the Emir's Wakel, whose word was borne across half the deserts of the world, to Nigeria, to the Sudan, to the outposts of Morocco, to the doors of the house of Allah, or Mecca. I remember opening my shutters that night to a flood of moonlight as clear as the day. A faint, myrrh-scented breeze, icy cold from the Sahara, came in, and I wondered whether it had blown over the unknown oasis we hoped to reach. We had a long talk that evening of past difficulties and future plans. In Italy, Kufara represents the goal of so many hopes. In Cyrenaica, the ambition of so many daring young political officers that it is difficult to realize that in England it is an unknown name. The sacred place of the Sahara, the far-off oasis, 600 kilometers from Jalo, which in itself is 7 days' rapid journey from the outskirts of civilization, is spoken up with awe and longing in Benghazi. "I will tell you a great secret," said the Italian major who had spent a couple of days with Sidi Idris at Jaghabub, and had therefore penetrated many hundreds of kilometers farther into the interior than any of his compatriots. "Some day I want to go to Kufara. No one has ever been there except Rolfs 40 years ago, and he saw nothing at all. Without going deeply into the story of the Senussi confraternity, it may be explained that their founder, Sidi Muhammad bin Ali as-Senussi, preached his doctrine of a pure and ascetic Islam from Morocco to Mecca, but his teaching met with their greatest success in Cyrenaica, where the Bedouin had almost lapsed from the faith of their fathers. Rapidly, his zawiyas spread along the coast, and his authority was acknowledged by the Sultan of Wadai, who made him responsible for the caravans traversing the great deserts of Wadai, the Fezzan, and Lake Chad. Thus, the stern beliefs of the Senussi spread with every caravan that went into the interior. Muhammad bin Ali, so holy that he never unveiled his face to his disciples, so honored that his followers prostrated themselves to kiss his footprints, died at Jagabub in 1850, and left to his son, Muhammad el-Mahdi, the leadership of one of the greatest and fiercest religious confraternities in the world. Their laws were harsh, for even smelling of smoke, a man might lose his right hand. Their hatred of the infidel was fanatical. They ousted the Zawiya and Tebu from their ancient homes in Kababo and established impregnably their holy of holies in this oasis which nature herself had protected by surrounding it with a belt of mighty dunes and 250 miles of waterless desert. Kufara, the Kababo of old, lies some 600 kilometers south, faintly southeast of Jalo. It is the heart of the eastern Sahara and the center of its trade, for the only big caravan route from the Sudan and Wadai to the north passes through it. Yet the journey is so difficult that none but the strongest caravans can attempt it. From the well at Butterfall, a day's journey south of Jalo, 7 hard, waterless days bring the traveler to Zigan, where there is a well, but no fodder or oasis. After that, he must continue another 5 days, 2 of which are through dunes, before he reach Hawari, the outskirts of the Kufara group, sometimes considered by the Arabs to be a separate oasis because it is divided from the main group by a chain of mountains. This is the main route and the easiest. It continues to Wadai. To the west of this track lie 3 other oases. The first, Tizerbo, is also 7 days' waterless journey from Budafal, and it is rarely approached, for it has neither civil, religious, nor commercial importance, but its Tebu ruins might make it of interest historically. Some 150 kilometers beyond, in a southwesterly direction, is Busima, which is famous for its dates, for which caravans sometimes visit it, and still farther south lies Ribiana, to all description a lawless spot from which come the marauding bands which make the neighborhood of Busima exceedingly dangerous. Of course, all this information was acquired at a later date. When I arrived at Jedabia, I knew less than nothing of Libyan geography. I did not know that the principal villages in Kufara were Joff, the seat of government, and Taj, the holy of holies of the Senussi faith. I did not know that mountains and lakes, fields of tamarisk and acacia, peaches, grapes, and figs were to be found in this Garden of Eden lost amid the impenetrable sands. For between the Dakhla Desert to the east, untraversed by Europeans, and to the west the trackless waste stretching to Ual Zarir at the edge of Tripolitania, to which remote prison some of the unfortunate survivors of the Miani column were sent as prisoners. To me, Kufara was almost a mirage. It represented the secret which the Sahara had rigidly guarded for so long against Christian eyes. The tragic story of Rolf's ill-fated expedition fired my enthusiasm to reach the center of the world's most fanatical confraternity, the unknown, mysterious country, untrod by foot of stranger, be he Christian or Moslem. Having regard to the amazing difficulties of the journey and the almost maniacal hatred with which strangers are regarded, it is natural that, with one possible exception, no European should ever have been able to reach the sacred cluster of zawiyas and morbets at Taj. A French prisoner spent some time in Kufara during the war. He was sent there from Uwal's vizier by order of Sayyid Ahmed. Over 40 years ago, a German explorer made a very gallant attempt to solve the mystery of the far-off oasis. In 1879, the Kaiser Wilhelm I sent a scientific expedition to Libya, consisting of 4 men, Rolfs, Stecker, Eckhart, and Hübner. It was backed by the whole power of Turkey. It carried magnificent presents from the emperor. It was laden with cases of silver and gold. Hostages were held at Benghazi while Rolfs led his party to the southern deserts. He left Jalo on July 5th with 100 camels and a large escort of Zuyas mounted on horses, including several sheiks, the principal of whom was Bugetten. He accomplished the amazing feat of reaching Tyzerbou in 4.5 days by riding nearly 20 hours out of the 24. His most interesting book on his North African travels, which has unfortunately not been translated into English, he suggested that Tyzerbou may have been the site of the original Tebu Sultanate, as he saw ruins which might possibly be those of a castle or stronghand at Dir en Jedi. He continued his southern course by way of Busima till he reached Hawari, where he was persuaded by a friendly sheikh, Koryem Abd Rabu, to camp in an outlying palm grove to avoid any friction with the villagers, who refused to allow the Nasrani to enter their country. The plucky Teuton describes the gathering outside his tent, and the long discussion as to whether he and his companions should be murdered or not. The day following, August 14th, they were induced by Bugetten and the treacherous Zuyas, who were fanatically opposed to the presence of strangers and greedy to share the spoils of so rich a caravan, to leave Hawawiri and, skirting the oasis, to isolate themselves in Boima, the loneliest and most deserted spot in the whole group. Rolfs apparently agreed to this plan because the neighborhood of any of the main villages was dangerous. He had to oppose the combined hatred of the Ekwan and pupils of the Zawiyas, religious fanatics, the villagers who jealously guarded the privacy of their country, and the passing caravans of pilgrims and merchants. After being held a prisoner for nearly a month in this lonely camp, in daily fear for his life, he was helped to escape by his original friend, Koryem, who took him by night with his 3 companions to his son-in-law's camp somewhere in the neighborhood of Zuruk. That very night, the Germans' camp was attacked and looted. Every single notebook, map, drawing, and scientific instrument was destroyed, so Rolfs was unable to attempt much description even of his journey up to Hawawiri. In the book which he calls Kufara, he devotes a chapter to his perils and battles in that inhospitable oasis. But after his rescue by Koryem, whose son we met at Taj, his narrative becomes very disjointed. He was moved to another place before being allowed to leave the oasis. He himself thinks it was Jaf, but from his description of the journey this seems impossible. He spent another fortnight under the surveillance of Koryem. He tells us that he was not allowed to move without a guard of 20 rifles, during which he seems to have confronted every form of extortion and threat with calm and intrepidity. On September 27th, he left the oasis with Koryem, who took him all the way to Benghazi, where, unfortunately, the sheikh died. Consequently, there is a legend that Rolfs poisoned him. With the experience of the greed of our own escort, I came to the conclusion that the grateful German probably gave him too much of his own cherished stores, and the Arab overate. After this ill-fated expedition, no alien presence cast a shadow on the sanctity and isolation of Kufara till Sayyid Ahmed sent his prisoner there. Many attempts were made from Siwa to pierce the first barrier of dunes, but in vain. The secrets which Rolfs had so nearly solved remained wrapped in the mirage of the great deserts, and Kufara was still a legend more than a fact. The amicable relations at present existing between Italy and the Senussi, and the genuine friendship of Senator Di Martino and Sayed Idris, made it easy for us to reach Jedabia as the guests of the former's most hospitable government. But thenceforth it was left to us to fend for ourselves. We could not take our kindly hosts of Benghazi into our confidence, as they would have been aghast at the idea of a young woman venturing alone into a territory as yet unexplored. The agreement that had just been signed with Sidi Idris gave them control of the whole of Cyrenaica, thus assuring a future of great prosperity to the colony, but it left the greater Libyan desert from Aoujela to Jagabub, with Kufara still another 600 kilometers to the south, in the hands of Sayyid Idris as an independent ruler under Italian protection. A most humorous complication added immensely to our difficulties. Hassanein Bey, having been secretary to the Italo-British mission, which arranged the Treaty of 1916 with the Senussi, was promptly suspected of the darkest pan-Islamic designs. For a week at Benghazi we lived in a state of suspense. Intrigue was in the air, and everyone suspected the motives of everyone else. If a camion broke down, we decided that we were not to be allowed to reach Jedabia. If Hassanein spoke to a Bedouin, using the Moslem salutation, the eyes of our so-called interpreter would almost pop out of his head with interest and dismay. Relays of kindly individuals took the utmost interest in our history, plans, ideas, and belongings. We were pumped until we could not think of anything more to say, and we, in turn, pumped every hospitable and amiable individual who politely and differently asked us our destination. At times we must have worn such strange and agonized expressions that I wonder we were not suspected of Bolshevism, at the very least. The most amusing part of the business was afforded by the spies who constantly surrounded us, and who were so thrilled with their own importance that I used to have daily fights with Hassanein Bey to prevent him playing delightful little comedies to excite them still more. However, once Jedabia was reached, we felt happier. The open desert lay before us, and the lure of the great track south. Somewhere beyond the pale mauve line of the horizon lay the secret of the Sahara, the oasis which had become the goal of every explorer, from the enthusiastic Coast Guard officers who dreamed of forcing a trotting Hajin through the sands, to the governments whose camions and light patrol cars had failed to pierce the waterless drifts. The masked Tuaregs, those lawless riders who threaten the lumbering southbound caravans, bring strange tales of a white race, blue-eyed, fair-haired, whose women live unveiled with their men. Legend has attributed its home to the mysterious oasis, whose position varies according to the whims of the map-maker. Inshallah, I breathe to the stars and the winds. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Plans for the Flight. I went to sleep beside a glassless window opening into an empty yard, after wondering whether we should be able to buy necessary food in the souk, or whether we should have to break into our hoarded provisions. I woke to a busy scene and rubbed my eyes in amazement. In one corner was a white bell tent from which came the smoke of a charcoal fire. In another was tethered an excellent horse with a European saddle. Half a dozen servants appeared occupied in preparing an immense meal. I called to Hassanein Bey, "Where on earth did you get all this?" "I," he replied, bewildered, "I? It is all from Sayyid Rida. Do you realize that horse is going to stay here for you to ride whenever you like? That the tent is a fully equipped kitchen, and that you've got a cook, and I don't know how many servants besides. You mentioned you liked dates last night. Well, a huge sack arrived this morning, and meat, and bread, and tea, and sugar, and heavens know what beside. We are the Sayyid's guests, and for the Lord's sake, don't say you like anything else, or it will arrive here within an hour." He paused for breath while I gazed at him helplessly. When one has come from an Italian colony, one is used to hospitality, for, from the governor downwards, everyone was amazingly kind to us. But this was overwhelming. I felt that a whole garden of floral rhetoric would not adequately express my gratitude. We rode out through the deserted stretches of flat white rock and sand to see the great herds of camels being watered. Bronze figures, nude but for a scarlet loincloth, shouted and sang with monotonous rhythm as they let down goatskins at the end of a rope and heaved them up brimming to pour their contents into rough troughs. A white morabit and single palm marked the center of a cluster of sand-colored houses. Otherwise, the buildings were scattered over a broad expanse, with a straight line of souk booths in the center. We created so much sensation in the latter that I decided my gray riding coat and felt hat were out of place. We told Mustafa, a resplendent individual belonging to one of the irregular bands whom the political officer at Benghazi had kindly lent to us, to go and discover someone who wished to sell some native clothes. He returned half an hour later with a baffled and at the same time awed expression, in company with Sayed Rita's confidant, whose coal-black face looked out from the folds of an immense white kufiya. "You are the Sayed's guests," the latter informed us respectfully. "Anything that you need I will get for you at once." Gravely, he offered me a bulky parcel. It contained the most beautiful white silk jerd striped like the one I had silently admired the previous night, with a green and silver algal and a kufiya that filled my heart with joy, for it was a subdued blending of all rich colors, purple and rose and blue on a silver ground with long dropping tassels. There was also a tarbouch and a pair of wonderful yellow slippers. Before the faltering words were out of my mouth, Hassanein Bey had pounced upon the yellow slippers. His expression was that of a small child when a much-loved doll has been restored to it. "Hamdulillah!" he exclaimed, and fled, clutching his prize. I confess to spending a happy half-hour struggling with the intricacies of the jerd and picturing myself dressed in Sayed Rita's splendid gift offering sweet mint tea to reverend sheiks. Thereafter, we erased any verbs expressive of desire from our vocabulary, but we did not succeed in evading our host's royal generosity. We wanted a couple of small sacks into which to put a week's supply of rice and flour, for once we left Jedabia we should have 7 or 8 days' journey to the next oasis, and we planned to send the baggage camels ahead and ride light on the fastest beasts we could find. With this intention, we again dispatched the brightly clad Mustafa to the souk. 10 minutes later, he was brought firmly back by the head of police, a stalwart black with a hard, keen face. Our follower was protesting wildly, but to deaf ears, for behind him came the ebony confidant, Haji Abdal Salam. "I will send you the sacks," he told me in the tone of a parent scolding a foolish child. "The Sayed wishes to give you everything you can need." Even Hassanein Bey's eloquence failed him, while I wondered if we were living in one of the tales of the Arabian Nights. Our peace, however, was short-lived. For the first few days at Jedabia we were in a fool's paradise. All round us lay the desert. It seemed so easy a thing to hire a few camels and a guide and disappear over the rim of the horizon. By the 4th day we had discovered a few of the most important difficulties. Firstly, there were no camels. There had been an excellent harvest. The Bedouin was rich, and he didn't want to work. It was impossible to explain the exact destination of the caravan, for the holy oasis is far beyond the bourne of most camel drivers' dreams. Secondly, all work had to be done in secret, because the whole of our household were spies, with the possible exception of the black cook, Ali. Mustafa had been in the Ufficio Politico, and he dutifully reported the minutest of our doings. The head of the police, the stalwart Mabruk, was also not averse to Latin gold, so he placed his brother to watch us as a horseboy, and, lest that were not sufficient, he sent us a mysterious servant, whose head appeared suddenly at the glassless windows whenever Hassanein Bey and I were studying the Koran or writing notes. We were never able to relax our vigilance for a second. We used to hold long Arabic conversations on how pleasant we found life in Jedabia, how we must certainly stay there a fortnight before returning to Benghazi. We knew that every word would be overheard and repeated. Bizarre rumor spoilt our first plan, which was exceedingly simple. We meant to persuade an Ekwan to accompany us to see some neighboring village where there would be a suppositional marriage or other festa, and from there drift on. We had not reckoned with the fanaticism of the Moslem. Tales of a wealthy Christian woman about to travel into the interior spread like a brush fire. Mustafa came to me with lurid tales of throats cut almost within sight of the souk. Sayed Rida himself explained that no Christian life was safe beyond the boundaries of Cyrenaica, and that anyone supposed to have money was a marked prey for the lawless bands who swept out of the desert, seized their prey, and disappeared into the limitless sands, as ants upon an English lawn. We learnt many things that day. We discovered that Mannesmann, the German, had been killed by his own Arab guard a few hours outside the town because he had 12,000 pounds in gold upon him. We heard that the Tibu tribes of the group of oases erroneously known as Kufra, really Kufara, have not entirely submitted to the Senussi rule and, consequently, still attack any caravans traveling beyond Tizerbo. "But I don't understand," I said. "Tizerbo is part of Kufara, isn't it? It is marked so in our maps." "No, no," replied our informant impatiently. "Tizerbo is Garib, near. You can go there easily. It is not important. There is no Sika, or way. Kufara is much farther on. The dangerous part is after Tizerbo. If you go to Busima, you may have to fight." Thereafter we began a laborious, systematic campaign to correct the impression of a rich Christian woman. I discarded my hat for the Sayyid's beautiful kufiya. Early and late I could be heard reciting verses of the Koran. I already knew all the obligatory prayers and took care to perform them minutely. Moreover, we used to wander through the Bedouin camps which fringed Jedabia, talking to the women and gradually gaining their confidence. At first we were regarded with the utmost suspicion, which gradually relaxed as we gave them Moslem salutations and told them how happy we were to be living an Arab life among Arabs. If a sheikh, a haji, came to us, I used to murmur Shahada to him. Ashhadu ila ilaha illallah wa ashhadu inna Muhammadan Rasul Allah. Upon which he generally blessed me warmly. After a few days I was greeted enthusiastically and introduced to the solemn-faced babies adorned with silver amulets and taught how to bake flat, heavy bread in mud ovens. It is amazing how perfect is the wireless telegraphy system of the desert. One night, dining with Sayed Rida, I remarked that I was so glad there was no electric light and that I liked the local coloring and primitive lighting effect in Arab houses. This was translated into the bazaar into, "She is a Moslem. She hates all European things. She wants to keep the old customs as our fathers had them." We knew our campaign had succeeded on the 8th day, when, after the chief spy, despairing of getting a glimpse of us any other way, had brought us, as a gift, an absurd black bird with a bald head, a brother of Ali, the cook, arrived from his camel's hair tent. He greeted us kindly and told us that the Bedouins were in sympathy with us, that they knew we were Moslems and of their own blood. Thus we felt we had done something to dispose of the probability of sudden death before we were 100 kilometers on our way. But all other arrangements lagged intolerably. The most venerable and respected of all the Ekwan, Haji Fetatar, who had gone the great journey right through Kufara to Wadai, was the one man who could probably help us on our way. He was of the Mojabra tribe, and he so loathed Nasrani that he would not be in the same room as a Christian. I do not know whether it was Hassanein Bey's eloquence, or his sudden discovery that Sidi Sanusi himself had prophesied that the English would eventually be converted to Islam, that finally induced him to promise to accompany us. "We are all servants of the Sayyid. Only if he tells me to go, must I go," he said. But when the prophecy had aroused his enthusiasm, he flung back his splendid gray head. "I will protect her," he exclaimed. "I will take her to Kufara, and she shall kiss the holy Kaaba and be a Moslem." He was 80 years old, but he determined instantly that he would run the whole caravan and generally instruct us in the art of desert traveling. He had caught but a glimpse of me as I was hurried from the house in case my presence therein should pollute him. He can only have seen an exceedingly shy young person, with respectfully downcast eyes and a pale blue tweed suit, huddled on a ridiculously small pony, dangling a swollen foot in a native slipper, but he luckily took it into his head that he liked me. Hassanein Bey rapidly clinched the acceptance by repeating the Fatha, the opening surah of the Koran. This is only done on very important and solemn occasions, and it constitutes at the same time a blessing and an oath. Even then our kindly host was not satisfied, but insisted on sending an escort with us, 10 soldiers of his guard, coal-black slaves, under a commander called Abdul Rahim. He also determined to settle the vexed question of camels once and for all by sending a caravan of his own to Kufara to bring back some of his belongings and allowing us to travel with it. To anyone who does not know the East, it would now appear that things were successfully settled. Not a bit of it. The soldiers were at Zutina, distant 24 miles. The camels were at least 2 days' journey away, a matter of 60 miles. They were vaguely described as being in the region of Antalat, the house of Sayyid Rida's family. Each day we watched the horizon with anxious eyes. Each day we counted eagerly every row of black specks that appeared amidst the sun-browned grass and rock, but neither camels nor soldiers appeared. We had decided that the caravan should announce its departure for noon, and that in reality the long line of camels should steal past our door at 3 a.m. A few would be driven around a convenient wall and loaded hastily with all our outfit, after which we could mount and be 50 kilometers away before anyone knew of our departure. We could leave letters explaining a sudden opportunity and an equally sudden determination, and send back further notes from every oasis en route. Unfortunately, it was a race against time, for everyone was growing suspicious at my inexplicable desire to stay so long in a little mud village on the edge of the world. Omar, our government interpreter, was determined to get back to Benghazi for Christmas. The delightful cavalry lieutenant, who was the political officer at Zutina, was naturally bored at having to drive his heavy camion 3 or 4 times a week from his little camp by the ocean to see what a mysterious Englishwoman might be doing in the debatable country on the fringe of civilization. As the days wore on, they tried by every means in their power to lure me from Jedabia, but my exceedingly swollen foot did me good service. "The stirrup hurt it so much riding here that I don't want to risk it again till it is quite recovered," I explained. They suggested camions, and I assured them I had so much work to do that I was only too glad of the peace and quiet of my Arab house to do it in. It was a ludicrous situation. 5 young people used to foregather in the house of the doctor to partake of Monsieur Omar's delicious sabigliones, and not one of them ever uttered one word of truth. Each felt instinctively the other was lying, but none knew exactly how far he was bluffing or what card he had up his sleeve. Perhaps we were a little better off than they, for we knew their game and they luckily had failed to understand ours. The political aspect was always before their eyes. In their anxiety to know whether Hassanein Bey was plotting a pan-Islamic empire with the 30 Egyptian ex-Coast Guards who had taken refuge with the Senussi during the war, they overlooked other possibilities. I think the idea did occur to them that I wanted to go much farther into the desert than they cared to permit, but I doubt if they suspected our real goal. This used to surprise me immensely at the time, Looking back, I realized that it would have been very difficult for them to imagine that the woman they saw in a panniered frock, with her French hat veiled in drooping lace and high heels to match the red of her striped cloak, would metamorphose herself into a Bedouin and attempt a journey which they looked upon as impossible for a European and exceedingly difficult even for an Arab. We felt that we had one last card to play that they would never suspect, a midnight flight. We were loath to use it, however. We waited patiently for the camels that did not come, and fenced desperately for time. Luckily, our opponents were deceived by the apparent froidure existing between Hassanein Bey and myself. We had made a point of disagreeing with each other at every possible opportunity, and even retailed our grievances occasionally to sympathetic ears. Suddenly, therefore, they took my companion into their confidence, which made things distinctly easier. Together they used to lay dark plots to induce me to leave Jedabia, where there was no café chantant and no hotel noble. In spite, however, of this new move, we began to get very anxious. The spies had redoubled their vigilance. There were no signs of camels. Mabrook, the head of the police, introduced a person into our house whom he said was an Equan from Kufara, evidently intending that we should question him enthusiastically about his journey. We refrained from all mention of it, and the supposed Equan was so intensely stupid that one cannot imagine that he could have been much use to any secret service. This was our position on December 4th, when, on our morning's wander around the neighboring encampments, we saw a line of camels coming in from Antalat. We instantly jumped to the conclusion that they were ours. One of the spies was leading the horse on which I was balanced sideways to protect my lame foot, so we could show no signs of joy, but for a few hours we made happy plans for the freedom of the desert. We had just finished a lunch of rice, dates, mutton, and mint tea when the blow fell. The Black Wazir arrived in considerable perturbation. Not only was there no news of our camels or of our soldiers, but our opponents were well aware that a caravan was starting for Kufara in a few days' time, and that we hoped to travel with it for a day or two. Hassanein turned to me with blazing eyes and a chalk-white face. "It's come to a fight," he said, "and I'm glad." I used to be amused sometimes at the way he shirked doing the simplest things till the last moment, but in sudden emergencies the whole strength and energy of the man flamed out, and there was no one in the world I would rather have beside me. He grasped essentials rapidly, and left me to fill in the details. "It's flight on 2 camels, and the caravan must follow," he said. As usual, I started to work out the practical possibilities, while he went to gain further news. I think I shall always remember that long, dragging afternoon. The wind was full of dust, but I took the pony and went down to one of the encampments, feeling I simply could not smile. I felt hopeless and trapped, as if a net were closing around me, and there was a numb, dead ache at my heart. Nevertheless, I could not help responding to the smiles of the Bedouin women who pressed round me, brilliant blots of color in their orange and black or red and black barracons, with blue tribe marks tattooed on their foreheads, and half a dozen huge silver earrings dangling beneath their plaited hair. One laughed at my white hands against her black skin. "You have soap to wash with. We have none," she said. The lounging white figures in the souk stared at me curiously as I passed, but did not protest. They had stoned a Christian dog from Zitina the day before, but I was the Sayyid's guest and therefore honored. A dignified sheikh gave me greeting. He was a Haji, and he told me, "We are all under the Sayyid's orders. You may go safely where you like among us, for it is the Sayyid's wish." Mustafa listened eagerly. "It is true," he said. "The Sayyid is great. All the people fear him. Otherwise they would kill every Christian in the country." I began to realize the vast problem with which Italy is faced, and to admire more than ever the way she is dealing with it. For the moment, Europe has no message for the fierce fanatics of Libya, but the fertile Altiplano of Cyrenaica, only a few miles from the sea, will have a prosperous future. Italian workmen have done so much to build up the prosperity of Egypt and Tunis. There is a wide field opening for them from Zutina to Tobruk, in which their industry and thrift may benefit their own country. Cyrenaica, once the granary of the Roman Empire, will be fittingly colonized by the descendants of those legionaries who left their trace from Cyrene to far off Mizda. The budding colony should have a splendid agricultural future, and the friendship between Italy and the Senussi, recently cemented at Regima, should open up the old trans-Saharan caravan routes. The Sultan used to confide his most precious merchandise to the protection of Sidi bin Ali as-Senussi on its long journeys to Wadai. Why should not the same arrangement be made between the governor of Cyrenaica and the hereditary emir of the Senussi? The sun was setting as I left the souk, a blaze of deep, flaming orange that we never see in Europe. The sky was molten in the crucible. I sent away the pony and sat crouched on the sand to watch the glory fade. A camel or two passed like huge distorted shadows across the burning west. A few white shrouded figures went by me with a soft Bismillah. I ached for a horse, a camel, anything that would take me away into the wide spaces beyond Jedabia. The strain of suspense eased a little in the evening, for during one of our games of cross-purpose at the doctor's house, we discovered that our opponents proposed to prevent our accompanying the caravan on the ground that no equine was going with it. Apparently, they still did not suspect our ultimate destination, but we were not at all certain that they had not wired for the camions from Benghazi. We sat up late that night in the silent court with the stars above us, and the guardian walls, which I had learned to love, shutting out all eavesdroppers. The spies retired in a body after our frugal dinner, and Ali was always thankful to spend the night in the family tent. We decided on a simple but somewhat desperate plan. We felt that we should be allowed only 2 or 3 more days in Jedabia without an open fight, and we could not be certain of the 20 camels necessary for the caravan. Therefore, we decided to leave practically all our luggage behind and go off in the middle of the night, if possible, with the equine. Our little world would be told next morning that we had gone to visit some of the neighboring camps and would return in a day or 2. To reassure them, they would see all our clothes hanging up on their usual pegs, most of our suitcases scattered about the room, our sacks and boxes of provisions stored in various corners, even my camp chair and the table on which I wrote. On December 6th, we did a hard morning's work. After our date and egg breakfast, we settled ourselves with a Koran and notebooks behind closed doors and said we did not wish to be disturbed. As soon as our retinue had retired to the white bell tent, which served as a kitchen, we set to work on the provision boxes. We emptied them of their contents and carefully filled them with immense stones, which we laboriously collected from an inner court in the course of construction. On top, we put layers of straw and a few tins which could be seen through carefully arranged chinks. We sorted out an extra week's provisions to add to those we had already prepared, and the rest we put into big sacks, with the intention of sending these latter at midnight, when the spies were sleeping peacefully, to some place where they could be stored until the dilatory camels arrived and the caravan started. They would then be packed unostentatiously with all the rest of the loads, and when we joined the caravan a few days' journey on the way to Ajela, we should recover our most necessary provisions. We ourselves, with a tent, 2 rolls of bedding, a fortnight's provisions, and 2 suitcases chiefly containing films, medicine, apparatus, candles, soap, etc., would disappear the following night in Bedouin clothes. I confess to feeling a certain pang when I realized that I must leave every single European garment behind, except a pair of riding boots and breeches, and a woolen sweater. Hassanein said he thought it was carrying realism too far. I understood the reason when, sternly insisting that his one suitcase should hold half the apparatus and only the simplest necessities of life, it disgorged 7 different colored bottles of eau de cologne and a mass of heterogeneous attire more suited to Bond Street than to the Sahara. I had to superintend the packing, lest he ignore the claims of malted milk tablets, towels, and woolen underclothing in favor of delicately striped shirts and a lavender silk dressing gown. We wondered if we should ever see again the garments we left gracefully decorating the walls in order to indicate the imminence of our return, or whether a new fashion would be set in Jedabia. At lunchtime the tailor came to fit my strange garments. It appeared that Sayed Rita wished to give me no fewer than 4 suits, but I assured him that I wanted only one to be photographed in and to show my friends in England. We finally compromised on 2, one of which arrived that evening, an oddly shaped pair of trousers, very narrow at the ankle, made of white calico spotted with green leaves, and a dress like a voluminous chemise of dark red cotton with a blue pattern. We were told that the camels were ready, but that the equine was already regretting his moment of enthusiasm. "Will he be ready to start tomorrow at midnight?" "Inshallah," was all the answer we got. Our plan was so simple, but it depended on 2 nights' secrecy, and secrecy is impossible among Arabs. However, we pretended not to worry. El Maktub Maktub, we said, but I caught Hassanein anxiously opening the Quran to see whether a verse chosen at random would prove a good omen. He was delighted because the first one he saw read, Nasrun min Allahi wa Fathan Garib. Victory and an opening out from Allah are near. I was not very much more composed myself, for on repeating the long formal prayers that afternoon, I realized from my companion's horrified face that I was ascribing unto Allah's salutations, prayers, and physics, tabiat instead of tahibat. Sayed Rita took us for a drive in his car in the afternoon. There are no roads or even tracks beyond Jedabia, but the sand is hard and smooth. The Sayed thought it would be a good thing to show himself openly with us, and indeed our fame increased after that drive. When we returned, the whole of our household had attired itself in clean white garments, and there was an odd moment when they all reverently kissed the Sanusi's hand. They dared not approach very close to it, lest their garments touch their holy master, but it was wonderful to see the worship and homage they put into the act. They were chattels in the hands of the Sayed. As Wakil of Sidi Idris, he represented to them, as he does to thousands like them, the mystic being chosen by Allah to direct them. Their lives are his to command. He is their supreme judge, as he is their defender and their guide. It is difficult for a European to realize the power held by the Sanusi family, for there has been nothing approaching it in Europe. It is a reflection of the temporal and spiritual papacy at its height. For instance, Sidi Idris might order one of the oldest and noblest equine to start the following day for a 2,000-mile journey to Lake Chad, and he would obey unquestioningly, without preparation or even surprise. "We are the servants of the Sayed," he would say as he wrapped his burnous around him and prepared to face the waterless sands. When we decided on flight as the only possible means of leaving Jedabia, we asked Sayed Rita for a guide. He gave us Yusuf el-Hamri and Mohammed Quemish, and calling them into our presence, he told them that if anything happened to us, whether by their fault or not, they would die immediately. The men accepted the statement as undoubted fact. Yet, as the Sayed Rita sat in our only camp chair in my big bare room, drinking sweet tea and eating Hassanein's last macaroons, it was difficult to realize that the fate of a country probably lay in his capable hands. The Sayed might declare a holy war tomorrow against the infidels, and Islam, from Wajanga to the Mediterranean, might respond. But that afternoon our host talked with the simplicity of a child. We were trying to thank him for his amazing hospitality and for the permission he had given us to travel to Egypt by way of the Great Desert, which included the loan of camels, guides, and an escort of soldiers, besides immense gifts of food and native clothing. Coming from an Italian colony, we had become used to gracious hospitality, but Sayed Rita's generosity was overwhelming. I have traveled in half the countries of the world. I have been the guest of Mandarin and Boundary Rider or Raja, Fijian Raz, and Northwest Mounted Police, and of every intermediate race and grade, but I have never received such generous, unquestioning welcome as in Bedouin countries. Some of the happiest weeks of my life were spent in Syria as the guest of a great Arab prince. I used to think that nothing could match his kindness, but here in Jedabia I found its equal in another descendant of the Prophet, a Sharif of Islam. We asked Sayed Rita if we could send him anything from Cairo, our thoughts running to a jewel or a gold-inlaid rifle. He asked for a green parrot and some gramophone records with a smile as delightful as his brother's. "You see," he said, "my life is rather lonely. It is not wise that I go out or I show myself very much to our people. Our family is holy, and we must live a secluded life. We may not see dancing or hear singing. Our people would not understand. But sometimes, when I am alone late at night, I play the gramophone, for I love music very much." A curiously sweet smile illuminated his kindly face, and he beat time to an imaginary tune with a jeweled finger. "I do not like much noise," he said. "I like the sad, soft melodies best. I think all music should be melancholy." For a moment he was a child thinking wistfully of a toy, and then, as Ali entered bent double with respect over his tray of tea, the Sayed resumed the grave dignity in keeping with his gorgeous clothes, a purple embroidered Jedabia under an apple-green silk juba, with a wonderful crimson and blue kufia stiff with gold thread and having great tassels of gold. Our busy day closed with a most humorous scene. After Ali and the spies had gone willingly to the amusement or repose they desired, we dragged the 6 heavy sacks of provisions one by one out of my room across the court to the dark yard by the main door. There was no moon. Tinned meat weighs incredibly heavy. We fell over a lot of loose stones, and we imagined we made a good deal of noise. The peculiar form of an Arab dwelling, however, precludes the possibility of being overheard. We then dug stones and sand from the unfinished bit of the house and filled some most realistic-looking dummy sacks, which we artistically arranged in the place of the real ones. At 11 p.m., we got one of those unexpected shocks that send cold shivers down one's back and desperate thoughts to one's brain. There was a sudden knock at the door. It was too soon for our fellow plotters in search of the luggage. "Minda?" asked Hassanai nicely, and I felt the tautened thrill in his voice. "Mabruk," answered the voice of the chief spy, and then a long ramble about wanting to see the native garments already delivered, to make a pattern for the others his brother the tailor was making. As a matter of fact, it was a perfectly genuine demand. We had asked the confidential wazir to hurry up the making of our clothes, and he had done so to such good effect by saying it was the Sayed's wish that the unfortunate tailor proposed to work all night, but to our apprehensive ears it sounded very suspicious. I was glad that Hassanine had not got a revolver on him. He told me afterwards that his first impulse had been to shoot the man and bury him instantly, instead of which he murmured that the Sit was in bed, and the magical word which retards the progress of Islam, Bakra, tomorrow. At 1 a.m., Hassanine, shrouded from head to foot in a white jerd, was waiting just outside the main door. A few minutes later there was the faintest scratch on the heavy wood. Almost before he had pulled it open, 7 dark figures, muffled up to the eyes, utterly unrecognizable, slipped into the yard. Not a word was uttered. Dexterously they shouldered the provision sacks and stepped away into the night without a murmur. Of course, they simply reveled in the mystery and secrecy of it, but we wondered how soon rumor would reach the bazaar. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In this chapter, the passage in French was kindly read for us by Sonia. Chapter 3 The Escape from Jedabia. December 7th dawned brilliantly fine. We rose from our camp beds, feeling, joyfully, that 36 hours would elapse before we slept on them again. Our morning was enlivened by the visits of 2 or 3 friends from the neighboring encampments. Sheikh Mohammed, the Haji, came in to tell us that we were welcome visitors to any Bedouin camp. He drank 3 glasses of sweet tea in 3 gulps, asked in a mysterious whisper for a cigarette, hastily put the whole packet into his sleeve, and demanded that I should repeat surahs from the Quran to him. I did so to the best of my ability, and he was much impressed. We meant to sleep in the afternoon, but the unsuspecting Sayyid had most kindly ordered his slaves to perform a dance in our honor. So, about 3 p.m., the sound of drums was heard outside our blind walls. Ali summoned us forth in great excitement. We sat on 2 chairs before our door, and gradually the whole male population of Jedabia gathered round us, row upon row of shrouded white figures crouching on the sand. In an irregular circle, round a couple of high drums, danced the black Sudanese slaves from Wadai, bought in the market at Kufara, presents from native potentates to the Sanusi family, or children of slaves sent by the famous Ali Dinar, Sultan of Darfur. Slavery in the East is a kindly institution, quite unlike the horrors of Uncle Tom's Cabin. The blacks are treated as part of the family. They are proud of their masters and devoted to them. They are trusted and confidential. Thus, Ali came to us one evening in honest grief. "That Mustafa is a bad man," he said. "He goes to the house of the doctor and says he has not had enough to eat here. It is not true. The Sayyid is generous. There is everything here. It is not good for the Sayyid's honor that such things should be said." The blacks enjoyed the dance even more than we did, for we had just heard that, through too much ardor on the part of our allies, there was likely to be a hitch in the arrangements. The long-delayed camels for the caravan had arrived at last. The soldiers had come in from Zutina. "We had better all start together at midnight," said our confidant triumphantly. "Anyone who knows the East will realize how difficult it is for even 2 or 3 people to slip away secretly. Everyone's business is known from A to Z. Projects are discussed in the bazaars while they are still formless in the brain of the plotter. The idea that a score of camels and a dozen soldiers with luggage, tents, stores, guides, etc., could start secretly from Jedabia was ludicrous. Already there was a rumor in the souk that we were going to Kufara because of the unfortunate suggestion that we should accompany the caravan for a day or 2. Therefore, even while we gazed at the gyrating circle of blacks who flung themselves into extravagant postures, chanting their monotonous songs and clicking together short sticks, we had sent post-haste to rearrange matters. News was brought to us that the delightful cavalry officer from Zutina had arrived 2 days before he was expected. "I think I will go and have tea at the doctor's," I said firmly to Hassanein. "I will stay with them there for 2 hours, which will give you plenty of time to get the caravan postponed." The spies were as clinging as limpets that day. Mabruk leant over my shoulder as I spoke, pointing to the wildest dancer with a forced smile. However, I was determined to spoil his little effort, and insisted that he and Mustafa should accompany me on my walk. "I don't like going through all these people alone," I said, and reluctantly they had to come with me. Our last game of cross purposes will always remain in my mind, for, with one eye on the clock, I summoned every atom of intelligence to my aid. I allowed myself to be reluctantly persuaded to return by camion to Benghazi the following week. I asked reproachfully why no Ekwan could be found to accompany me on a little caravan tour. They assured me that none was willing to travel with a Christian, and that no one of that faith could journey beyond Jedabia. I took up and emphasized this point for some time, as it would eventually preclude their attempting to follow us. I allowed my bitter disappointment to be seen, was comforted, and finally cheered up with a promise of visiting all the encampments on the way back. We parted the best of friends, and I shall always retain a grateful memory of their kindness and care. So often we longed to confide all our plans to them. We were sure of their sympathy, but their very hospitality would have made it impossible for them to allow their erstwhile guest to venture her life on such a wild and dangerous journey. 6 months before, I had talked to an Arabian emir about my project. "Hey, Maguna," he exclaimed to his wakil, "she is mad. If she could get to Kufara, she could get to any place in heaven or earth." Thus, we knew from the beginning that we must hide our object from our generous Italian friends. If they hadn't thought that at least Hassanine had some political aim in coming to Jedabia, remorse would probably have added to our mental troubles. But, luckily, the fact that they were obviously watching us turned the affair into a game and justified us in having a few secrets also. If my charming hosts in Cyrenaica read this book, I think they will forgive me for the part their own kindness and forethought forced me to play most unwillingly. They are all sportsmen. They, too, are travelers and lovers of the great desert. They laid the foundations of my journey by their long years of work in North Africa. They will reap the benefit when the friendship between European and Senussi is firmly cemented and the Bedouins welcome the influx of commerce and exploration from over the sea. I returned at 7 p.m. to our walled Arab house, but the fantasia was still continuing. The gift of our last packet of cigarettes had stimulated the performers to frenzy, and they were prepared to spend the night in an orgy of dance and song. Ordinarily, I should have loved watching their barbaric vigor, and I was exceedingly grateful to the ever-thoughtful Sayed for giving this festa in our honor. But we still had a good many preparations to make, so we regretfully thanked the performers and dispatched them to their homes. After a hasty meal, Hassanine went off to make final preparations concerning changing our Italian notes into heavy silver medjidies, the cumbersome coin of the country, buying bread and eggs, collecting the native dress, and a dozen other things that had to be done at the very last moment for fear of arousing suspicion. I wrote a note to our Italian interpreter, who had also proved guide, philosopher, and friend, explaining that I was not to be entirely deprived of my desert journey after all, for at the last moment I was able to accompany an equine who was traveling to an encampment a day or two away. I then made relays of green tea in an inadequate kettle, and filled both our thermos flasks, also the water bottles. It was then nearly 9 p.m., at which hour Hassanine had said he would return. But the minutes dragged on, and there was no sign of his coming. At 10 I became anxious. I couldn't lie still any more, and began walking up and down the big room by the light of one candle guttering on the window ledge. Ali came to me to ask if he and the servant, who was also a spy, could go home. I said he must stay until Hassanine Bey returned, for I did not want to give the boy an opportunity of inquiring into my companion's designs. But each hour that went by made our flight more and more difficult, for we could not begin to pack beds, luggage, etc., till the house was empty. At 11 I was nearly frantic. I don't think I have ever spent a worse 2 hours. I began to wonder whether the spies had discovered our plot, and, deciding to frustrate it at all costs, had arranged to have my ally knocked senseless as he crossed the wide expanse of white sandstone between our house and the scattered buildings of Jedabia. At 11:30, as I was preparing to set forth in search, and was actually winding myself into the intricacies of a dirge so as to pass unnoticed in the dark, Hassanine arrived, staggering beneath the medjidies, for a very moderate sum in that coinage weighs intolerably. He discharged eggs, bread, and clothing in a heap, and explained that the usual Arab dilatoriness had delayed him. The letters to sheiks of Zawis were not ready, the eggs were not cooked, the clothes were not quite finished. However, we didn't wait for much talk. We sent off the servants with minute instructions about tomorrow's work. An Arab spy is clever in some ways, but he never looks ahead, so it is generally fairly easy to lull his suspicions. The instant the door shut behind them, we literally flung ourselves on the luggage. We wrestled first with the beds and flea bags, stuffing them into old sacks that looked like native bundles. The tent had to be disposed of in the same way. Its poles tied up with a red prayer rug, its canvas disguised in native wrappings. Not one single bit of European luggage must be visible. My suitcase was already packed, and it was but a minute's work to push it into a striped flour sack, but my heart sank when I saw Hassanein's room. It was still littered with what he called necessities. We packed and pushed and tugged at his bundles, getting frantically hot and tired, but always when we had, with superhuman effort, triumphantly strapped up a bulging roll. A minute later he would remember something he absolutely must put in and want the thing undone. When but half an hour was left before our departure was due, I became desperate and took matters into my own hands. I packed the food into one knapsack. The necessities I divided into two others. I shut his suitcase firmly on the most useful articles I could collect from the chaos. I stood over him equally firmly while I put mackintoshes with fleece linings, rugs, and extra native dress into the bedding. I pulled the straps to a tighter hole myself before scurrying off to dress. Let no one think it is easy to get into Bedouin feminine attire for the first time. The tight white trousers presented difficulties over riding breeches. The red tolv was too tight at the neck. The barakan needed much adjustment. One end flaps loose over the head, which is already swathed in a tight black handkerchief hiding all the hair, while the other is wound twice around in the form of a skirt that comes up over the left shoulder to make the front bit of the bodice. It is all held in place by a thick red woolen hezam, at least 12 feet in length, which is wound round and round till one's waist resembles a mummy and is tied on one side with dangling ends. Under this I wore my revolver belt with 2 fully loaded Colts and a prismatic compass in a case. Glancing around my room as I put on my huge yellow heelless slippers, I decided it looked a very realistic picture of the abode left temporarily and in haste. My cherished blue tweed hung on one hook, and a rose-red sweater on another. A few books and papers with a hot water bottle and some stockings were scattered on convenient chairs. The cases and sacks of stones stood formally around the walls. A bottle of complexion lotion was prominent on a shelf, and my European shoes were in their usual row. With a sigh of relief, I dragged the sack containing my suitcase to join the disguised camp outfit by the main door, and blowing out the candle in my room, closed the door for the last time. My cheerfulness rapidly evaporated when I crossed the court to Hassanein's room. The litter was inconceivable. Everything that we had shut 20 minutes ago was open. He himself, with ruffled wild hair, was still in shirt and riding breeches. To a casual observer, he appeared to be playing a game of leapfrog with the various bundles, in which the object seemed to be to upset as many things as possible. "You have exactly 6 minutes in which to get ready," I said in an awful voice. A chair fell with a crash, breaking an eau de cologne bottle and sending a mass of little tubes, bottles, and boxes rolling to my feet. Thereafter followed 10 minutes' best American hustle. In spite of feeling like a swathed Chinese infant in my cumbersome dress, I attacked that room with a personal venom that surely had effect even on inanimate things, for the suitcase shut almost unprotestingly on a huddled mass in which the parcels of Megides stuck out like Mount Everest. I don't know what I said. I imagined at the time it was quite unforgivable, but Hassanain is the most good-tempered person in the world. He submitted to being pushed and pulled into the white garments he had to wear over his European riding kit. voluminous white pantaloons, long flowing shirt, and woolen jerd. I believe I banged a white kufiya on his head and flung an aggle at him before rushing from the room to take up my position behind the main door with a tiny dark lantern which revealed the piles of corpulent sacks. When, a few minutes later, a stately white figure with flowing lines unbroken save by the crossed revolver belts, true son of a sheik of the famous Azhar University, joined me, I could hardly recognize in this solemn Arab the wild individual who was playing at haymaking a few minutes before. Of course our fellow plotters were late. We waited nearly an hour crouched on the sacks, while the only thing that broke the silence of the desert night was the braying of a donkey near the souk. At about 1:45 we heard the faint roar of protesting camels, and our pulses quickened. Some 10 minutes later stealthy footsteps approached. There was a light scratch on the door, and the operation of the previous night was successfully repeated, only this time we had another quarter of an hour's suspense after the porters went forth with the first sacks before they could return for the last. Our confidant leaned against the door, motionless and calm, looking at the starlight sky. "Bahi," he murmured, as the mysterious figures reappeared, the only word he had uttered the whole time. Shouldering knapsack, water bottle, thermos flask, and kodak, I stumbled out of the dark passage into the moonless night. A strong cold wind met me, and I wondered, shivering, why a Bedouin woman does not freeze to death. I've never seen them wear anything but a cotton barakan. Even while I limped across the open white sands, for the camels were hidden some 300 yards away near the rough cemetery that surrounds the deserted morabit of Sidi Hassan, I felt that I wanted an overcoat even more than I wanted to go to Kufara. Nevertheless, it was freedom at last, and excitement thrilled us. There was a moment's pause on the part of our puzzled guide when an absolute blackness on all sides gave no hint of direction. Then a muffled roar told us that a camel was on our left, and the smothered sound of it suggested that someone was probably sitting on its head. A moment more, and a dark mass loomed up beside a broken wall. Thankfully, I subsided on a heap of stones. It is not the slightest use arguing with a camel driver about a load. It is a waste of energy to try to hurry him. He is used to weighing burdens minutely, to arranging them slowly to his own satisfaction. So I was prepared for an hour's wait while our retinue cut rope, made corners to the sacks with stones, discussed loads, lost camels, caught them again, and were generally inefficient. I was genuinely surprised, therefore, when in only 20 minutes everything was noiselessly packed and the camels were ready to start. Yusuf el-Hamri and Mohammed Kemish, our two confidential servants, were introduced to me in the dark, and we exchanged a few florid sentences in which the word Mazbut and Momnan played a large part. Then I hoisted myself onto my camel, a huge blond beast with no proper saddle. A spike stuck up in front of me and behind, and his hump was painfully evident between the rolled straw of the baggage serge. On the top were folded a couple of native mats, and thereon I perched in my uncomfortable, closely wound clothes, which made mounting a matter of peril and difficulty. In spite of all this, when my great beast rose to his stately height and moved off into the night, exhilaration rushed over me. I hadn't been on a camel for 3 months, and then on the beautiful trotting Hajin of the Sudan. This was only a fine baggage hamla, but he was in keeping with the desert and the night and our wild, impossible project. I was happy. Also, it was a wonderful start. Sir Richard Burton wisely writes that the African traveler must always be prepared for 3 starts: the long one, the short one, and the real one. Later, we realized how right he was, but for the moment, as our little line of camels swayed off into the darkness beyond the white morabit, we only felt that we had escaped. "How amazing that they can find their way in pitch darkness like this!" I exclaimed, and only when Orion had appeared in 4 different directions did I begin to wonder whether they could. We had started just before 3, striking a northerly course, which surprised us, as we knew that Jalo lay to the south. We comforted ourselves with the idea that our guides were purposely avoiding the main track, and patiently we bore the icy wind and constant change of direction. When, after an hour, we turned completely round, we decided it was necessary to expostulate. Yusuf, on being shown a luminous compass, refused to believe that the north was where the needle directed. We pointed out the extraordinary movement of the stars, and he remained unconvinced. He looked pathetically at the heavens and asked persistently for Jedabia, the star that had guided him, apparently in many wanderings over half Africa. Unfortunately, we could not find her for him, though we pointed out most of the constellations from the Great Bear to the Milky Way. We continued our aimless progress for another hour. As we were merely describing irregular circles, we were not surprised when a little before 5 a chorus of dogs barking proclaimed our nearness to Jedabia. "It is an encampment," said Yusuf. "I know where we are now," and at that moment the donkey and the souk brayed quite close to us. I couldn't help laughing. In a few minutes our desperate midnight flight would land us before the doors of the house from which we had escaped so triumphantly 3 hours earlier. The distressed Yusuf, inexplicably bereft of his tame star, was all for camping there and then to await the dawn, but lest the rising sun should reveal to the astonished eyes of the early astir a disheveled party asleep on the space before the mosque, I firmly took command. By the compass, I marched them due south of the donkey's bray for half an hour. At least we should be out of sight at dawn, and could then start off on the right track. The wind seemed colder than ever as we barracked our camels in the flat, sandy waste. We were frozen and shelterless. Excitement, suspense, and physical labor had all combined to wear us out. My foot was swollen and inflamed after its unusual exercise. Hassanein had rheumatism in his back. There was an hour to wait for the dawn. I doubt if a more miserable couple existed than the two who rolled themselves into the thin and dirty camel rugs and lay down on the hard sand, their heads on tufts of spiky grass. I did not sleep. It was too cold. The wind searched out every corner of my aching body. I began to feel the strain of our sleepless nights and days of suspense. Even my sense of humor had gone. It was 5 weeks since we had left England, and we had got no further than a sand heap outside Jedabia. At 6, a flush of pale pink appeared in the sky in a direction which amazed Yusuf. Shivering, with chattering teeth, we rose to a windy dawn. Mohammed was already murmuring, "Allahu Akbar," devoutly turning toward the Qibla at Mecca. We followed his example, abluting in the sand as is permissible when there is no water. Luckily, it is only necessary to go through the Fatha and the requisite Rak'at. The kneeling position hurt my foot excruciatingly, and I could hardly get it into my huge yellow shoe again. The men bestirred themselves to some purpose. 5 minutes after the last Salamu alaikum wa rahmatullah had saluted the angels who stand on either side to record a man's good and bad deeds, the camels were loaded, and we were moving away from the white Kaaba of Sidi Hassan and the scattered mud houses which appeared but a stone's throw distant. There had been no time to eat. I tried to force a hard-boiled egg down my throat as I swayed along, but I could not manage it. Hassanein was doubled up with rheumatism, and I tried every possible position to ease my foot. My hands were numb as I clutched the gaudy barakan, red, blue, and orange, round me, and prayed for the sun to warm me. Every few minutes we turned around to see if Jedabia had disappeared, but it must stand on a slight rise, as the Morabit was visible for 3 hours. Distance is elusive in the desert. Everything looks much nearer than it really is. One sees the palms of an oasis early in the morning, plans to arrive before midday, and is lucky if one reaches it by sunset. However, by 10:30 every sign of human habitation had disappeared, and only a flat, sandy plain, tufted with coarse gray brush a few inches to a foot high, lay all around us. Thankfully we halted, turned the camels to graze, spread the scarlet woven rugs in the sun, and prepared to eat. Further troubles threatened when we discovered that our retinue, Yusuf, Mohammed, and 2 coal-black Sudanese soldiers, had brought no provisions of any sort. They had trusted either to us or to joining the southbound caravan within a few hours. Consternation seized us. In order to travel light, we had brought what we considered the least possible amount of food necessary for 2 people for a week. That is, 1 tin of meat per day with a very small ration of flour, rice, dates, and tea. How were we going to feed 6 people for perhaps a fortnight on it? At the moment, we were too tired to think. We doled out to the retinue rice, tea, and most of the hard-boiled eggs intended for ourselves, and, after the frugal meal, insisted on immediate departure. There was a great deal of grumbling. They were all tired, and they wanted to sleep there and then. The blacks were openly rebellious. "We are not your slaves," they said. "We will not overtire ourselves." However, by force of sarcasm, encouragement, and laughter, we got them to load the camels. In Libya, they do not girth the baggage saddles at all. They merely balance the bales evenly according to weight on either side of a straw pad round the hump. Thus, if the camel stumbles badly or is frightened and runs a few paces, the luggage overbalances and crashes to the ground, generally terrifying the beast into a mad gallop. I suppose ours were carelessly loaded, for the tent dropped off 3 times and tempers grew sulky. About 1 we came to a small cluster of camel's hair tents in the shelter of a slight rise, and the retinue clamored to stop there for the night. The Arab is greedy by nature, while the Sudanese is positively voracious. At 1 meal he will devour what would support a European family for a day. Having seen our meager provisions, the retinue thought they would get a better dinner in these Bedouin tents. They protested and argued violently, but we were ruthless. There was fear of pursuit and of being recognized. Yusuf joined his hands in prayer. "We will say that you are the wife of an Ekwan," he said, "and that we are taking you to Jalo." But he pleaded in vain. We moved on, and they followed, perforce, surly, bronzed Bedouins in coarse woolen jerds, rifles slung across their backs. The impressions cherished since childhood are gradually disappearing from my mind. One hears so often of the untiring endurance of the Bedouin and of his frugal fare. I used to believe that he could ride for days without sleep and live on a few dates or locusts. He may be able to do the latter if he is absolutely obliged to, but normally his appetite is large and his amiability depends on his food. With regard to his endurance, I have met some Tuaregs who had accomplished some amazingly swift rides, but in the French Sahara, in Syria, or in Libya, as in Sudan, I have never found an Arab who did not want to camp several hours before I did. South of Touggourt, I once had a delightful guide called Ali, a blue-eyed, ruddy-haired Tuareg, who must have had Vandal blood in his veins, and he used to get positively haggard after a 9 hours' ride without a pause. After 2:30 we could not urge our retinue farther. It was obvious that they were very tired, but it is doubtful if they were as exhausted as we were, for we had worked very hard the preceding day and night, while they were fodling in the souk. However, Yusuf seized my camel rein. "This is a good place. We must rest," he said. And it was no use exasperating them. We had ridden for 6 hours. A camel does a regular 2.5 miles an hour, so we imagined ourselves about 15 miles from Jedabia and safe from pursuit. Almost before we had got the sacks off the camels, Mohammed had rolled himself in his jerd and was actually asleep. Yusuf helped us half-heartedly while we struggled to put up the tent, but we unrolled bedding, put down ground sheets, doled out provisions, fitted the camp beds together ourselves. The Sudanese collected brushwood, yawning violently and infinitely wearily. We boiled tea and drank it sugarless, for the retinue had the usual Arab passion for sugar. I looked at myself once in a tiny hand-glass, and was thankful to put it down, for I hardly recognized the begrimed and haggard visage, yellow, sunburnt, and lined, that peered out under the heavy black handkerchief between the folds of the barakan. A gale rose suddenly, and it nearly swept our tent away. But we did not mind. We slept fitfully, woke to cook rice on a brushwood fire, and went to bed about 6 p.m. with a thankfulness too deep for words. Feather mattresses, frilled pillows, Chippendale or Louis XV beds all have their charms, but I have never been so grateful for any as I was that night for my flea bag and my air cushion. At 6 next morning, Yusuf woke us with a cry of El Fagr, and after the usual prayers we set to work to break camp. We informed the retinue that we intended to reach Wadi Farag and its well that day, and therefore they must not count on a midday halt. Consequently, they insisted on making a fire and cooking half our week's rations straight away. We started at 8 a.m. and continued a southeasterly-southerly course all day. Wadi Farag is only 60 kilometers from Jedabia, but I imagine our first day we must have made a detour in order to avoid the main route, for it was not till 2 o'clock on the second day that a mirage on the horizon, a sheet of silver water bordered with purple mountains, proclaimed the position of the wadi. "It is Bayad, Bayad," said Muhammad. "We cannot reach it before sunset. Let us rest now." This time, however, we would not stop. We had shared our flasks of tea and our dates evenly with him at noon, and we felt that after a good night's sleep, if we could ride 9 hours on end, they could too. It was an absolutely perfect day, cloudless and still, but the sun was very hot at noon. It scorched through the thin folds of my barakan and made one wonder why Europe and not Africa invented parasols. The character of the country remained unchanged. Always the same sandy scrub stretched away as far as the eye could see. Occasional jerboas or lizards scuttered into their holes as we approached. Once, a dozen gazelle fled swiftly across our path. Mohammed tried a shot at them, but he was too slow. Another time we passed a large rabbit warren, and a couple of white scuts disappeared into the labyrinth of holes. We struck a main track about noon, and I noticed a sage bush covered with bits of different colored threads. It appears that every wayfarer adds a piece of cotton or wool from his attire to show that this is a desert road, and that caravans pass that way. Yusuf contributed a white thread from his girdle, and I a red one from my long hazam. All that day we met only 2 travelers. I discreetly covered my face while they exchanged greetings with our retinue. The desert telephone was at work again. They brought news from Jalo, which they exchanged for tales of Jedabia. They were not interested in us. Mrs. Forbes had disappeared into space, and in her place was a Mohammedan woman called Khadija, traveling with a kinsman, an Egyptian bey, son of a Sheikh el-Azhar. She wore Bedouin clothes, followed their customs, prayed to their god, lived their life. Her language was certainly different, but the Arabic varies so immensely between Baghdad and Marrakesh that my faltering conversation was attributed to my being accustomed only to the classical language. Even Hassanine could hardly understand a dialect used by the Libyan Bedouins. It is not a case of accent or pronunciation. Nearly all the words are different. I cannot imagine why Wadi Farag is marked on the map as a vivid green splash across the colorless desert. The slight depression running due east and west between the 2 faint ridges about 15 meters high varies in no respect from the surrounding country. No blade of grass or green thing decorates it. Nothing breaks the monotonous sand and gray brushwood except the one well of bitter, brackish water. We arrived just as the sun was setting, and had difficulty in getting the camels past the well in order to camp on the higher ground beyond. Hassanine was riding on a nervous naga, or female, who never kept her head in one direction for more than a minute or 2. She now decided to race for the well, while a playful companion kicked off a bale or 2, upset the balance of the rest, caught her foot in a falling sack, and tore wildly away, scattering her load to the winds. My stately beast was in an amorous mood, so with guttural gurglings he added himself to the general melee. I had to dismount and limp up to the rise, dragging him forcibly after me, while the men collected our belongings and reloaded them. It was a race with the sun, but we just won it. As the last crimson glow faded in the radiant west, and the devout Mohammed lifted a sandy nose from his ablutions, the last tent peg was driven in. Brush fires gleamed on the rise opposite, for wherever there is a desert well, there are a few scattered tents of the nomads whose homes move with the season and the pasture. We made a flaming pyre and sat round it in a circle of pack saddles. Yusuf had found his beloved Jedabia, and he pointed her out to me triumphantly. The pole star! The silence of the desert encircled us, and a faint scent of thyme stole up from the cold sand. Faraj, both the black Sudanese were called Faraj, began intoning verses of the Koran, a melodious sound in the starlit night. Then, surprised by his own song, he suddenly sprang to his feet and chanted loudly, triumphantly, the Muezzin's call to prayer. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Ashhadu ila ilaha illallah, wa ashhadu inna Muhammadan Rasul Allah. The Shahada rolled splendidly, intolerant from his lips, and his voice rose higher on the cry, Hayya ala Salah, Hayya ala Falah, till we all took up the chorus of Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. As I undressed in the harem portion of the tent, which had enormously impressed our retinue, I pondered on the character of these men with whom we were to live in familiar intercourse for months. Apart from their fierce fanaticism, which made it a duty for them to kill the infidel and the Nasrani as we kill dangerous and pestilential vermin, they had the simplicity of children. I felt that our blacks would steal all our food one day if they happened to be hungry, and defend us most gallantly the next. They are utterly unable to provide for the morrow. Their trust in Allah is of the blind kind that does not try to help itself. Yet the Koran says, Allah works with him who works. Again and again we told them about the scarcity of food. We showed them the pathetic limit of our provisions. They said, the caravan will come tomorrow, inshallah. Knowing the dilatory habits of the East, I had very little faith in the arrival of that caravan for at least a week. But we agreed to their persistent request to camp for 2 days at the Wadi to give it a chance of joining us. If it did not arrive on the evening of the 11th, bringing with it all our provisions, we should have to send back the 2 blacks and continue post-haste to Ajuela with Yusuf and Mohammed. With that intent, we put into 1 sack the smallest quantity of food for 4 people for 5 days, that is, a tin of meat or sardines per person per day, with coffee and dates. When this was done, we were horrified at the little that remained. The blacks wanted to bake great flat loaves of unleavened bread morning and evening, and we had so very little flour. I began to realize that if the caravan did not arrive, we should die of exhaustion on the way to Ajuela. Let us once lose the way, let a storm delay us, let the retinue prove unreliable, insist on eating more than the day's meager ration, and we should be lost. Yet we were determined on one thing only, not to go back. In any case, we have the peace and quiet of the desert, I thought, as I went to sleep and woke a few hours later to pandemonium indescribable. I've heard the roar of an uncaged lion in Rhodesia, but never before had I heard such mad bellows of rage as made the night hideous. The camels have gone mad, I gasped as I flung myself out of the tent. Thunder of sound broke from a heaving black mass only a few yards from our canvas walls. Shouts came from Yusuf and Mohammed, who seemed to be aimlessly dancing around the wildly excited beasts. Then the mass crashed, roaring to its feet, and 2 camels dashed madly past me, missing the tent by a foot. I found Asinine only half awake at my elbow. "What are they doing?" he said blankly. In the spring, the camel's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love. But it isn't the spring, he objected drowsily. Never mind. God, they're coming back. We retreated hastily from the tent. In Syria, I had seen a maddened beast go right through a tent in such a mood, and the vision of the crushed poles and canvas, intricately mixed up with shattered baggage and an absolutely flattened camp bed, flashed across me. I took up a strategic position in the open, but the bellowing brutes staggered away again, their roars mercifully fading in the distance. "Is this likely to happen often?" I asked Yusuf. "Yes, when it is cold," he answered indifferently. "Two things increase in winter, the camels and the sea." We enjoyed the rare luxury of sleeping late next morning, and we woke to another gorgeous day. The water from the well was almost undrinkable. It was so salt and muddy. But we washed in it triumphantly. Unfortunately, Hassanein was tempted to wash his hair, with the odd result that it thereafter stood up like a tuft of coarse ostrich feathers. Everything dries appallingly in the desert. One's skin is cracked and lined after a few days. One's nails break. One's hair dries and becomes brittle. Yet one does not mind. The desert has a subtle and a cruel charm. She destroys while she enthralls. She is the siren from whom there is no escape. Cynthia Stockley, whom I met years ago in Bulweo, writes in one of her vivid stories of African life that once the desert has stuck her claw into a man, he must return to her, for only she can heal the wound she has made. The preceding night, the wadi had been empty. That morning it was crowded. Half-naked brown figures hauled water for a great herd of camels who crushed round the low mud walls of the well. A flock of sheep waited their turn at a short distance. More camels strayed slowly down the rise, grazing as they walked. Some white figures came up to greet us, rifles slung across their backs. They were the dwellers of the nugas whose fires we had seen the night before. The desert wires had informed them of our imminent arrival before we had left Jedabia. They sat around our brushwood fire and drank tea sweetened with crushed dates, as the sugar had run out. Haas and I left them to fodle with our retinue, and went and sat on a sandhill and dreamed visions of the caravan that would end all our troubles, coming over the rise opposite. Instead, we saw only Faraj go down the wadi to buy bitter camel's milk and date pulp, highly flavored with sand, from the Nugamen. When the sunset dyed the land to crimson glory, we returned to our camp, frantically hungry, for we had eaten nothing since 8 a.m., and then only rice and tinned vegetables, because the latter were disliked by our retinue. The two blacks were playing draughts on the sands with white shells and camel dung. "Fadl," urged the Mohammed, smiling. "Fadl." "Do not live always alone," said Yusuf. "Mix with us a little. We shall not forget who is master." From this I knew that Hassanein had won another of his personal victories. He had a wonderful way of gaining the confidence and the sympathy of Arabs, from the Sayyids down to the fanatical Bedouin. The mental atmosphere of our retinue had been most unpropitious during the first 2 days. We realized that our journey would be almost an impossibility unless it changed, but, wisely, Hassanein would not hurry matters. A word dropped here and there, a swift rebuke or a warm praise, hinted sympathy with the Senussi aims, tales of old friendship with the Sayyids, little councils of war in the outer tent, had all borne fruit. We felt the effect that night as we toasted ourselves before the fire, watching Faraj knead his heavy bread and cook it on the ashes. When it was baked, he pressed some on us with a broad, toothless smile. It was hot, heavy, and indigestible, but wholly delicious with our corned beef. Only the cocoa was a failure, as the water was terribly salt. I settled myself into the double woolen flaps of my flea bag that night with a great sense of peace. The thermometer had soared up at midday, but the nights were always chilly, and we were extremely grateful for our rainproof sleeping sacks, sprinkled with insect powder, which, by the way, had no effect whatever on the fleas. The third morning in Jedabia, I had spent a happy half-hour chasing agile insects around my bedding. Hassanine entered with breakfast at my most heated moment, when I thought I had cornered the largest. A sweet smile spread over his face. "There are dozens and dozens in my room," he said, "but it doesn't matter. At least I have found a use for my target pistol. Don't ever laugh at me again for useless baggage." I thought of this as I heard a bed upset on the other side of the partition. But this time it was only a delicious little field mouse, scurrying wildly around in search of her hole, which was probably somewhere under our ground sheet. A little later, I heard the Koran intoned verse by verse, and to its monotonous murmur I fell asleep, wondering at the desert spell which had changed the Oxford blue into a typical Bedouin, devout as the fanatic whose prayers rose 5 times a day to Allah, aloof as the nomad whose wishful eyes are ever on a desert horizon, impenetrable as the gird which muffled him from head to foot. December 7th provided us with a ghibli, a strong south wind laden with sand, which nearly tore up our tent pegs and covered everything with a thick yellow coating. It was a most unpleasant day. Hair, eyes, and skin were full of sand. Everything we ate was flavored with it. The dust sheet was 3 inches deep in it. It oozed from the pillows and from every article of clothing. It penetrated every box and bag. The noise of flapping canvas and cracking pegs was a continual strain, and in the middle of it arrived a messenger from Jedabia, bearing a letter from Benghazi which our opponents had sent on with an amused message written on the back.
Nous vous envoyons notre sincère admiration pour l'aptitude que vous avez pour des décisions très rapides, avec nos meilleurs souhaits d'un bon et très long voyage désertique.
I think the French emanated from the cavalry officer with a sense of humor. From the beginning he may have suspected our whole project, but, a noted fencer, he was as clever with words as with the foils. However, we knew that a messenger who confessed that he had been told to follow us even unto Jalo would not be sent merely to bring us an unimportant letter. He was intended to find out our destination for certain, so we thought he had better wait with us until the caravan arrived, or until we ourselves left for Jalo. Faraj amused us immensely, for, having got it into his head that the man was a spy, he wanted to shoot him at once. It took a good deal of persuasion on our parts to prevent this bloodthirsty deed. "The Sayyid told me to protect you. If I do not kill this man, the Sayyid will surely kill me," he said morosely. We comforted him by telling him to watch the man did not escape, but not to hurt him. Yet when Hassanine was asleep that afternoon, and I heard the click of a rifle lock, I rushed frantically to see that the man was safe. He, too, had come without any food. The improvidence of the race had begun to anger me. Should manna fall from heaven, I believe they would eat their fill and pick up none for the morrow. We broke the news to the retinue that we should have to leave the blacks at the Nugas to wait for the caravan and to hurry it up when it finally arrived, and ourselves go on to Aujala by forced marches. We told them we would start early and ride 10 or 11 hours a day, pitch no tent to save labor, share our food evenly with them, but they must expect to be very hungry for 4 or 5 days. There was a good deal of protest because they looked with simple faith to the caravan, and they could not realize that if we waited 4 days and it had not arrived, starvation would drive us back to Jedabia. The form of protest showed, however, how well things were going. They now looked upon us as their friends. The arrival of the spy had made a bond between us. "We knew that you were hurt by the coming of that man," they said, "but you are safe with us. It is our honor, too." We tried to explain the difficulty about food, and Mohammed suddenly showed the fine clay he was made of. "I have felt ashamed," he said, "that we have taken your food for 3 days, that we have asked you for sugar when you have none. I would have liked to share my food with you, as is our habit, but we were ordered to come with you at the last moment. We asked if we might visit our homes. No, we were told, the caravan will follow with all things needful. It is not our fault but we feel it deeply that you are depriving yourselves for us." This is the loyal spirit that lies at the heart of every Bedouin. Greedy for food he may be, and the stranger with gold is not safe with him, but once you are his friend, he will never betray you. These men were beginning to realize our sympathy for their race, our love for their customs and country. They had eaten our bread and salt, we had shared all we had with them, and we had taken them wholly into our confidence. We were guests of their Lord, the Holy One, the Blessed of Allah. We were friends of their blood and religion. The Italians should not get us back. They swore to protect us as their own families. We had won another fight. "We will find food somehow in the Nugas," said Yusuf. "No Arab starves in the desert." We showed them a simple letter of greeting from Sidi Idris. They almost prostrated themselves to kiss the sacred writing. This was the same ungrudging loyalty that we had witnessed among the humble Al-Wahir whose tents we had visited between Soluk and Gabains. Their lives belonged to the Sayyid, therefore they were at our disposal. Their courage and faith were undaunted because they were the essence of simplicity. Surely the glories of a race which can give its all so ungrudgingly cannot be entirely in the past. The great history of Omar, of Ibn Nebu Musa, of Harun al-Rashid and Saladin may yet be repeated. There are leaders who understand the heart of their people, but perchance they only know that they have power without knowing how they can use it. It has ever been the policy of European nations to break up the Arab races, to create discord among their princes, to induce their chiefs to oppose one another. Is it not a short-sighted policy in view of the widespread unrest in Europe today? Our Western empires and kingdoms are large enough. Concentration and not expansion should be our program. In the days of Muhammad ben Ali, a caravan under his protection could pass safely from Tripoli to Wadai. All the great caravan routes were open for commerce and trade. How many are open today? Strengthen the hand of the native ruler with all the prestige of European support, and he will be responsible for the opening up of his country for the safe conduct of travelers, for the friendly intercourse that will allow grain and hides and dates and tea to cross the age-old desert routes. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Across the Desert with She-Ib. All that day we sat inside the tent, amidst blinding sand. It was in vain that we shut every curtain and flap. The whirling dust penetrated as if by magic. We abstained from lunch in order to save food, and the only break in the monotony of removing continual layers of sand from faces and notebooks was when a peg cracked under the strain and one side of the tent flew up with a scream of flapping canvas, tearing up half a dozen pegs with it. We used to go out, half blinded by the force of the Ghibli, and knock them in again, and take the opportunity of scanning the distant rise for the prayed-for caravan. Once we counted 18 camels coming over the brow, and hope rose high. But alas, they were only grazing. "Allah will send the solution to the problem," said Muhammad simply, and he was right, for towards evening, when the wind had dropped considerably, and we had gone down to the wadi to buy camel's milk, which I loved, but which Hassanine found too bitter, a small caravan of 8 camels, laden with luggage for Jalo, accompanied by a half a dozen mojabras returning to their homes after a shopping expedition in Jedabia, came down the rise. The situation changed at once. These men brought much news from the Bilad village we had left 4 days before. They knew all about our caravan. Inshallah, it will arrive in a day or 2. When we left, the men were buying their sugar and their jerds. "But how is it you have come so far? Your people expect you to be waiting just outside Jedabia." They said to us, "If you meet them, treat them well for our sakes, and the honor that you do them will be as if you had done it to us." We told them about the spy. "He is one of our tribe," they said sadly, It is a shame that he has set one foot outside the Bilad on this errand. When we return to Jedabia, we will surely spit upon him. Send him to us now, that we may take him on to Jalo with us. We thought, however, that the man would probably be safer with us. It is a desert custom that when a caravan arrives at nightfall to find another encamped before it, the first arrivals give dinner to the latecomers. We were unable to do this because we had no food, so we could send only apologies and greetings. Just as we had finished our meager supper of corned beef and rice, a messenger arrived from the hospitable Mojabras bearing 2 immense basins of barley grain cooked with native butter and pepper, with great cakes of hard sugar and actually a teapot. The joy with which we ate this savory mess can hardly be described, and our retinue made relays of strong, bitter tea halfway into the night. There was much visiting between the encampment, and a chorus of "Kaif Halak?" "How are you?" and "Tayyib?" "Well," sounded constantly. If 2 caravans meet, coming from Jalo and Jedabia respectively, the former exchanges dates for the latter's tea and sugar. If any traveler reaches a camp at night, he is freely given food and tea and a rug by the brushwood fire. Desert hospitality is amazing. Food and drink are always offered. We were never allowed to buy camel's milk. It was always given, for were we not nomads, like the desert men themselves? One never passes a fire with 2 or 3 white-robed figures clustered round it, without being asked to sit down with them by the one expressive word, "Fadl." It is customary to say "Kif halak" at least a half a dozen times to each individual, though the reply is always the same, "Tayyib." That night, as we sat around a fire with a cold wind freezing at our backs, yet feeling happily satiated after our barley meal, the retinue became rhetorical in its expressions of fidelity. The caravan had told them that a motor had arrived from Zutina the day after our flight, and the town had instantly jumped to the conclusion that it was to take us back forcibly. We were assured that the whole sympathy of Jedabia was with us, that our opponents were very angry at our escape, but could do nothing because they themselves have recommended us to the Sayyid. I very much doubted this latter statement, and we determined to move on the following afternoon if the caravan did not arrive in the morning. We thought that we could get sufficient food for our men from the Mojabras and repay them at Jalo if they would not take money. I felt sorry for the spy. He evidently wished he had not meddled in the affair at all. Faraj astonished us by suddenly rising to his feet and with hands held to heaven, calling Allah to witness that he would protect us to the last drop of his blood. "Not even a thorn shall enter your sides," he chanted solemnly, and there was an odd hush after so mighty an oath. Naturally, our spy escaped in the night. Our retinue were as unpractical as they were lazy. Therefore, when December 12th dawned, they were extremely averse to any talk of starting. We explained to them with infinite patience that in 24 hours our whereabouts, our plans, our intentions, our very thoughts would be known in Jedabia. With the faith of children, they said, "The caravan will come today." The ever-kindly Mojabras had sent over 2 more vast bowls of a floury paste, somewhat like macaroni, cooked in the same rancid butter. So, thoroughly gorged, the retinue were prepared to await placidly the will of Allah. We had packed up and hauled everything out of the tent by 7 a.m. At 11 there were still incessant councils around one or another of the fires. The Mojabras were determined to come with us. "You are the guests of Sidi Idris," they said. Once more the holy letter was produced and kissed. We had become used to, now, its magical effect. Apparently, it would produce anything but haste. The strangers acknowledged, however, that they had not enough food for all our men, meaning, of course, that they could not hope to supply large quantities 3 times a day. We could not hope to make them ration it out in small portions, so we wanted to leave at least one of the blacks to await the caravan and either hurry its progress or send on a swift camel with provisions. There was instant mutiny at this suggestion. The 2 Faraj refused to leave us. "We have no authority over them," Mohammed said without surprise. "Their commandant would whip them, but what can we do?" Further discussion seemed useless, so we went down to the wadi to buy dates from a caravan that had come from Kufara. It was an amusing instance of how news is carried in the Sahara. Before the question of dates was raised at all, we squatted solemnly in the sand opposite the merchants from the far-off oasis, and Mohammed submitted to a perfect inquisition on the state of affairs in Jedabia. Afterwards he propounded his list of questions. What was the price of silk, of wool, of grain, etc. in Kufara? What was the price of dates? So much per ruba or so much per oka, they quoted, and for dates there is no price, they are plentiful. Who did you meet on the way? What news of such and such a family? One of their slaves has run away, or he has married another wife, and so on until all information was exhausted. We actually left our low ridge above the wadi at 1:30, but we had ceased to worry. The fatalism of the East had begun to grip us. We decided to put our trust in Allah and join the caravan of Shi'ib and his kinsman, Musa Shi'ib, merchants from Jalo who had sometimes traveled to Wadai, a route that takes anything from 45 to 60 days, with bales of cotton stuffs, to return with ostrich feathers, ivory, camels, and hides for the markets of Kufara. We asked them how long it would take to reach Jalo, and they replied, "There is no time. If you walk quickly, you may arrive the 5th day." But evidently they had no intention of hurrying themselves. They were a delightful party of 6 men, with 8 heavily laden camels and 1 or 2 foals clumsily trotting alongside. We made quite an imposing caravan as we struck the track a little to the east, and the camels began to march together. It was headed by old Shi'ib, sitting upright on the top of great green boxes of merchandise, a rifle on his back, a huge revolver slung beside him in a scarlet holster, his ebony face half covered against the dust in the folds of his white kufiya. Hassanine's brilliant kufiya, orange, yellow, and emerald, made a gorgeous flash of color on another camel, and I followed, huddled under the shrouding barakan, for I must not show my face to the strange caravan. Thus fate played a new card, and decided that we should wander slowly south with the Mojabra merchants and learn yet another phase of Bedouin life. Time forgetting, and by time forgot, indifferent to the caravan of stores that might or might not be following, we drifted incredibly slowly across the vague track marked by occasional cairns of stone. The aspect of the country had slightly changed since we left the wadi. It became undulating with a series of slight waves running from east to west, while the vegetation grew scantier and scantier, till finally only a few tufts of coarse gray bush a few inches high broke the wilderness of sand. At 3 p.m. the undulating country lay behind us, and we were on an absolutely flat plain. 2 specks appeared in the distance, to materialize into a couple of travelers on camels. They paused to ask our news, and on hearing we were bound for Kufara, they entrusted Yusuf with a few medjidies to be paid to somebody at our destination. If he did not get there himself, he was to hand the money on to another traveler. This transaction was evidently a usual one, and roused no comment. Shi'ib decided to camp shortly after 3, for he observed a patch of slightly thicker grazing away to the right of the track. 10 minutes after the last camel had been barracked, his men had made a wonderful semicircular zariba of the boxes and sacks, with its back to the wind. They had spread rugs and blankets to form a most comfortable shelter, and were busy making strong Arab tea. It was done with infinite swiftness and deftness, while we were still struggling with the tent in a violent north wind. The previous day the Ghibli had blown with a fairly high temperature at midday. This morning the wind had been in the east, swinging round to the north in the afternoon, yet the temperature at noon had been nearly as high as on the previous day. Desert weather seems to be quite illogical. The ground was so hard that we could not drive in our tent pegs, so we half buried the camel saddles in stones and tied the ropes to them. Then we were called to try our skill at a shooting match with the Mojabras, who had set up a piece of wood at 50 yards. My neat revolvers caused interest and amusement when produced from under my huge hezim, but they were scarcely appropriate. Mohammed won the match and was loudly cheered. We had begun to feel some affection for this tall, lean, hard-featured Bedouin with his falcon's eyes and rare smile. We felt that he might prove a loyal ally, whereas the plump Yusuf, with his round face and sleepy narrow eyes, loose lips, and glib tongue, only thought of getting home as soon as possible. Luckily for us, the flight from Jedabia had been interpreted to mean a political mission, and almost before we were out of sight of the town, the desert wireless proclaimed that we'd traveled on the business of Sidi Idris. After the first day, it was painfully obvious to us that only some extraordinary intervention of fate would induce any one of our escort to brave the dangers of the route from Jedabia to Kufara. So we encouraged the belief in our mission by all means in our power. The Arab dearly loves a secret. Mystery is the breadth of his nostrils. Our escape at midnight, the orders given to Yusuf and Mohammed at the last moment, our frantic desire for speed, the spy who brought a letter from Jedabia in 24 hours, the large caravan, munificently fitted out by the lavish generosity of Sayed Rida, all spoke to him of an important secret to be guarded with their lives and ours. We had ceased to be the Sayed's traveling guests whose mad whim to visit the sacred city should be discouraged at all costs. We were rapidly becoming mysterious messengers bearing sacred orders from their Lord. Soon we should all grumble together at the task that drove us forth in winter on such a journey, but we should be suffering for the work of Sidi Idris as-Sanusi, and therefore for the will of Allah. December 13th, we rose at 7:30, under the impression that Sheib's caravan would take advantage of the cool morning to travel. But 3 hours later, we were still drinking tea inside the comfortable semicircle of the merchant's sariba. Bedouin hospitality is always generous, but these people overwhelmed us with kindness. That morning they sent us a basket of nuts, followed by glasses of bitter tea. Hassanein went across to their encampment to thank them, and they insisted on his staying. I joined them later, and the best red blanket was spread for me beside Sheib. It is an erroneous impression in Europe that the veiled women of the East are ill-treated and overworked. The Quran devotes half the 3rd surah to man's behavior toward women. Ask the Syrian woman if she would lose her veil, and she will reply, "Not till men are better educated." But the Bedouin woman only hides her face before strange men. With her own tribe, she mingles freely, and the work is evenly shared. Often with the caravan, I tried to hold a tent pole or knock in a peg, and I was promptly told, "This is man's work. Do not tire yourself, sit Khadijah." Many times when old Sheib saw me resting at midday, he would say, "The Sit Khadijah is weary. Let us wait a little longer." On the other hand, the Moslem woman is expected to do all the work within the tent. She should cook her menfolk's meal and wash the dishes afterwards. Luckily, by this time our food was so reduced that I lost no prestige by my inability to cook more than damper bread, heavy and unleavened. Tea drinking is a ceremony which may last anything from 1 hour to 3. If one wishes to travel fast, it can only be allowed at night, but the Mojabras had no desire to hurry, so we lingered over the glasses while our 2 servants and our blacks cooked relays of tea on hot ashes. They fill half the teapot with sugar, another quarter with tea, and then pour the water on top. They taste the sweet, strong beverage half a dozen times, pouring it from one teapot to another, adding water or reboiling it till it suits them. Then it is drunk with as much noise as possible to show appreciation. When the host thinks it is time to finish the party, he adds mint to the teapot, and the guests take the last sweet-scented cup as a sign of departure. Meanwhile, they have exchanged every form of gossip and told long, rambling tales with the flavor of the Arabian Nights. Their courtesy to one another is amazing, and it is an honest courtesy that expresses itself in deeds as well as words. While Yusuf and Muhammad rarely addressed each other without the respectful prefix of Sidi, my lord, they also warmly urged each other to ride the only available camel at midday heat. Once Muhammad was riding it, and he noticed Musa Shiab looking tired. "We share alike," he said. "What is ours is yours," and scrambling down, he insisted on the Mujabra mounting. It was a very friendly caravan that crawled south by short stages. Our only troubles really were Yusuf's laziness and the grumblings of the blacks, who shirked even the lightest work. On the 13th we started at 9:30 and camped at 3:30, while the sun was yet hot, for we happened to have arrived at a patch of coarse, odorless grass for the camels. At noon the men had slipped away from the caravan, one by one, to prostrate themselves with a murmured Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Generally 2 of them marched a couple of 100 yards ahead with their rifles ready, but we saw nothing more exciting than a few distant gazelle. As soon as we had unloaded the camels, we all said our evening prayers, the Fajr or 4th of the series. It still gave me much pain getting in and out of my yellow shoe, but the fanaticism of the Sanusi was a very strong spur to the observance of every Moslem duty. Shiab and his relations always insisted on helping us to put up the tent. There used to be a regular little fight as to who should hammer in the pegs, much to the delight of the lazy blacks. I remember that night was the most perfect we had yet spent in the desert, windless and calm, with a crescent moon and the strange translucent blue that you sometimes get in the Sahara. Mournful, monotonous chants came from the friendly encampment beside us, and the wide white desert, unbroken by ridge or dune, spread all around us. We had mounted slowly and imperceptibly from the Wadi Farag, the empty valley, to a low tableland with occasional ripples running east and west, and a few scattered sandhills with square tops. Just before we reached Bir Rasim the following day, the ripples became accentuated into ridges, and the country looked almost volcanic, for a series of high square hillocks appeared on our right with some sort of rock formation on top. We could easily have reached the wells on the evening of the 13th, but our friends had their own settled ideas about camping, and nothing could change them. They wanted to spend the heat of the day at Rassam and water at leisure, so we were awakened at 5 a.m. on the 14th, and were actually away by 6:15. It was a glorious morning, but, as usual, chilly. Hassanine walked with old Shiab, who promptly quoted the Arab proverb, "A man should not sleep on silk till he has walked on sand." But I rolled myself in every available blanket on the back of my jealous camel, who divided his time between biting the rival males and amorous assaults on the females. Besides being cold, one had begun to feel extremely hungry. The preceding day the ration had been 2 sardines and a cup of coffee for breakfast, a handful of dates at noon, and half of a 1-ration tin of meat at night. That morning there had been no time for food, but the kindly Shiab had brought me a delicious bowl of camel's milk, still warm. I would not have exchanged it for the cellar of the Ritz. We had left the last vestige of the fawny yellow earth and gray scrub behind us, and as the strange square hillocks came in sight, we trod the white limestone that we had known in Jedabia. We looked right over the farther edge of the low tableland and dropped gently to a plain with the deep white sand of the southern deserts, tufted with great shrubs and bushes of sweet-scented feathery vegetation and clumps of low palm foliage, with here and there a solitary upright palm. There are 3 wells in the neighborhood of Bir Rasim, perennial springs, 2 of which have brackish yet drinkable water, while the third, several kilometers farther south, has terribly salt water. As we approached the wells, about 9:15 a.m., streams of camels appeared from all directions. Mohammed gazed at them with loving eyes. "The Zuia are rich," he said appreciatively. "Look at the hundreds of their beasts." All that morning a crowd of camels, numbering several hundreds, pressed around the well, together with some sheep and goats, but we encamped under a mound of sand topped by a mass of palm scrub, and in rare shelter I prepared our frugal meal. The previous night and that morning we had had no fuel for fire, so now it was a joy to make hot tea, and I was about to need my heavy damper when Migrib, the most delightful of the Mojamras, young and smiling in his torn white shirt, which showed muscular brown arms and chest, assured me that he could make a much better one. He took the dough from me, and after much pommeling and baking, produced a charred and blackened plate-like substance. But it was thinner than mine and crisper, so we ate it thankfully with dates and nuts. Then we rolled ourselves in gourds and slept till wakened by the postman from Kufara, who had heard at the well of our connection with Sayed Rida. He was an old man with beard as white as his gourd, but he could accomplish the astounding feat of going several days without water. So about twice a year he travels on the Senussi's government business across the Libyan desert with one fast camel and a couple of sacks of dates and grain. Hassanein and Muhammad went back to the wells after the camels had been watered and the fanatis filled, to see if they could get milk, and while there they were severely cross-questioned by two stern-faced Bedouins as to whether we were going on Sayed Idris's business. Was it in his interests? Was it by his actual orders? Had we letters? And so on. Hassanein asked them if they were sheiks of tribes, and when they replied in the negative, he said he could not show them the sacred documents. Meanwhile, the Mojabra chief was being solemnly shaved by Ahmed under the shadow of a palm. Halfway through the proceeding, he asked me for my small mirror, and, evidently dissatisfied with his enthusiastic but inexperienced barber, finished his toilet himself with a pair of scissors as large as shears. After that, they all came and talked to me, and I unconsciously did good work by teasing Yusuf about his laziness and saying he was only fit for a town life. "I have left everything with the caravan," he said, "so have we 7 big sacks full. See, I have but one tobe and one barakan, and both are dirty." This seemed to be a new point of view for Yusuf, especially as the Mojabras backed me up. "We have seen that they share everything they have with you. What more do you want?" said Sheib. "Even now you are wearing the Sitt's coat." Our retinue had complained bitterly of the cold one night at Wadi Farag, so we had lent them 2 fleece-lined waterproofs, which we had hidden in our bedding, and they wore them day and night, even in the fierce noon sun. We departed leisurely at 3:30 p.m. and trekked through blinding white sand, soft and deep, till 8:30 p.m. But the last hour we went very slow, as the gray brush appeared again and the camels grazed as they walked. We passed a herd grazing, and Sheib went to greet the owners, and camped in a zareba of piled luggage, and to drink strong tea. We camped under some huge gray bushes with a wonderfully sweet scent, and ate the rest of Migrib's black damper, with camel's milk and a half ration of meat, while another marvelous sunset painted feathers of flame and rose below the silver sickle moon. We used to shut the tent flaps after our evening meal to write our diaries and make our simple route maps, for if we pulled out notebooks and pencil in the daytime, it caused great suspicion. We had made plans in England, while lunching in the oriental splendor of Claridge's, to do a little survey work in Libya, but we had not counted with the fanaticism of the Senussi. It seems to me now that we were mad to imagine that a Christian could show his or her face beyond Jedabia, in a land where it is every man's sacred duty to kill the Nasrani. True, the mental atmosphere had changed since the first day out, when, if we carelessly asked the name of any tribe or district, we were looked upon as spies. At our first camp, I told one of the blacks to fetch me a camel, whereupon he turned to his fellow soldier, exclaiming, "Are we to be ordered about by a cursed Christian woman? One bullet, and we will send her back to her Christian country." After that, their attitude had changed. "The ways of Allah are strange," they said, "for she is in truth a Moslem." Still, the general friendliness did not extend to instruments or diaries. "Why do you need a compass?" asked Yusuf. We know the road as we know our own hearts. We took the hint and hid our compasses under the voluminous folds of our native dress, studying them only in secret. The barometer amused them because it showed what the weather was like, so the actual retinue did not mind its occasional presence outside our tent, but it had to be concealed from all visitors. A theodolite would have been an absolute impossibility. Anything that suggested map-making was abhorrent to our guides. "We carry the road in our heads," they said. I dared not even write an ordinary diary in public, unless I could pretend it was a letter. Gradually, we drew them on to talk about routes and places with rather less suspicion, but for a long time it was a dangerous subject, and even when we had more or less won their confidence, we had to treat their replies concerning names and positions exceedingly casually. To have made an instant note of a name would have aroused sharp suspicion. Before we could get real information from them, we had to destroy their original idea that we were traveling for our own pleasure and laboriously build up, word by word, deed by deed, a wholly new situation. That we had been sent, much against our will, by Sayed Idris on a mission so secret and important that it justified our midnight flight and the hardships of an almost intolerable journey. December 15th saw us on our way by 7:30 a.m., after a troubled packing in the teeth of a sharp gale. The camels ran round in circles and upset their loads, and a little of our precious water dribbled out of the fanatis. Bir Rasim is the last good well on the way to Aujela. 3 long waterless days lay before us, and the blacks were horribly careless. We ourselves used only a quart of water each per day. Since we left Wadi Farag, our daily ablution consisted of merely washing hands and face every evening in an inch of muddy water. After a week, one got used to never washing, and by the time we reached Aujela, we had forgotten even to feel dirty. It became a competition who could use least water and so prepare for the deadly Kufara route with its 1 well and 12 hard days. December 15th provided us with few incidents. We did a dreary 7 hours riding with a cold south wind blowing straight in our faces. We wrapped our jerds and blankets around us and tried to pretend we were not hungry after a lunch of 5 malted milk tablets. We passed a camp of Mojabras who were resting for an hour at midday while their camels grazed, and as I hid my face in my barakan and urged on my camel, Hassanein went with Shiab and Mohammed to greet them. When he rejoined me 20 minutes later, I asked him with primitive fierceness, "Did they give you tea?" before I realized to what ridiculous depths hunger drives one. He looked at me with wan blankness. "No luck," he said grimly, "but they asked us to wait for them at sunset." The one cheerful moment was when, about 2 p.m., I produced a thermos flask and offered each of Shiab's caravan a mouthful of hot tea. "There is no fire," said the old man. "We cannot stop to make one." It was Hassanein's greatest triumph. I had fought against bringing that huge flask. It was bulky, heavy, and of course it had no case or strap. It was his pet possession, however, and though I firmly discarded it 6 times, it always reappeared. Now Musa Shiab drank from it amazed. "But where is the fire?" he asked, and lest we should be shot as magicians, we instantly entered into the intricate explanations as to the making of a thermos. We met but one traveler on that cold, dusty day. "Now for our newspaper," said Hassanein. "It is rather a late edition." But the man was devoid of news, save that a caravan might possibly be starting from Jalo for Waidai within a week or 2. As for our own caravan, the Mojabras, who proposed to join us that night, had made a quick journey from Jedabia, leaving on the morning of the 12th, 3 days after Shiab. They told us our men were still buying necessities, but proposed to start next day. From that moment, I think we mutually decided against putting any faith in their arrival. The behavior of the two blacks had made us realize the danger of being at the mercy of a dozen such creatures for 13 days, beyond reach of any human aid. If the water ran short, they would certainly steal ours. In order to be able to overeat, they would probably overload the camels. They would refuse to start early or ride hard. Consequently, the perils of the waterless 7 days, after which time the camels begin to get tired, would become insuperable. We began planning to leave Jalo before them, taking only Mohammed and Yusuf and a couple of reliable guides. The last hour of the day's march is generally the most cheerful, for everybody is in a hurry to reach camp, and it is a curious fact that camels walk more quickly and straighter to the sound of singing. Therefore the blacks and Sheeb's drivers used to chant wild melodies of love and prowess till even my great blond beast forgot his amorous gurglings and kept his nose in a beeline for the horizon. That particular day we had ridden due south across rolling sandy country without much vegetation except where the sudden square hills and mounds appeared on our left at Bir Marag, some 18 kilometers from Rassam. The well holds only salt, undrinkable water, but around it there is about a mile of rough scrub, with large bushes of the scented firs which had perfumed our sleep the preceding night. On the only maps I have seen, a green wadi is marked running the whole way from Rassam to Aujela, but it exists only in the imagination of the chart maker. In reality, there is no trace of a valley or a verdure. Across rolling white sand we rode till 3 p.m. Under a sandy rock a few 100 yards from a square hill called Arita, we camped by the last patch of rare fuel. The south wind rose in the night and added more sand to ourselves and our surroundings. The tent pegs on one side blew up, and we crawled out in murky darkness to knock them in again. December 16th saw us started by 7:30, for the farrage had succeeded in upsetting one of the Fanatis, and old Sheeb was wisely frightened about our water supply. Feeling that a certain amount of sympathy now existed between ourselves and our retinue, we tried the passometer for the first time that day. The nervous Naga, ridden by Hassanine, objected strongly. As she always progressed in circles, she was not of much use. My stately beast never altered his step, except to bite one of the other animals, and after a few furious stamps, he submitted to the strap across his knee. But the labor of keeping him absolutely straight for 8 hours on end was very trying. However, the instrument measured fairly accurately, and after an 8 hours' march, it gave us 36 kilometers. There is no one track from Jedabia to Aujela. The distance as the crow flies is about 220 kilometers. There is a main route as far as Wadi Farid. Thereafter, one may wander south anywhere on a stretch some 10 miles broad. We traveled on the route which our friends considered provided the best fuel and grass, but it was the least frequented and therefore the most dangerous. "No one comes by this track without fear of a battle," said the delightful Migrib, and hardly half an hour later a party of 8 men, without camels, 6 blacks and 2 Arabs, appeared from the sand mounds. "Dur Salam, we are going to be attacked," said Sheeb with calm interest. Any party of men without camels is looked upon with suspicion in the desert. Thus travel the robber bands in order to be able to scatter quickly. Some of them will come up and talk to us. Their friends will be hidden behind those mounds. They will fire into the air to attract our attention, and then the people who are talking to us will attack us. If they kill us, they will take the caravan. The blacks cheered up at once. The prospect of a fight always stimulated them. Everybody pulled out a rifle, but evidently the display of force or the Sudanese intimidated the mysterious party, for they suddenly sheered off without any salutation and vanished as suddenly as they had appeared. It is curious the fear with which the Bedouins regard the black slaves who are sent from the Sudan as boys of 8 or 10 and who are trained as soldiers by the Senussi family. They are more brutes than men. I have seen sheer murder in the eyes of the toothless Faraj when I refused him extra sugar. Yet they are courageous and faithful to their masters. A good black slave like Ali, our beloved cook at Jedabia, is worth his weight in gold. There was much difference of character between the Farajes. One had a square, bestial face with a few broken yellow teeth. He was a grumbler and infinitely lazy, shirking all work, stealing everything he could lay his hands on. The other was big, brutal, and stupid, with something of the nature of a kindly bulldog. He would occasionally return us dates or flour, saying, "We have enough. Why do you not eat yourselves?" We thought he might be turned into a good servant eventually, for he did not mind cooking and washing up. The point of view of both was that they were soldiers and not servants. They were prepared to fight, but not to work. As a matter of fact, a caravan guarded by blacks is rarely attacked, as the Bedouins know it will generally be defended to the last inch. When first the rumor spread through Jedabia that a rich woman was traveling into the interior, and a guard of sorts became necessary, Sayed Rita instantly offered some of his soldier slaves. Not till after we left the little mud balad on the edge of the world did we grasp all the threads of the situation we left behind. It had been a cunning woof of plot and counterplot from the moment when the aged Equan, Haji Fetater, had vowed on the Fatha to take the Englishwoman safely to the holy oasis, to the night of our desperate flight without other guard than Mohammed and Yusuf. From the very day we first spoke tentatively of our journey among the ulema of Jedabia, one Equan, fanatical and terror-stricken, had been strongly opposed to it. He successfully dissuaded Haji Fetater from accompanying us. "You are too old," he said. "You will die on the road. Where is your dignity? Is this traveling with a Nasrani to be your last action on earth? Heaven forbid." As the ancient man was over 80, we were not sorry to hear his change of front. Another Equan was suggested, but as he asked for 40 men to protect us, among whom only 10 were to be blacks, our suspicions were aroused and we refused his company. We learned afterwards that, believing the bizarre rumor about our wealth, he had planned to kill us in the desert, seize our money, and return sorrowfully, saying that a vast force of Tebu spearmen had attacked us, that he had defended us gallantly, but that we and all the blacks had been killed. This because he knew that the Sudanese would fulfill the orders given by their master, the Sayyid, and protect us to the last. There was always faint friction between these black warrior slaves and the Arabs. They could never combine. For this reason the crafty Equan decided that his force must be large enough to murder the soldiers as well as us. The proportion of Bedouin to Sudanese shows his high opinion of the latter's value. Their ruthlessness is encouraged by every means, even by brutal punishment. If a soldier disobeys an order, he is flogged or his hand is cut off. December 16th was enlivened by Mohammed's marriage prospects. One Omar, owner of 2 or 3 camels, a one-eyed creature of hideous and ferocious aspect, was traveling with Sheib's caravan. He was reputed to have a very beautiful sister. Mohammed was thrilled. He made discreet inquiries and finally offered to marry the girl on his return journey. Mohammed was a big man in the eyes of the Bedouin. He enjoyed the confidence of the Sayyid, and, moreover, he was tall and straight and clean of limb, a fine, lean Arab with pride of race and tradition written all over him. Omar accepted the suitor at once, and 3 camels were agreed upon as the dowry to be paid by the bridegroom to the bride's father. Thereafter, everyone made plans for marrying, mostly for the 3rd or 4th time. Hassanine heard there were slaves to be bought at Kufara, and he instantly decided to add a beautiful one to his possessions when we reached our far-off goal. There was one member of the caravan who took no part in the plans. For 5 days he had plodded along with the party, singing and talking cheerfully, doing his share of the work, and we never guessed that he was different from the rest, till Mohammed, in his excess of matrimonial enthusiasm, let go the camel he was leading and called out, "Ya Ama Imsiku, thou blind one, catch him!" Unfalteringly, the sightless boy caught the beast. It was most extraordinary. Thereafter, I watched him carefully. I saw him driving camels in the right direction. He measured distance much better than the others. He was more accurate in his judgment of time. He reminded me of the famous medieval Arabian Bashar, the blind poet of Aleppo, who, arriving in a certain city, was told to bend his head in one of the streets as a beam was stretched across it from one house to another. 10 years later he rode into the same town, and his companions were surprised because he bowed low in the middle of an empty road. "Is the beam still here?" he asked. The Bedouins have no idea of distance. "How many hours is it to Audiela?" one asked. "There are no hours in the desert," they replied. "We do not know them." "Are there days in the desert?" "Yes, there are days. If you walk quickly, it is one thing. If you do not let yourself out, it is another thing." The difficulty in measuring by day is that, except on the big caravan routes, each man's estimate of the distance varies according to his energy. The whole life of a Bedouin is reduced to the simplest possible effect. He uses very few words. The same verb has a dozen meanings. For instance, shil means anything from take away, pick up, carry, put on, throw away, to pack, unpack, drop, lose, etc. Akal should mean to eat food, but when 2 camels fought hideously, Muhammad said, "They are eating each other." Desert Arabs have no names for plants or flowers that they see each day. I asked about a huge feathery tree, something like a coromandel, which first made its appearance at Sawami, and I was told, "It has no name. It is for making houses and firewood." At 3:30 p.m. we were still more than a day's march from Audiela, and our water was running out owing to the carelessness of the blacks. Grave colloquy followed. We were relieved to see that even the lazy Yusuf grasped the seriousness of the situation. We had 2 single ration tins left, and about 2 pounds of flour and 1 pound of macaroni. It was decided that we should camp for a couple of hours, in order to rest after our 3 hours riding, and then push on by starlight. We gave half the food to our retinue with the last morsels of sugar, and made ourselves coffee on a tiny fire in a hole scooped in the ground. Earlier in the day we had collected wood from the last patch of scrub that we passed, and loaded it on one of the camels. We hated opening the last tin, but we knew that we must keep the cereals for the men's breakfast next day. We had had nothing to eat all day except a few dates and a small bowl of camel's milk, which the adorable Sheib gave me at sunrise. I shall always remember the dear old man's twisted smile. "When you are happy, I am happy," he said. "For the honor of the Sayyid, we would carry you on our heads." Luckily, it was a glorious night. At 5 p.m. we said our sunset prayers, and to the usual formalities I added a very passionate supplication that we might reach Audiela on the morrow. I should never have believed it possible for our indolent retinue to have collected so much energy. As the evening star rose red above the horizon, the camels were loaded, and at 5:30 we set off under a crescent moon in a vivid starry sky. A caravan always marches better at night. The camels cannot see to graze. It is cold, and the men step out briskly, singing continual wild songs and urging on their beasts by strange shouts and yells. "Thou beautiful one, walk on!" "Let yourself out, for soon you shall have rest." "Be patient, thou strong heart, do not stumble." Or else a monotonous, repetitive chorus, "Shelatif, Shelatif," a pleasant thing, "Ma salam." If one person falls silent for more than a minute, he is urged by name to let his voice be heard. So, in ever-increasing cold, to the accompaniment of chants and shouts, we marched for 3½ hours, by which time Sheib considered it was safe to camp, for we were within a day's journey of Audiela. A few sandy mounds broke the surface of the vast plain. In a white starlight, clear and cold, with a rising south wind that is the bane of the desert, we laid our flea bags on the lee side of the largest hillock, and crept into them without undressing. We tried to put the flaps over our heads, but the sand, as usual, covered everything, and we ate grit mingled with dates for breakfast. We meant to start before the dawn, but the camels had strayed far in search of scarce grass. When collected, they displayed a fiendish ingenuity in throwing their loads and tangling themselves up in every possible strap. The wind was bitterly cold, and my barracan was in its most irritating mood when it wrapped itself round everything but me. The farages would not walk because they were cold. The ghibli blinded the camels, and they swung around in circles. Even Hassanine was not feeling energetic on 6 tablets of malted milk. In the middle of the frozen muddle, I suddenly lost my temper, saying, "I will show you how to walk." I dropped from my camel, and, throwing my barracan over my arm, set off with great strides in the southern direction. This action may have stimulated the caravan into movement, but it certainly undid nearly a week's work. For 20 minutes, as they followed my racing steps, Omar and Migreb discussed Christians and their ways. "These Farangi women walk well until they get fat and they cannot move," they said. Hassanine changed the conversation 2 or 3 times, but it always came back to the difference between the Nasrani and the Moslem. Old Shiab had walked on, and I found him waiting on top of a slight rise from where the beginning of the longed-for oasis showed a faint blur of green surrounded by a mist of mirage. "There is Bir Masous," he said. "You will have eggs and bread and milk tonight." "I think I want a tailor even more," I said ruefully, regarding my torn white trousers, rent at ankle and knee. "These must be mended." "I think new ones would be better," said Shiab diffidently. At 10 a.m. we saw the dark line of Masous in the distance, but not till midday did we draw level with it, trekking steadily south over a flat, sandy plain with no sign of wadi. As there is only a well at Masous and no village, we left it to the east and went straight on toward Aujela, which lies at the southwest end of an S-like wadi, whose other extremity is represented by Masous. At 12:30 we breasted a slight swell, and below us lay the wide green wadi full of coarse gray shrub with a mass of palms on the farther side. "Hamdulillah!" exclaimed the devout Mohammed, and slipped off his camel for the noonday prayers. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Passages in French were read for us by Sonia. Chapter 5. Triumphant Arrival at Jalo. We crossed the wadi at 12:30, our faces stinging and burning in the cruel wind. The air was full of sand and the heat was excessive. The body of the long winding oasis is composed merely of palm gardens, each with its separate well or wells known as Sawani, but the village of Aujela lies in the farthest western curl. In Sawani there are only a few broken-down buildings with crumbling walls, where perhaps a tattered blue tobe shows for an instant beside huge feathery foliage trees with coarse-grained bark, something between a spruce and a mimosa, but of course nameless. For 3 hours we plodded southwest along the line of Sawani's palms. An ancient square tower appeared on a sandhill to our left, the Morabet of Sidi Salah, but we left it behind us before the top of another long swelling rise brought the longed-for Aujela into view. The sun was blurred behind the flying sand, but we gazed eagerly at the mass of palms broken only by the low white dunes which stretched south for nearly a mile. At the farther end lay the clustered mud houses, all heaped together under the shadow of the palms, with here and there a square of small clay cupolas on the roof of a mosque. It was very different from the isolated houses of Jedabia, widely scattered over a white sandstone plain. Aujela gives a first impression of a ruined town because of its small, roofless mud courts, its irregular doorways and unfinished walls. But it is exceedingly picturesque seen against a red setting sun. We camped just before 4 in the hollow beyond the last fence made of plaited palm leaves. We were so hungry that we could hardly wait to put up our tent. Visions of milk and eggs in fresh, crisp hubs danced before our eyes. We sent the fat Yusuf to inquire. Meanwhile, Omar had departed to his home in the town to return a little later with a basket of fine dates. It was a resplendent being who found us flat on our camp beds, too tired to care any more about food. We had discovered a small stick of chocolate in a knapsack. Hassanine wanted me to eat the whole of it, but the desert teaches only 2 laws. The European code of morals disappear altogether. One becomes a simple, savage being who may commit most crimes with impunity. In opposition, however, one gradually realizes that 2 or 3 actions considered natural and justifiable in London are unforgivable sins in the Sahara. The laws all true wanderers obey are these: thou shalt not eat nor drink more than thy share, and thou shalt not lie about the places thou hast visited or the distances thou hast traversed. Omar had changed his dirty, torn white chemise with his ragged jerd for a blue braided jubba and a new striped jerd. We thanked him earnestly for the dates and listened indifferently to the stern fact that absolutely nothing could be bought in Al-Jala. Doubtless, as we were the Sayyid's guests, he said, important people of the town would send us gifts of food on the morrow, but for the moment, short of begging, nothing could be done. It was beneath our dignity as important Egyptians traveling on the Sayyid's business to explain the state of our commissariat, so we made up our minds to a supper of milk tablets and dates. At the last moment, however, one of our guardian angels, Musa Shiab, appeared smiling, with his scarlet mandal full of fresh eggs. Our joy was unspeakable. I don't know how many we ate. I remember kneeling in the sand for ages under a calm, starlit sky, half blinded by the smoke of a brushwood fire, poaching those blessed eggs one by one. "I like your particular sauce," said Hassanine. "I shall miss the taste of sand in Cairo." We managed to wash a little afterwards, the joy of which was diluted by the fact that we were suffering from a violent rash all over us. We politely called it heat, but I think it was dirt. Just as we had finished our eggs, Mohammed came with excitement to tell us that the Sheikh of the Zawiya, Abdul Qasim, with the Ekwan and the important people of the Balad, were coming to visit us, as they had heard we had letters from Sayyid Rida. We had no clothes to wear. We could not even offer them the usual sweet tea. Shiab came to the rescue as usual, and it was agreed that the meeting should take place in his tent. Hassanine was hurriedly rigged up in my beautiful silk jerd, with an hereditary brocaded white kufia which he had brought from Egypt on his head, the gorgeous one the generous Sayyid had given me wound gracefully round his neck. The meeting was most impressive. The dignified sheiks sat round the narrow tent on dyed camel's hair rugs, their rifles stacked against the center pole. With the utmost solemnity, the letters of Sayyid Idris and Sayyid Rida were read. With one voice, the Ekwan murmured, "The orders of the Sayyid are upon our heads." Then details were discussed. The matter of distance was again very difficult. "As far as a man may go on one girba" is a favorite expression. A girba is a dried goatskin used for carrying water. It holds from 4 to 7 gallons. The Bedouins say a man may travel on a small one for 5 or 6 days in winter and for 3 in summer. After much argument, we were told that it was actually 13 days from Jalo to Kufara by the direct caravan route which goes on to Wadai. There are 2 wells, one at Badafal, a day's march from Jalo, and another at Zigan, 7 days farther on. This well, which stands alone in the desert, is wrongly marked as an oasis, Sirhen, on the map. There is another so-called route from Jalo to Kufara, that chosen by Rolfs. It runs in a more westerly direction to the oasis of Tizerbo, erroneously supposed to be one of the Kufara group. This oasis contains several villages, the biggest being Kasiba, Maubus, El Kaiser, and El Wadi, inhabited by Zuias and Tibus, the latter being the original dwellers in Kufara, from which they have been gradually driven by the conquering Senussi. Beyond Tyzerbo, there are various savage tribal bands who delight in sacking caravans and murdering their escorts. They are sworn foes to the merchant, and Zigan is, occasionally, a dangerous halting place, because the Tibus sweep east from their Ribiana stronghold, or the lawless Zuias from Busima, fall upon the caravan, and have vanished into the desert before the news has reached Kufara. From Tyzerbo, a 6 or 7 days route runs via Busima to Kufara, but besides the fear of attack, it is dangerous owing to sand dunes. It is also possible to go direct from Jalo to Busima, a route unmarked on our map. One passes through the Hatia between Zigan and Tyzerbo, in the bed of which there is water, and sees the dark, strange mountain 2 days before one reaches the oasis in its shadow. Busima always appealed to me fatally because of its lovely black mountains and its lake, a lake in a Libyan desert. Surely that is sufficient to make up for any number of robbers. I tried hard to persuade Abdullah to ignore Tyzerbo, apparently much akin to any other flat desert oasis, and go straight to the country of dark mountains. But about this he was adamant. He would not risk this dangerous route, and so we each privately made up our minds to outwit the other. He would take me to Tyzerbo with the secret intention of then going to Zigan and by the main caravan route to Kufara. I agreed to the Tyzerbo route, but with the equally firm determination of continuing to our goal by way of Busima. 2 other possible ways to the sacred city were mentioned, one due south from Jagabub and one west from Farafa in Egypt, but both necessitated 12 or 13 days without water. Nobody seemed to know much about the latter, but the casualties on the former had been appalling. The last Arab who attempted it had died on the way because his water went bad. Sayyid Ahmed, traversing it with an army, had been forced to leave his luggage, stores, and horses behind. Another party had lost their way, and after half their number had died, the remainder arrived at Siwa by mistake. "The guides lost their heads," said Abdul Qasim. "One mistake is sufficient, and you must die." We were very anxious to return by this route, but they all dissuaded us. "Return to Jalo," they said. "It is only 7 days from there to Jagabub, but it is all without water. The wells were closed in the war." We asked more definitely about the position of Kufara. 5 days from Zigan and 7 from Tyzerbo, the oasis generally called Kibabo is really Kufara. It is not one of a group. It lies entirely alone, and it contains 5 villages. All this was told by gray-bearded sheiks by the light of 2 guttering candles in Shieb's humble tent. The atmosphere was very friendly. They sympathized and wanted to help. "Only good can come out of your journey," they said. "You have the Sayyid's blessing. Therefore, your coming is an honor to us. Stay with us a day, and let us see you again." The air was full of warm enthusiasm, and we felt we were among friends. In the morning, of course, it had all changed. It is difficult in Europe to understand the mentality of these children of nature. They are simple and emotional. Such a little way below their impulsive kindness and generosity lies the almost maniacal fanaticism of their tradition. We were playing a difficult part, and the threads were apt to get complicated. We had to pretend to be poor for fear of attack by robber bands, yet we had to be able to bribe when necessary. I had to be a Moslem woman, yet I had to talk to Ekwan and sheiks. We had to be important Egyptians to be worth protecting, yet we had no clothes or stores. We were traveling on a secret mission for the Sayyid, yet we wanted to go to places where there could be no chance of work. It was no wonder that suspicion constantly followed us. Tales of a Christian woman and her secretary came from Jedabia. It was possible that they would cling to us all the way. Apparently a morose Bedouin had come to Shieb's tent the previous night and protested violently against the arrival of these strangers from Egypt. "They are not of us," he said. "We must put them through the usual searching questions. Then we shall know who they are and what is their business." They have letters from the Sayyid. Is that not enough for you? Said our friend. They must learn that it is difficult to travel in this country, insisted the Bedouin. No strangers may come here. Apparently, one of the important people of the town was of like opinion, for next day the Equan were divided into two camps. One party was for literally obeying the gracious letter of Sayyid Rita and giving a feast in our honor. The other, led by an unruly Arab, head of a section of the Zuya tribe, who always made a habit of opposing the Sayyid's wishes, wanted to ignore us. The result was a compromise. They showed us no hospitality, but they met in the Zawiya in the afternoon and received us with friendliness. They signed their names to a curious document stating that, in accordance with the Sayyid's order, they had hospitably received Hassanein Bey and the Sit Khadijah, and I think they were ashamed as they did so, for one Ahmad Effendi, who came from Jalo to collect the government taxes, said boldly, "I will sign that when I meet you in my town in a few days." We learned afterwards that he had made a loyal speech in the morning, saying that they must all do honor to the Sayyid's guests, and the formal reception in the Zawiya was probably due to him. There are between 30 and 40 Equan in Aujela. The sheikh of the Zawiya is Abdul Qasim. The Zawiya stands on a low rise in the center of the town. It is a square mud building with heavily barred windows, looking more like a fortress than a college. Below are gardens of bisset and onions with a few pumpkins. Barley is grown under the bilad's broken walls, and in broad shallow depressions one sees rows of sand bricks baking in the sun. In the morning we wandered through the town, followed by a crowd of amazed children who had probably never seen a stranger before. Women peeped at us from low doorways. They were muffled in folds of long indigo tobes, which were delightful in the brilliant sunshine. Occasionally one made a vivid splash of color in orange or scarlet. They wore gold earrings, and all had tattoo marks on forehead and chin. Most of the people of Aujela speak a dialect similar to that of the Tuaregs and some of the Siwa people, but it is not understood in Jalo. We went through the narrow, winding paths bordered by high mud walls, with here and there a palm drooping over a feathery gray bush, till we came to the biggest mosque, with its square roof covered with clay cupolas. Here we met some of the Equan, who greeted us kindly and took us to the Zawiya to see the Quba of Abdullah Sahabi, the supposed clerk of Muhammad, who is buried there. By a narrow passage one passes into a square sandy court, with a narrow roof running along three sides, under which the Equan sits on mats. The door leads into a further smaller court, and from there one passes through a carpeted antechamber into the mosque. The tomb stands in the center, covered with gaudy cotton stuff, and the walls are hung with cheap mirrors and ostrich eggs, the latter the gift of pilgrims from Wadai. We walked round the tomb, chanting the Koran, after which we kissed it and solemnly repeated the Fatha. The Equan spend whole days reading and studying the Koran round this tomb. We asked them about Rolf's caravan, but they knew nothing, except that Manus Man had been there before he started on his doomed journey west, having already signed his death warrant by writing that he did so at his own risk. They told us the Zawiya had been founded by Muhammad el-Mahdi in 1872. Nearby is the old Turkish Kaysar, residence of the Ottoman Kaymakam, now used as an office by the clerks of the Sanusi government. We had just finished a mighty lunch, suddenly provided by the generous Omar. Masses of hot flat hubs, eggs, and a chicken cooked in a bowl of savory juice and red pepper, and were trying to cool our smarting mouths and watering eyes after burning filfil, when the great event of many days happened simply and unexpectedly. We had searched the far horizon for so many weary hours. We had magnified so many grazing herds into our longed-for caravan that when Yusuf, standing on the rise above us, said, "There is a caravan coming," we took no notice. We had eaten our first good meal for 11 days. Our souls were full of gratitude to Omar, and our only worry was how we could reward him for his generosity. In parenthesis, it may be said that the only thing he coveted was some imaginary scent he had smelled on me. We traced it eventually to some Cody face powder, which I was carefully treasuring against my arrival in Cairo, and he departed happily with a quarter of the box. When, however, Yusuf raced down the hill screaming, "Our caravan, alhamdulillah! Our caravan at last!" lethargy departed, and we all rushed up the rise with more speed than dignity. It was quite true. 12 camels and a dozen men were within 100 yards of us. First came a stately figure in white burnous, Abdullah, a famous guide who knew all the Libyan routes, of whom the Bedouins said, "He has a great heart." And next the neat, brisk little commandant, with his thin, humorous face and quiet, dry manner, the ebony Abdul Rahim. He was followed by a sergeant, Maraja, whose home was in Kufara, and 6 men. Somewhere in the background lurked a cook, but we did not see him that evening, for he was immediately sent to prepare a banquet for our friends the She'ibs. After the first rush of joy, in which everyone shook everyone else's hand a score of times, and Mabsut and Tayyib and Hamdalillah filled the air, we watched the barracking of the camels with blank amazement. Used to the indolence of the 2 farages, we could hardly believe our eyes when, literally in 5 minutes, under the shrewd eyes of Abdul Rahim, the camels were freed, the luggage and rifles stacked, and the men rapidly putting up the tents. We could only rub our eyes and gasp, while my eyes wandered over the baggage in search of the sacks which had been mysteriously taken from our Jedabia dwelling at dead of night. I recognized them one by one, and peace visited my soul, even though, when I looked down, I saw the striped legs of my pajama trousers appearing beneath my red tobe, for the ill-used cotton pantaloons had given way altogether the previous evening. We asked for news of Jedabia. "They say in the souk that you escaped in an aeroplane sent by Allah," said Abdullah gravely, but Abdul Rahim smiled his wise little smile. "They asked me where I was going with my big caravan," he said, "and I told them I was traveling to punish some Bedouins who had not paid their taxes to the Sayyid." We learned through a letter from our ebony confidant that it was the second messenger who had discovered us by the Wadi firing. The first had searched in vain and returned without news. The Ekwan and the party who had opposed our going were furious at our escape, which had been quite unsuspected. So, apparently, were certain robber bands upon the road, for near Bir Rasim the caravan, marching day and night to overtake us (it had done the 220 kilometers in 4.5 days), were accosted by some armed Bedouins who asked where they were going, while 2 or 3 others who gathered in the vicinity said, "Where is the rich Nasrani woman who is going to travel south with large stores of food?" "I know nothing about her," said Abdul Rahim. "There is no woman with us, but if you want to fight us, we shall be delighted." The disappointed Arabs retired hastily. We did not go to bed without further evidence of the Sayyid's generosity. A huge sack of dates was brought to my tent. From Sayyid Rita's gardens, we received a message to give them to you. There was much fondling in the various tents that night, exchanging congratulations and good wishes. The She'ibs and our Bedouins were feasting in one, and soldiers in the second. Several little fires burned merrily. We went from one to another, making coffee from our newly arrived stores in true Arab fashion, tasting it and pouring it back into the pot if it were not sweet enough. Then we went on to the rise above the sleeping town and talked about all that we had done, which was so little in comparison with what remained to be done. Yet we'd won the first trick in the game, and we felt now we had a fighting chance of success. But even while peace enveloped us and the calm of the desert might impregnate our souls, the first seed of a strife that was very nearly to wreck all our plans was being sown in the camp below. The blacks had got the idea firmly fixed in their heads that they were to guard us. They posted a sentinel. Musa She'ib, returning late, was challenged as he stood beside his bales. "I am the owner of the tent," he replied. "Then go inside or go away altogether," came the order. Both ruffled plumages had to be smoothed down in the morning. The soldier was only doing his duty, but the Shi'ib's caravan had rescued us from defeat or starvation. We started at 9:30 a.m. on December 19th for the 6 hours' ride to Jalo over a flat country of fine gravel, brownish yellow without a speck of vegetation. But it was a divided party. The blacks, always lazy when there was no necessity for a spurt, rode the camels, perching precariously above sacks and bales. Yusuf was furious, chiefly because he wanted to ride himself. "The camels will never reach Kufara if they are ridden," he said. "We shall all die on the way. There will be a fight, and we will kill these black slaves." He went away to join Muhammad, and the two kept away from the caravan the whole day. Abdullah, the most famous tracker in Libya, who had recovered 4 of Shi'ib's camels which had strayed the previous night, following their footprints among many thousands in the soft sand, led the caravan. I kept the compass on him for an hour, and he did not vary his direction by 1 point. We made an absolutely straight line between the 2 oases. At 11:30 a.m. we saw a blot of palms on the horizon, Sharuf, the northern end of the big oasis. 2 hours later we entered the wide semicircle stretching south-southeast. The palms were thickly clustered at the Sharuf end. A thinner belt swept round to another cluster at Manasha. Shi'ib got off his camel and started walking briskly. Maghrib smiled. "The Faisha," he said. "It is the Faisha." When a man goes on a journey, his wife sometimes places a hollow gourd or pot in a certain position on the housetop so that it catches the wind. As long as it thrums with the sound of the breeze, her husband's heart will throb for her, and he will return to her as quickly as possible. At 2:30 we entered the thin belt in the middle. Here the palms were dotted over thick white sand, rolling up to low dunes. There was no sign of a bilad, though 1,000 camel tracks went in the same direction. A chill wind had risen, so I tried to go to sleep behind my shrouding barakan. When I looked out an hour later, the scattered palms had grown rarer, and we had swung around a broad dune so that we faced another rise on which stood a formidable row of walled buildings. The desert cities of Libya each have their own special character. There are 2 separate villages at Jalo, El Erg and Leba. The former looks like a fortress at first sight. Its long, solid mud houses, with their strong-walled courts, line the brow of the rise. Behind are the quaint, curly streets, the mysterious low arches, the huddled dwellings of sun-baked bricks. But as we drove our camels upwards, we saw only the bigger houses, with scattered groups of women and children wrapped in black and indigo robes. To the left of the building stretched what appeared to be a long, low white wall, solid and even, which continued indefinitely. Muhammad, seeing it, rushed forward excitedly. "It is a royal reception in your honor," he shouted. "And Nes Tebien Henna, Ana Masbud. Oh, they are good people here. I am happy. They love the Sayyid. They wish to honor him and his guests." Bewildered, I looked again at the long white wall. It was a solid mass of white-clad Arabs. Line upon line of Bedouins stretched in rigid order from the corner of the last house along the whole length of the rise, at the end of which the splendid wall of humanity dwindled away into groups of women and children. Thrills of emotion warmed us all. It was so spontaneously generous and kindly. I could have cried from sheer gratitude, and Muhammad's dazzling smile was reflected on all our faces. The camels were driven with shouts into more regular order. Abdul Rahim ordered his men into line. Maghreb, wild with excitement, seized my camel and almost dragged me off it. "Are you happy? Are you happy?" he kept asking. Yusuf was dancing with delight. We tried to collect our scattered wits and march up the rise in dignified fashion. The Sudanese achieved it, led by their sergeant, but now that my foot was less swollen, both my great yellow shoes fell off at every second step, while Hassanine's Jerd described odd, wind-blown antics on its own. I shall never forget the mass of tall, grave figures in snowy Jerd and burnous, drawn up in military formation. The setting sun blazed red behind them, and from below came the wild Elua'in of the women. We came as strangers, as pilgrims to the land of the Senussi. We had no claim on their hospitality. We had no right to enter the most closely guarded country in the world. Beggar or prince, Bedouin or sheik, must prove good reason ere he is made free of the southbound tracks to the sacred city. Our only passport was our love of the Arab race, our sympathy with their customs and their faith. We dared offer no other plea. We asked but the right of the nomad to travel with his camels wherever the desert called him. Sidi Idris, with a mystic's vision, responded to our desire. The Bedouins sense those who love them, and they answer to the bond, he said. You will go unharmed. We had received a blessing, and we might wander south by Desert City and guarded well to the mysterious secret oasis. Little did we realize that we had been marked as the honored guests for whom no generosity was too great. The hospitality that you show them will be as if you had shown it to us, had written Sayed Rita, and by his will we shared his lordship of the desert. As we approached, the white ranks bowed with dignity, and a chorus of grave Assalamu alaikum, Marhaba, Marhaba, Bisalama welcomed us. But the lines never wavered. We shook hands with the Kaimakan, Hameda Bey Zaitan, with the Sheikh of the Zawiya, Sidi Mohammed Es-Sanusi, and with many Ekwan, following their example by afterwards kissing our hands and touching our foreheads. We murmured gratitude unbounded for the honor they did us. All that we have is yours, they said. We belong to the Sayed. A house had already been prepared for us. The white mass parted to let us through. Surrounded by the dignitaries of the town, amidst a swelling murmur of welcome and blessing, we followed the hospitable Kaikaman into the narrow sand streets. It was a strange, muddled fantasy seen through a gap in the folds of the barracan. Dark-robed women peeping from low doorways, shouts of flying children as the thonged whip of the commissaire swept them from our path. Thick sand, pale walls, and the white crowd of kindly, smiling elders pressing around us. We stumbled through an arched door into a dark anteroom, on by odd little yards and passages, into a small court. This house is all yours, said the Kaimakan, and the government is at your service. Food will be brought you, and all that you ask for we will gladly give. The last scene remains in my mind. We stood in the doorway of the largest room, a mud-walled chamber 12 feet square, with a central pine trunk holding up the flat roof made of plaited leaves, the floor of the desert's own sand, thick and unmatted. The most reverend Ekwan gathered in the court, and the Sayed's letters were formally read. Good, very good, came a contented murmur, and then the kisses and the formula. The Sayed's orders are on our heads, as they touch turban and jird and ma'araka. By this time it was 5 p.m. and dark, so we thought it was time for the day's second meal. The first had been eaten at 7 a.m. at Aujela. Mohammed would not hear of it. They will come back. They will bring everything. We must make ready. From somewhere he produced mats and a carpet, his own I believe, which he spread on the sand. It is difficult to arrange bulging sacks of tinned food and cereals artistically, but he did his best, while I made a royal illumination by sticking a lighted candle on the top of every sack. Just as we finished, the Ekwan trooped back, all bearing gifts. One brought dates, another bitter native butter, a third great bowls of camel's or goat's milk. A white fluttering hen was pressed into my hands, and a huge horned sheep dragged to our feet. Bread enough for a regiment was piled in a plated basket. Eggs and tea and sugar followed. We stumbled over our thanks in sheer amazement at their hospitality. At least not the sheep, I said frantically, probably in English, as no notice was taken. When the clamor had died away and the rejoicing Mohammed had piled our rich gifts in every available corner, a small council of war gathered, sitting cross-legged on the largest mat. I was offered the place of honor, but I felt that refreshment was needed, so Faraj and I made a tiny brush fire in a corner of the court and labored to make strong, sweet coffee. Our baggage was wildly mixed, but the black rose to the occasion. He produced a tin of coffee from somewhere, and I broke one of the great square slabs of sugar with a stone. We puffed and blew at the wavering fire till our faces scorched and the water boiled. Mohammed jumped excitedly round, upsetting things and offering impossible suggestions, but the coffee, bought at my pet London grocer's, was good, and though there was a deficit of glasses, the guests appreciated it warmly. As I brought in a second relay of cups on a tin plate, they formed a favorable impression of the Sit Khadijah, and decided that perhaps her mixture of blood was a pity, but not a crime. The grave Abdullah joined us, his keen, pointed face, with small dark beard, lean and weather-beaten, burned almost black in contrast to his thick white burnous. We talked of routes. The fat Yusuf naturally wanted to go straight to Kufara by the Wadai caravan route and return the same way. The Kaimakan and the two sheiks, Ibrahim Bashari and Muhammad Maghruf, wished to uphold the honor of the Sanusi. Therefore, they assured us that all routes were safe. Abdullah was anxious not to go to Busima. He said, entirely incorrectly, that a band of Tuaregs dwelt in Ribiana, and their whole business in life consisted of robbing any chance travelers between Busima and Kufara. He said that caravans cannot cross the steep dunes. The camels slip and cast their loads or break their legs. Our camels are not strong, he urged, and they are not used to deep sand. While we are laboring in the dunes, the Tuaregs will attack us and take the caravan. Is there no way of avoiding them? I asked, determined to see Busima. None. They will know where we are passing, and they will lie in wait to surprise us. One man might escape them, but how can a caravan pass unseen? He told a gruesome story of a caravan passing that way from Wadai a few weeks ago, and of a successful Tuareg attack which seized the camels and put to flight those of the escort whom they did not kill. I could believe it because in the French Sahara I had known the masked Tuaregs and their swift-trotting camels, date-fed. They never remove the cloths which hide their mouths, but they are the salt of the Bedouin race, tireless, fearless, and cruel. Ibrahim Bashari proffered the fact that there was a route between Tajabo and Zigan, 1 day's journey or a day and a half at most, so if, after reaching Tajabo, we did not wish to face the dunes or the Tuaregs, we could go to the lonely well on the caravan route, and thence in 5 days to Kufara. Only Yusuf protested. In Busima are enemies of the Arabs, he said. There is always danger there. But I sternly insisted. The honor of the Sayyid is in your hands. You must prove to the Farangi that his influence is strong enough to protect his people anywhere. This phrase spiked his guns for the moment. It was enthusiastically received by the others. After deciding that we would stay in Jalo for 2 or 3 days to procure girbas to carry sufficient water for our large party, food for the men, information about the route, and generally to reorganize the caravan, and that we would then go to Tajabo, the party broke up with many Assalamu alaikums and Ramat Allah. At last we could devote our whole attention to food. First, however, I was taken by Moraja to see the sheep, which had already been slaughtered, skinned, and cut up into bits. "Choose which piece you want, and we will eat the rest," said the sergeant. I picked out a leg and departed hastily, but the blacks were amazed at my frugality. 2 rushed after me with strange-looking fragments, which I had never seen on a dinner table, and pressed them upon me. "They are very good," they said. "You will be happy." December 20th and 21st we passed in the little sand house with a maze of odd courts and antechambers. After 48 hours within its hospitable walls, I still lost my way coming from the main door to my room, so intricate were the twists and turns. It does not sound a very lengthy affair to procure and issue food and girbas sufficient for 17 people for a fortnight or 3 weeks, when the government stores are at one's disposal, and the Kaimakan is as capable and energetic as Hamida Bey Zaitan. Yet we worked about 18 hours out of each 24. Flour rations for the caravan? Yes, the grain is in the village, but it must be ground, and for this purpose a little must be doled out to each house in Jalo, for no family possesses more than one primitive handmill worked by two blue-robed women who slowly turn the great stones one above the other. 16 girbas for water. Well, yes, but some of them leak, and there is no tar to repair them. So it is with everything. The soldiers would not travel without a large supply of zait, oil, in which to cook their cereals. Mohammed wanted to have a change of raiment made, and it was only comforted by hearing that the prices were much cheaper in Kufara. The dark Abdullah would not move an inch without being satisfied that the caravan carried sufficient water. The full army allowance for washing, cooking, and drinking is 1 gallon per day per man. There were 17 people in our party, so for 7 days we should have had to carry 133 gallons. The largest girbas hold 7 gallons, and a camel carries 4 of them. Therefore, 5 loads would have had to be devoted to water only. This was impossible, as we had also to carry dates for our animals at an allowance of 1 sack per head per day, and we had only 8 camels. Every moment that was not devoted to the consideration of these practical details or to settling the grievances of the men — Yusuf had several new ones each day, and even Hassanein was aggrieved because the solemn tailor did not finish his new white chemise and trousers in time — we spent in the delightful practice of fadling. It is not an easy thing to gain information among the Senussi. The simplest question generates suspicion. A remark about the price of cotton stuff or the position of a well arouses the darkest forebodings. The sight of a pencil and notebook seals their lips. One needs infinite patience and understanding before one can penetrate their reserve. They are a silent race with rare bursts of loquaciousness. At an Arab gathering it is not necessary to talk. After the oft-repeated Kif Halak and Tayyib, the men sit gravely silent, staring into space and sipping their strong green tea. The desert breeds reserve. If a man travels alone for many days or weeks without sight of a human being, without exchanging a word, he learns to commune with himself and his God, and he shuts his heart away in a sealed chamber. The Senussi are particularly difficult of approach, as they are a closely knitted religious fraternity imbued with a distrust of strangers that almost amounts to hatred. Not only does the Nasrani not cross their border, but practically no Arab outside their brotherhood travels by their routes. Hence the advent of any stranger, even protected by the Sayyids, gives birth to a storm of conjecture, criticism, and suspicion. When this is satisfied and allayed, their loyal friendliness appears, and they welcome one literally as one of themselves. All that we have as yours is not a form of speech in Libya. It is true so long as the friendly atmosphere exists, but one may have worked for hours or days to create the right impression, and a chance word may destroy it. I think utter simplicity and a little speech are the best methods of approach. Flowery words impress them, and they say, "Thy conversation is like honey. Allow me to return that I may drink of it." But to themselves they murmur, "He is a juggler of words. Let us be careful lest he bemuse us." They always suspect an ulterior motive, and it is best, therefore, to satisfy their love of mystery and let them gradually decipher a suitable one. The basis of their life is their faith, and like every ascetic sect, their strict practice isolates them from the rest of humanity. Outside the distrust engendered by their lives, aloof and remote from any code but their own, they are as simple as the shepherd patriarchs of old. The mentality of Abraham exists today in Libya. Also, they are as easily impressed, offended, or hurt as children. The poorer people show the amused, expectant curiosity of children, with the same eagerness to question and to learn. Once they have admitted one to their friendship, the sheiks ask intelligently about politics in the Middle East, and for hours one may discuss the Ottoman Empire, the Hijaz, and Egypt. Before, however, one can even attempt a joke, much time must have been spent fadling. One by one the important merchants and sheiks came to visit us. Gradually the circle seated upon our one carpet under the palm leaf roof widened. Grave, bearded faces peered from the hoods of dark blue burnouses, braided, lined with red. Sunburnt hands flicked away the myriad flies with whisks of palm fronds. There was the plump Kaimakan with pallid, intelligent face and stubble of black beard round thick, smiling lips, and Garboa Effendi with humorous expression on a face which might hail from Europe. Firm lips, square jaw, pale skin, wide, quizzical smile. I think stray Vandal blood must run in his veins. His mother lived in Benghazi, and he was interested in the ways of Europe. There was the white-faced Sheikh el-Zawiya, Mohammed es-Sanusi, with dreamy eyes and dropping jaw, and dear, fat, old Sheikh Mohammed Maghruf, with round, lineless face as brown as a nut, a succession of circles from his little pursed mouth to his round brown eyes, and Sheikh Ibrahim Bishari, the traveler, who had taken his laden caravan from Wadai to Egypt, from Kufara to Lake Chad. We discovered, after much sweet tea had been drunk with loud sucking noises, and our best coffee was perfuming the air, that Jalo is a community of merchants. The date palms are a minor thing. The village lives by its trade, for it is on the main caravan route between the Sudan and the Cyrenaican ports. Sidi Mohammed, the Mahdi, founded this great desert highway through Kufara. Before his day, all caravans passed by way of Tripoli and the Fezzan. We learned that ivory was bought at Wadai for 5 or 10 francs the pound, and that when the expenses of the long journey were deducted, the Bedouins counted on making a profit of 50% in Benghazi. Southbound caravans took needles, soap, scent, sandal, cotton stuffs, sugar, and tea. They returned with ivory, feathers, and smuggled slave boys and girls of 8 to 10 years. Some of these latter were adorable, solemn little beings with chubby black faces peering out of the pointed hood of minute camel's hair burnouses. They were sent by their masters to bring us gifts of egg and milk, and they regarded us with aloof scorn till we propitiated them with handfuls of dates. The friendly circles discussed every Sahara route, marked or unmarked, upon the maps. We learned the position of every well and the taste of the water therein. We also learned that in winter a camel may actually go 15 days without water, if lightly loaded and carefully driven. Therefore, Siwa, Jaghabub, and Farafa are all possible outlets from Kufara, though a single mistake or mishap means destruction. As the hours lengthened and the coffee grew sweeter, we passed from business to politics. The eyes of all were turned to Egypt's struggle for freedom as an earnest of the future of Libya. To my surprise, Britain was regarded with respect and affection. The destruction of the Sanusi Zawiyas in Egypt was put down to the result of Sayyid Ahmed's mistaken policy. Apparently the whole country had realized Britain's disinterestedness with regard to Libya, and therefore had entered but half-heartedly into the projects of Manasman and Nuri. Sayyid Ahmed is regarded with respect and reverence as a devout Moslem, but his politics are regretted. Sayyid Idris is looked upon as the savior of his country. He came forward at a moment when the Sanusi saw a prospect of the whole land slipping into European hands. By his tactful policy, he preserved the power of his people, who respect him for his friendship with Britain and for his intelligent and amicable attitude toward Italy. They look to him to preserve Libya for the Sanusi, while realizing that Italy will always have a hold on Cyrenaica. It is too early yet for the new constitution to be appreciated in Libya. The terms of the accord at Regima have not yet been transmitted to the desert oases. Therefore, there was still much doubt in the minds of our visitors as to the future of their country. When the broad-minded policy of Italy is fully known, there should be an excellent understanding between the Sanusi and their Latin allies. The whole prosperity of the country will depend upon that good understanding. 2 men are responsible for its initiation. The Bedouins owe their present peace entirely to the straightforward, progressive spirit of Sidi Idris. Italy owes hers to the governor of Cyrenaica, Senator De Martino, who appears to be the first European statesman of this era to realize that in dealing with Arab races, it pays to keep one's pledged word.
C'est une mauvaise politique de promettre et de ne pas tenir bon.
His Excellency said to me while I was staying with him at Benghazi.
C'est l'erreur qu'a fait l'Angleterre. Ici, on a confiance en moi parce qu'on sait que je tiendrai ma parole.
When the candles were lit and mint leaves put in the tea, our guests grew confidential. They told us of their love of freedom and of their desire for a quiet life without political intrigue. The war had done them much harm, for it had raised prices and closed routes. The trade of the country was almost at a standstill. The export of hides had stopped altogether. Bitter feeling had to a large extent died down, but it could be rekindled by any act of aggression. The Arabs hoped at the moment that Italy would come no farther inland, but I imagine that their merchants will be anxious to avail themselves of the increased facilities for trade which Italian protection will give to Cyrenaica. Sheikh Ibrahim asked about the Hejaz kingdom. There is a famous Sanusi Zawiya near Mecca, and the bonds between Libya and the Hejaz must always be close because of the pilgrimage to the Bait Ullah. It is to the interests of every devout Moslem, especially to these ascetic fanatics, that there should be peace in the territory of King Hussein. All were interested in the career of the Emir Faisal, and they asked when he would return to Damascus. To this embarrassing question we were obliged to give evasive replies, but the point was pressed with more decision than usual. "Is not England going to help him?" asked the Kaimakan indignantly. We tried to explain the complicated policy of my country, but the oldest sheikh shook his head impatiently. "Are not the English strong enough to protect their allies?" he said. We were sorry when Sayyid Ahmed made war upon England because we thought she was strong and powerful. Has she become weak now? We changed the conversation lightly, but the little sting rankled. Once more it was brought home to us how British prestige among the Arab had dwindled during the last years. We may have won the war, but we have lost the peace. Maybe we have lost even a greater thing. As I listened to the words of censure of our Bedouin guests, I remembered the last speech I had heard on the subject. It came from the lips of a great statesman at an Asiatic Society dinner in London, and, delineating Britain's future policy in the Middle East, it left its hearers bewildered by the rhetoric, but ignorant of the fact. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara, by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Christmas in the Desert. The oasis of Jalo contains two villages a few hundred yards apart. El Urg is the seat of the government and contains the Kaisar, or government office, the Kaimakan's house, and a new Zawiya with some 40 ekwan. The Balad rambles by circuitous narrow lanes bordered by windowless walls, pierced by low doorways, over a rise, down the farther side to the foot of a large dune, from the top of which one sees mile after mile of scattered palms, with here and there a well, its mouth strengthened by palm trunks. Generally, a group of picturesque figures surrounds it and gossips while the day's water supply is drawn. An effective contrast to the glaring white sands are the indigo and royal blue tobes with which the black slave women mingle the orange and reds of their more barbaric taste. At the door of every mosque one finds a group of swathed white figures, sunk in contemplation or in sleep, yet mechanically flicking away the ever-attentive flies. I rode across the hollow to Leba on a big white donkey let by Homida Bey Zaitun. It is a twin village, except that the streets are broader and straighter, and the whole place is dominated by the square tower of Sayyid Hilal's house. As I passed below its latticed windows, a very pretty face, framed in its sapphire veil, peeped out. It was olive-skinned and round, with dark kohl blurred around darker eyes, long-lashed and misty. The blue tattoo marks on chin and lips but served to throw up the gleam of pearl-white teeth, and great silver earrings, red-studded, swung against plate after plate of midnight hair. Leba possesses a very old zawiya founded by Sidi Mohammed bin Ali. I went through its palm-filled yard to the court of the mosque, where I was warmly greeted by Sheikh Omar, who told me he was happy to meet anyone with English blood. He introduced me to all his teachers and his most intelligent pupils, who wanted to show me there and then how well they could write. "You are cleverer than I, for I cannot write Arabic," I said. And a murmur of surprise and scorn ran through the group. "She cannot write, and she is big, so big. I believe she is older than Fatima or Aisha, or any other female relative of advanced years." There are 150 boy students at the Leba Zawiya and about 80 Ekwan. The long, low mosque is very small, clean, and white, with its sand arches and palm walls, a few palm mats on the floor, and a little painted mihrab, fragile and bent. "It cost 200 medjidies to build," said the sheikh proudly. And again, as I left, he spoke kind words about my country, which were a balm after the censure of the previous evening. On our last afternoon we had a council in the house of the Kaimakan. We left our shoes outside his door and sat cross-legged around the walls of a room, empty save for a packing case which carried little used writing materials. "Now, is everything ready to start tomorrow at dawn?" I asked briskly. A most dubious "Inshallah" came from Yusuf. I have always thought it rather hard that the deity should be made responsible for the whole doubt of the East. The question repeated, each produced a pet difficulty. "The oil has not come," said the portly sergeant, Moraja. "Take 2 soldiers and get it," ruthlessly replied Hassanein. The man relapsed into prompt silence, lest he should really be obliged to leave before the arrival of delicious, hot sweet milk flavored with cinnamon. Mohammed wanted to write letters for Jedabia. Abdullah pointed out that some of the girbas were new and smeared with oil instead of tar, which would melt in hot weather and make the water nauseous. Yusuf frankly wanted to stay under a roof where he could eat and sleep all day. His fat face had assumed an expression of habitual discontent, and through much yawning his eyes had almost disappeared in 2 narrow slits. All the retinue had donned their best clothes in Jalo. Abdullah retained his snowy woolen jird and burnous, with scarlet belt supporting his huge old-fashioned wooden pistol inlaid with much silver. But Mohammed and Yusuf wore short embroidered jackets of green and blue and striped silk jirds crossed with gay agles worn like eglets. We alone could not change, and I wondered how long I would have to appear in the same unwashed red tobe and checkered barakan. There is no good water at Jalo, so the washing is always sent a day's journey to Butterfall. This is the last well on the route to Kufara and Tizerbo. Therefore, we decided to depart thither on the morrow and camp for a day beside its sweet waters before starting on our stern journey south. When they saw that we meant to insist, the retinue became almost brisk, and to my great surprise, even the lazy Yusuf was up the next morning at 4 o'clock, busy with preparations. Nothing ever arrives till the last moment in the East, but one must always be prepared for it to come just when one has made up one's mind to do without it. Thus, when everything was packed, the hard-boiled eggs and bread, ordered 24 hours before, made their appearance and had to be dumped into the first available sack. It is no easy matter loading a caravan that has got to travel 250 miles with a 7 days waterless stretch. I looked at our 18 camels with much anxiety. Some of them were small and weak. One of them was a living picture of all that a camel should not be. He might have been used successfully by the Khartoum Camel Corps as an example to enthusiastic young officers of what not to buy. His feet were worn, his hump was soft, his elbows rubbed together as he walked, his chest pad was insufficient, and he had sores under his shoulders. Besides this, many of the nagas were in foal. However, it was no use worrying in advance. Long ago I had realized that we should get to Kufara only if Allah so willed, and the farther we moved into the desert, the more I felt impelled by some ulterior force. I was never surprised when difficulties piled themselves up and then vanished without reason at the last moment. I began to feel a fatalistic trust in the destiny that had dragged me from hunting and hunt balls and sent me out into the White Sahara to find the holy place which had been a secret for so long. The feeling of Kismet was so strong that it prevented my troubling excessively over our weak camels, even though I felt they were dangerously overloaded. Our party had increased to 19 by 2 black slave girls in vivid barakans and little else, property of one of the Sayyids who wished them sent to Kufara. In spite of the utmost exertions, the caravan was not ready to start till 11:30, when, amidst a chorus of kindly wishes, regrets, and blessings, we plodded slowly out of the hospitable town into a raging northwesterly wind. We meant to march on into the night and reach Butterfall about 10 p.m., but fate decided otherwise, for almost before the walls of Jalo had disappeared, the wind strengthened into the worst ghibli I have ever encountered. It was behind us, for we were heading southeast, yet the camels staggered and swung around, huddling against each other for shelter. I was nearly swept off the back of my blond beast. Every loose mat and blanket flapped in wide circles, and loads began to sway dangerously. On all sides, palms were bending and cracking in the sudden gale, while great leaves were torn off and whirled whistling above our heads. The air became a thick sheet of sand. Sun and direction were blotted out. Screaming gusts stung our faces and blinded us. It was the most extraordinary sight, for 1 minute camels and figures would be blotted out in a whirling white fog, then a head or a wildly gyrating blanket or a portion of a laboring camel would appear for an instant through the shroud and vanish again in the smarting dusk. We stumbled and choked and fell through the storm till even Abdullah saw it was useless. In an instant's lull, a palm tree fence appeared to our left, with a small boy crouching beside a garden plot of onions, radishes, and pumpkins. We turned our camels toward the low shelter, and they sank heavily to their knees beside a clump of the gray, nameless trees. The boy gave our guide some radishes as he passed, and in spite of the agony of flying sand, the Bedouin turned to me with a smile. "It is a blessed journey," he said. "Look at the green which has been given us." It is proof of how far one had wandered from the mentality of London and Paris that his words gave me great comfort. I gathered the thickest blanket around me and dug myself into the sand, while a hail of dust and grit beat upon me. Through a narrow slit I saw the blacks, with kufias tied across their mouths and noses, staggering about with sacks and boxes. They appeared like phantasmic figures on a lantern screen, to vanish in the next strong gust of wind. It was impossible to put up a tent. The camels were barracked in a semicircle, where they lay groaning but not attempting to move. The baggage was piled to form zaribas, and in the lee of these we crouched for 4 or 5 hours, blankets covering our faces, handkerchiefs wound over our mouths. I thought the retinue would look upon the storm as a bad omen, but Mohammed only smiled with dust-parched lips. "This will be a successful journey. We shall have good luck," he said, "for when the Sayyid travels, there is nearly always a ghibli thus." Once, when I tried to change my cramped position, I felt something soft huddled against me. I peered out of my wrappings cautiously, and found the black face of Zainab, the prettiest slave girl, almost on my shoulder. She seized my hand and kissed it devoutly, while her companion, Hawa, drew closer. Their thin, gaudy barakans were no protection against the madness of the sand, so I offered them a share in my blanket, and we made friends under the sheltering thickness. Zainab was young, about 16, and round-faced, with curved full lips and big velvet eyes modestly downcast. Hawa looked ancient, with a wrinkled skin and yellow uneven teeth, but her years were only 24. The Sudanese marry, if the parents have money, when the girl is 9 and the boy 13. Therefore, these ebony slaves may be grandmothers at an age when an English girl is wondering whether she is old enough to wed. My little companions were full of questions and comment, mixed with praise of Sayed Rita. They wanted to give me the eggs they had brought for themselves, and it is almost impossible to refuse a gift in the East. It is accepted as a matter of course, without expression of thanks. It used to surprise me at first that if one gave a man a watch or a revolver, he took it without comment. But gradually I realized that they give and they receive with the same simplicity. Zainab wore huge silver earrings and bracelets and an embroidered leather belt carrying a dozen gay little pouches for her toilet necessities, while Hawa had tied her barakan into a sort of hood, with a strip of crimson leather bearing some hijabs, charms, and tiny wallets. Both had broad sticks of scarlet coral stuck through holes in their nostrils. When the storm abated, about 5:30 p.m., they emerged from the blanket and busied themselves briskly preparing the Bedouin evening meal. By this time there were always 2 rival camps in neighboring zaribas. Behind one wall of heavy sacks, the soldiers cooked their savory flour. Within another semicircle, Mohammed and Yusuf, with the guide and a black camel boy, brewed strong, sweet tea, while the 2 girls were provided with a little camp beside the Arabs' shelter. Mohammed was always kind to them, providing them with some of his own flour and dates, together with the occasional loan of a blanket, but otherwise nobody troubled about them except when it was a question of cooking or washing clothes. True, when the length of our stay permitted the pitching of tents, the Bedouins always contented themselves with a zariba, leaving to Zainab and Hawa the use of their tent. But the girls accepted as a matter of course that, after riding all day, they should cook and wash and clean, and generally see to the comfort of the Arab retinue. We wanted to break camp after the evening meal, but though the sandstorm had abated, the wind was still cold. Abdullah pointed out that we should walk all night and arrive too tired to work in the morning, which would be a waste of energy, as all the firewood for the journey had to be collected in the vicinity of Butterfall. We therefore crawled into our sleeping bags under the shelter of the palm fence at 7 p.m., and were up again while it was still dark. The same cold wind stimulated the blacks to brisk action, and there was a great deal of running about and singing, but the sun rose while the camels were still being loaded, and we did not start till 7. We had camped on the very edge of the Jalo oasis. The last palms were behind us, and in front lay the flattest country I had ever seen. To the rim of the near horizon stretched an unbroken expanse of yellowish, gravelly sand. We thought we had crossed flat, monotonous country before, but on December 23rd we rode across a drab-colored billiard table whereon was not a blade of grass, a bird, an insect, or a mound. It was as if we were at the end of the world and the round horizon the edge off which we should presently fall. The only objects that marred the extraordinary monotony were a few scattered skeletons of camels which had died at the end of a long march from Kufara or Tizerbo. Occasionally a bleached thigh bone had been stuck upright in the sand to mark the direction. It was a cool, bright day with a northwest wind. Persistent neglect had practically cured my foot, so I was able to walk for a couple of hours with Abdul Rahim. He waxed enthusiastic over the extent of the Sanusi influence in Bornu, Senegal, and Sudan and Wadai, giving me a list of principal zawiyas. Only in Wadai there is none, he said, for the Sultan said to Sidi bin Ali, "We will always be your friends and allies, but if you build a zawiya here, the next thing you will do would be to come and conquer us." The commandant was in a loquacious mood, and reminiscences flowed from his lips. It was he who had been sent by Sidi Aman to kill Mukhtar, the Sanusi officer in the pay of Turkey, who had attacked Bomba and Egyptian territory without direct orders from his master. He was at Jagabub when Sidi Hilal quarreled with his uncle and, under sentence of death, fled to Tobruk in 48 hours. The young Sayed had described the horrors of the 250 kilometers ride to me at dinner in his house at Jedabia, when, amidst his rich carpets and brilliant clothes, he could laugh at the memory of aching bones and failing strength. Abdul was conversant also with the doings of Ramadan Chetui, a great Arab leader who for many years held the Italians at bay in Tripolitania, but who was killed a few months ago in a fight with the Orfella. It appears that his alliance with Sayed Ahmad was but lukewarm, for on one occasion, when he provided a bodyguard for a German mission which was taking a large sum of money to the Sayed in Cyrenaica, his men had orders to kill the unfortunate Teutons as soon as they were out of sight of Misurata. Ramadan Chetui took the official gold, and the mission's private wealth was divided among the murderers. At noon, Yusuf pointed to the faintest rise in the distance. "Behind that hill is Bir Budafal," he said, "and with visions of another green spot on our wonderful map, we hope to see at dusk one palm and a few tufts of brushwood." Not a single blade of grass marks the slight hollow. There is not a stone, nor a stick, nor a tuft of green sage in all the wide expanse of thick, soft sand. The day we arrived there was not even a hole. Before we had time to ask where was the well, Abdullah and two of the blacks apparently went mad. They flung themselves on their knees and with rhythmic cries began burrowing rapidly, flinging the sand vigorously over their shoulders. Only when they had sunk to their waists and the heap around them began to grow dark and moist did we realize that they were actually digging out the well, which had been entirely filled by the Ghibli of the previous day. On Christmas Eve, the whole party devoted themselves to washing their clothes, with surreptitious drinks of the sweet Budafal spring, the first good water we had tasted since we left Jedabia. Zainab and Hawa labored patiently to reduce the retinue's flowing garments to their pristine whiteness. I had to disguise myself in a jerd while my own red tuff was in the tin pan that served as a laundry. The blacks, stripped to the waist, their topknots bobbing above their shaven heads, pommeled and pounded beside the well. By the afternoon the desert was spotted with patches of white, whose snowiness rapidly disappeared beneath stray drifting sand. However, there was a general feeling of cleanliness in the air, and we were glad when Musa Shiab appeared from the direction of Jalo, with 3 donkeys and a camel in search of the waters of Budafal, which could be sold in Jalo, where wells are brackish and salt, for half a mejidi a girba. We were glad to have an excuse for fodling, so we pressed the kind old man to stay for a midday meal, and, sitting around the fire in the largest zareba, we made green tea while Abdullah cut goat-hide thongs for a new pair of sandals. Hassanine mended the watches of the party, all of which had stopped in the sandstorm, and Mohammed made primitive rope out of the palm fiber. That night we watched the camels being fed by moonlight. It struck me at the time that it was a stupid plan to put all the dates in one large heap, as the greediest camels devoured more than their share, and the slowest eaters got little. However, I daren't argue with Abdullah about what was obviously his own job. After the animals had eaten, there was a great argument as to whether they should be watered that night or the following morning. Finally, it was decided to let them drink at once, and it was amusing to see the way they rushed to the well. Only 2 at a time could approach the shallow pan, which the Bedouins kept filling and refilling, shouting monotonously, "Come and drink, then you will be strong. Come and drink, then you will be strong," which changed when the camels became violent into a chanted, "See how your drinking splashes me, see how your drinking wets me." One realized the loneliness of the desert that night. The 4 tents and the animated group at the well were infinitesimal specks on a desolate, limitless waste, silvered by moonlight into an unbroken sea without ripple or bourne. How easily even a mighty caravan might vanish in the Libyan desert, and no more trace be left of it than of a few ants crushed underfoot on a sandy court. I longed for even one lonely palm to break the awful monotony. It was the aching solitude of nature pitted against the pathetic energy of man, and nature had no need to fight. She could leave the struggle and the stress to the human midges who would traverse her trackless silences. And when their pitiful vitality and force were spent in battling with her winds and her draughts, she could bury them noiselessly in her fathomless drifts beneath the white serenity of her moons. First the fuel failed, then the food failed, then the last water dried. With the faith of little children, we laid us down and died. Follow on, by the bones of the wayside, ye shall come into your own. On Christmas Day, the camp was astir by 3 a.m. Everybody was prepared for prodigies of endurance in the way of an immensely long march. Therefore, when I plunged briskly out of my tent while the moonlight was still clear, I could not understand why there were no chants or shouts, no cheerful rushing about with the cumbersome bales. Arabs and blacks alike were standing about in sorrowful groups. Mohammed, with a plaid rug wound over the fleece-lined mackintosh, was cleaning a ruthless-looking knife. Even the camels had the most depressed possible expression. One of the nagas lay beside the fire with drooping head. It appeared that she was the direct cause of the agitation, though most of the animals were suffering severely from their unaccustomed date meal followed by a heavy drink. The naga appeared to be in extremis. Foam frothed from her mouth and nostrils. Her neck was twisted into a stiff, distorted curve. Her sides were laboring painfully. I could not have believed that even the most acute indigestion could reduce an animal to such a state after so few hours. "She is going to die," said Yusuf. "Prepare the knife." "Wait, exclaimed Abdullah. "I will try burning her first." Apparently there are but two remedies in the desert: bleeding and firing. They had already tried the first without effect, and it was too cold for the blood to run. They now pushed the unfortunate animal on its side and laid a hot iron on its abdomen. It protested much less than it usually did at being loaded, but the warmth presumably galvanized it into action, for it managed to struggle to its feet and wander off with the others, a sorry-looking, hunched-up group, one of which appeared to be dead lame. During a wasted morning, the friction between the two hastily formed zaribas became intense. The blacks, incensed at the abuse which had been showered upon them for riding the camels between Aljela and Jalo, now got their own back. They said that the Arabs knew nothing at all about a caravan and could not even feed the animals properly. At noon the miserable naga got much worse, and Mohammed, Abdullah, and I spent the whole afternoon sitting by her side, trying desperate remedies from massage to soap. When we left at 5 p.m., she was obviously dying, and we prepared to face the problem of the 7 days' waterless journey with one camel the fewer. We argued about what luggage we could best dispense with, until Yusuf calmly announced that, as we had waited an extra day at Budafal, there would not now be sufficient dates to last a week. Mohammed said that we must announce the death of the Sayyid's camel to the Kaimakan at Jalo, which meant an extra 2 days' wait. We held depressed councils at which I insisted on an immediate start, but apparently the camel shared the sacredness of its master, and even its body could not be left at Budafal. "Very well," said I, "we will send someone back with the news, but we must leave here at dawn. We will give all our eating dates for the camels, and that will make up for today's rations." Then the real difficulty appeared. The friction between blacks and Bedouins was so strong that both parties feared that it would eventually come to a fight, and neither wished to decrease their number. When I suggested a Sudanese going, Abdullah showed his hand. Yes, send back 4 or 5, he said eagerly. "The journey will be easier without them." But Abdul Rahim refused point-blank to dispense with one of his soldiers. The night we thought we were going to be attacked on the way from Jedabia, Abdullah left us and slept with some kinsman nearby, he remarked shrewdly. The whole party was sunken in the deepest gloom, we because the camels were already overloaded, the retinue because each side feared to endanger its power by the loss of a fighting man, when a black form appeared on the faint rise beyond which we had left the dying camel. "Masha'Allah!" exclaimed Muhammad. "It is the influence of Sidi Idris. A miracle, a miracle!" And 2 minutes later the source of all our woe walked calmly back into camp. Its reception must have surprised it considerably, for everyone rushed out to meet it, firing revolvers and rifles into the still starlit air, after which the blacks performed a wild fantasia to the music of a tin pan beaten by Abdullah's sinewy fingers. So ended the most unpleasant Christmas I have ever known. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara, by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. A Faulty Guide on a Waterless Way. On December 26th, we made our actual start south. The day's delay in the sandstorm and the further delay with the sick camel had lost us 4 feeds. We had allowed half a sack of dates, night and morning, so now we had only 5 sacks for the 7 days. However, we bought the soldiers' ration for sugar, threw in most of our own, and thus brought it up to nearly the requisite amount of alaf. As for girbas, the utmost the camels could carry was 8 large ones containing 5 gallons each, and 8 smaller containing 4 gallons each. We warned our party of 16 that they must use only an 1/8 portion of the water each day. We then commended ourselves to Allah and started south at 8:30 a.m. for the weighing and exact distribution of goods, to say nothing of the quarrels between blacks and Arabs, had occupied a couple of hours. There is no route to Tizerbo, as no one ever goes there. In the whole of Jalo we came across only 2 people who had visited the oasis. One said that he had gone due south and arrived at the palm trees on the evening of the 6th day. The second was our own sergeant, Miraja, who had passed through Tizerbo on his way north 9 years ago, and he had done the journey in 6 very long marches. Abdullah, our keen-eyed guide, with his dark wolf's face lighted by flashes of brilliant white teeth, announced that if we headed straight for Tizerbo in a southwesterly direction, we might go too far west and lose ourselves altogether. He therefore proposed to go south for the first 5 days, within sight of the faint landmarks on the Kufara route, and then turn west. All day long we rode across a burning, desolate waste, flatter than it is possible to imagine or describe. One could see but a few miles on either side. The whole of our world had become a flat, yellow disk, reflecting the scorching sun rays in quivering mirage. The only break in the monotony was an occasional camel skeleton. Once a great brown hillock appeared on the edge of the disk, and we thought it might be brushwood or even a caravan, till the distorting waves of mirage danced away, and it revealed but a few huddled bones to which some dry brown matter still clung. We ate a hard-boiled egg and a few dates for lunch, but clung to our rule of drinking only morning and evening. As we plodded onwards, for we had agreed that no one should ride the camels unless they were ill or dead beat, Miraja assured me that our journey could not possibly be lucky, for we had failed to fulfill a time-honored Arab custom and slaughter a sheep at Butterfall. It appears that when any member of a caravan visits an oasis for the first time, a feast is made in his honor. As none of our retinue had seen all the oases we proposed to visit, we gathered it would be an expensive journey. To our surprise, the blacks walked all day without grumbling, even stopping occasionally to dance and sing. The camel who had nearly died the previous day carried her load gaily. "She was ridden by Seitel," said Muhammad gravely, "but the spirit of Sidi Idris has cured her." At 5 p.m., Yusuf pointed out the Kalb el-Matema, which he said was on the left, but I could see absolutely nothing which looked like a hillock. We saw the sun die in the flaming splendor which is the glory of the Sahara. We marched for an hour or two by cool starlight, and then a great orange moon swung up in the east and transformed the desert into a strange silver sea. Across the infinite pale loneliness plodded our little caravan, and as I looked at the white speck which led us, I realized why there could be no atheist in the desert. Man must put his trust in something more powerful and far-reaching than himself. In Europe, if there be no God to help, at least there is science and the telephone, an express train, or an aeroplane. In Libya, where the Bedouin cannot call for succor by wireless, where there are no signposts to guide, no surgeon or mechanic to improve his means of locomotion, no food to be bought or picked, no anesthetic but death, the lonely traveler must pin his faith to some power beyond the calm-faced guide in whose hand apparently lies the fate of his caravan. When Abdullah met me on the hill beside the clustered palms of Aujela, I looked at his strong, keen face, lined and shrewd, with steady, self-reliant eyes, and I felt that I could trust him to lead us safely across the waterless sands to an oasis whose size varied according to the imagination of the speaker. When I looked across the moonlit, speckless waste, with never a blade or stone to break the even surface of the disk, the tiny, plodding figure trailing the end of his white jerd in the dust as his energy waned after 11 hours' march without a halt, I felt how frail a thing I relied on for my life and 17 lives besides. When we sit in comfortable armchairs under our electric lights and talk of the Bedouin instinct, we acknowledge the working of a greater power than radium or steam. Europe may count on 100 sciences, but for Libya there can be but one faith, one hope, Allahu Akbar. We pitched camp at 7:30 p.m., and an hour later our little cluster of tents was as silent as the calm sands around us. On December 27th, we rose at 6 a.m. and got away by 8, for we had decided that the best way of doing the necessary 50-odd kilometers a day was an unbroken march of 11 or 12 hours, with a solid meal before starting and another in the evening. As the last groaning camel rose to his feet, Yusuf pointed out a group of low hillocks to the east. "Those are the Hamayat on the road to Zigan," he said. Our plump ally was in a reflective mood that day. In spite of considerable heat, he wore the woolly-lined mackintosh closely buttoned and belted, with a white cloth wound over his cheeks. "What is Allah's greatest gift to man?" he propounded to me suddenly. I felt this was a test of my faith in Islam, so I promptly replied, "The Koran." He looked at me scornfully. "The camel! If there were no camels here, there would be no dates, no food, nothing." He paused and added solemnly, "If there were no camels here, there would be no men." It is curious how the desert brings out character. Hassanein became so vague that he never finished a sentence or an action. I developed a fatalism wholly at variance with my usual ideas. Yusuf showed signs of pride and dignity between his plump laziness. Abdullah became reserved and impressive as the dunes that guard the holy oasis. But Mohammed shows the finest qualities. All the Arabs were courageous, with an enduring, quiet heroism that we were to appreciate so a few days later. But Mohammed was infinitely kind, and his pride was a fine, clean thing, bred of silence and religion. He made a vow never to ride, and kept it through the infinite pain. He smiled when certain death was but a few hours away. He forgave without words a carelessness that nearly cost him his life. He labored unceasingly to make everyone else comfortable, and the only time I ever saw him lose his calm, aloof patience was when his follower Omar had been slighted by the soldiers. As for the blacks, they were a mixture of children and animal. When they suffered, they were sulky. When praised, they were immensely pleased. Their ideas germinated simply and slowly and were impossible to dispute. They were, alternately, brave and cowardly, but had no endurance until faced with hopeless danger, on which occasion they showed a rather splendid and wholly unexpected patience and fidelity. We nicknamed the opposing camps the Black Bears and the Shepherd Kings after their first bad dispute, which took place on the second day. Little Abdul Rahim simply had not the physique to walk 30 or 38 miles a day, so we were not surprised when he silently climbed onto a camel. But when the fat Miraja and various others followed his example, I made violent protest. Unfortunately, Yusuf joined in, calling the soldiers slaves. This fired the fuse, and for a few minutes a fight seemed imminent. The corporal seized his rifle, and Muhammad pulled out his big wooden pistol. By this time, however, I was an adept at pouring oil on troubled waters, and after plentifully applying praise to both parties, the atmosphere became calmer. Thereafter, however, there was open hostility between the two camps. We camped at 7 near a group of camel skeletons, the bones of which our own camels reflectively sucked. It was the only moment in the day that Zainab and Hawa were in evidence, for they cooked the Arabs' evening meal over a few twigs of wood brought from the neighborhood of Butterfall. All through the long march, two little shrouded figures, wholly enveloped in coarse, heavy blankets, huddled motionless, silent on the camels. They never looked out of the folds. They never spoke, even to each other. I wondered if they ever thought of anything in particular, yet one of them, by the strange chance of a night's fantasy, might be the mother of the future all-powerful Sheikha Sanusi. In Islam, only paternity counts. Be the mother slave or princess, the eldest son inherits. On December 28th, we got away at 7:40 and had to march for 11.5 hours before we had done 46 kilometers. The first day, the camels had made a good average of over 4 kilometers an hour, for there was no temptation to wander in order to graze. But the second day, everyone was tired and cross, and it was difficult to make the men drive them in a straight line. The third day, the blacks' feet began to blister. My own foot was swollen again. It is very difficult to walk for any length of time in the huge heel-less slippers. Hassanein and Yusuf were both limping, and Miraja could not keep on his legs, for all the veins were inflamed. I was so tired I could hardly smile, but luckily the unexpected distribution of a bag of dates encouraged the retinue a little. The mirage distorted 2 tiny heaps of stones into a couple of hills, and Yusuf playfully built the last camel skeleton into an original shape with one leg lifted high. It was not till I had laughed at its fantastic kick that I noticed the human skull that crowned it. One had to divide one's attention evenly between the two camps. If one walked for an hour with Abdullah, and heard how our opponent's agent in Jedabia had tried to bribe him not to accompany the caravan, and how the said agent had subsequently received the beating he deserved, one had to devote the same amount of time to conversation with Miraja on the glories of the Sudan and the prowess of her soldiers. It was no easy task keeping everyone cheerful during an 11 hours' walk on no food or water. In the evening, after we had eaten our half ration of meat and a handful of dates, for we were carrying the least possible amount of food, a pathetic procession used to rob us of much-needed sleep. We treated blistered and swollen feet, headache from the sun, toothache from dates, sores, fever, and lots of other ailments before we were allowed the peace of our flea bags. Very comparative feast, for by this time we were suffering seriously from sand rash. December 29th saw us en route at 6:40, and by 10 o'clock Abdullah stated that we had arrived at the Wadi Farag. Personally, looking at it from every angle, I could not see the slightest depression of any kind, but everyone said it was halfway, so spirits rose high. Nevertheless, it was a trying day, for by this time nearly everyone was lame. Mohammed could hardly keep on his feet, but he doggedly refused to ride. The blacks used to walk on half a mile in front of the camels, then lie on their faces while their companions stamped on their backs, an original form of massage. Abdullah picked up a piece of ostrich eggshell dropped by a passing caravan from Waidae. 70 years ago there were ostriches here, he informed us with doubtful accuracy. What did they eat? I asked. Oh, food, much food, he answered vaguely. There was a short shower in the evening which interfered with the cooking but provided a little extra water. We were very anxious about our supply, for the first day one of our fanatis had leaked, and the blacks had availed themselves of the excuse to empty it during the night. We used to arrange the gerbas outside our tent and dole out the water ourselves. Several of the new gerbas leaked badly, and in spite of the utmost care we thought everyone would be extremely thirsty by the 7th day. We ourselves drank 1 cup of hot coffee in the morning and 2 cups of cold tea or water at night. We camped that day at 6:10 p.m. December 30th, we started at 7 a.m. and camped at 6:35 p.m. It was a terribly hot day, and the camels were nearly as crocked as the men. One had cut a foot, and another had a raw shoulder. 2 had bad sore backs, so their loads had to be divided among the others. In spite of this, some of the soldiers had to be allowed to ride, for their feet were badly swollen. The country had changed slightly, for faint waves of sand had marked the neighborhood of the Wadi Farag, but the flatness of the disk was now unimpaired, though its yellow monotony was broken by patches of dark gravel. This gave the mirage a chance to build ebony hills and islands amidst its blue, shifting waves. December 31st, we started at 6:30 a.m. and walked till 7 p.m., doing 46 kilometers, because the situation had suddenly become very serious. The previous day, Abdullah had surprised us by insisting on a slightly southeasterly course, as he had not yet seen a small landmark on the Zigan route. When we had talked the matter over in Jalo, he had assured us calmly and strongly that he had been to Tygerbo and knew the route. We had cross-questioned him severely, and always he had been confident of being able to guide us to any of the southern oases, though he had urged us not to go to Busima on account of the danger of being attacked. Now, according to our map, it was 350 kilometers from Butterfall to Tygerbo. It was generally stated by the Arabs to be a 7 days' journey, which was a daily march of 11 to 12 hours at an average of 4 and a fraction kilometers an hour. Therefore, in spite of Abdullah's change of direction, according to the mileage we had done, we should have been well within the oasis that night. We had confidently expected it the previous evening, when we noticed a certain vagueness about our guide. "Don't talk to him, or he will lose his head," said Mohammed on the 6th day. It is looked upon as a definite disease, like fever, this losing the head on the part of the guides. It was extraordinary to see the change in the Bedouin's face that day. The whole outline of his features seemed to have become blurred, while his eyes were restless and troubled. He stooped as he walked, and kept asking if we thought he was going straight, so that by the end of that day we had to direct him by the map, which we had every reason to believe inaccurate. It must be remembered that while we always knew roughly where we were, we never knew where Tygerbo was. We started half rations for the camels on the 31st, and tried to cut down the water rations still more, though since the gerbas had begun to leak, we had dispensed with a half cupful for washing. New Year's Day dawned gloomily. We had 2 half feeds for the camels, and barely enough water for 2 days at less than a pint per day per person. We were, however, a little cheered up when, as we were loading the camels, Abdullah pointed out a faint blur to the east, and said it was Mazil, some hillocks he had hoped to see the previous day. On clear mornings, about an hour after dawn, when the desert is very flat, a mirage of the country about a day's journey distance appears on the horizon. For a few minutes, one sees a picture of what is some 50 kilometers farther on. The Arabs call it the country turning upside down. On January 1st, the 7th day of our march, We saw this mirage for the first time, brushwood and hillocks quite clearly to the south, yet our guide turned deliberately west of it. My camel was ill after his unaccustomed date feeding. Hassanine was in great pain from his blistered feet. A permanent north wind, warring for a week with a burning sun, had implanted rheumatism in my right shoulder. The firewood had given out, and there had been a sharp quarrel between the blacks and the Bedouins on this account, each accusing the other of using more than their share. Abdullah kept on his southwesterly course for a few hours, and then began to wander slightly. The blacks wanted to beat him. Even Mohammed was impatient with him. We steered almost due south. Hassanine had to ride all day, and Mohammed's eyes were bloodshot with the pain of his feet, yet he struggled on. That night there were no fires in the camp, and I fully expected Abdullah would be murdered. However, when I woke before the dawn on January 2nd, I heard him laughing, so hoped he had recovered his head. We dared not start till the country had turned upside down and revealed to us what lay in front, so we occupied ourselves in finding our exact position. According to our map, we were now within the borders of Tizerbo. This raised the problem of whether it were one consecutive oasis or whether it were possible to go between two groups of palms without seeing either. At 8 a.m., the mirage showed us one sharp dune very much to the west. I wanted to go straight there, hoping by sunset to be able to climb it and have a good view of what lay beyond. But both Abdullah and Baraja insisted that no such dune lay anywhere near Tizerbo. "If we go as much west as that, we go straight to hell," said the guide decisively. With the ever-present danger of going beyond Tizerbo into the uninhabited western desert, it was impossible to argue. With only one day's water and no fodder, we dared not risk everything so boldly. But I there and then made up my mind that Tizerbo was smaller and much farther west than is generally supposed. I believe if we had gone to that dune, we might have reached it. At that moment, a thick, icy mist came down and blotted out everything, so I decided to go south for 5 hours, in which case, according to Jalo information in our map, we should have gone right through Tizerbo and possibly be able to recognize some landmarks near Busima. It was a terrible walk. Everyone knew that, humanly speaking, they were going to die of thirst within a day or two. Nearly everyone had blistered feet, and no one had had enough to eat. Yet everyone laughed. "It is evidently the will of Allah that we die," said Faraj politely, "but no one will die before Sidi Abdullah." I doubt if the guide heard. He trailed along with a blank, dispirited stare, first edging west, then east. Mohammed was tottering on swollen feet. "I think that I would rather die beside my luggage," he said placidly. "Doubtless Abdullah and Yusuf would like to wander about to the end. But I do not know this country, alhamdulillah, and it will be quick." Thereafter everyone spoke of death, and I was amazed at the way they calmly accepted its advent. The only thing that stimulated them was the demise of the guide. "By Allah, Sidi Abdullah shall go first and show us the way," said the toothless one. "When I am certain of death, I shall shoot him," said Sharkey firmly. "But he called you a fool yesterday," reminded Faraj. This worried Sharkey for a moment. Then he cheered up. "I will call him a fool first, and then I will shoot him," he said. Amidst this cheerful conversation, the mist suddenly lifted and revealed nothing but the same flat, pale sand, devoid of faintest shadow of grass or brushwood to give hope of an oasis. It is amazing how desperation affects one. That morning Hassanine could not put his foot on the ground, but when he realized that his end was imminent, he walked for 8 hours without feeling pain. Mohammed also forgot his ills, and I found myself wondering how soon I should awake from this realistic nightmare. When our southern course produced nothing but fanciful blue lakes and pools, for a burning sun now added to our woes, we took counsel, and, ignoring Abdullah, decided to march east-southeast till water and camels gave out. There were several chances of salvation on this new bearing, we thought, for we might hit the most easterly end of Tyserbo if it were anywhere near its map position, or we might find ourselves in the recognizable country south of Zigan or among the dunes near Busima. We supposed these places to be too far away to reach with the camels, but if we could get anywhere near, we could send a messenger for help and lie down to await his return. We knew there was a little water in the tins of vegetables, and we hoped that if we kept very still, this would keep us all alive for an extra day. It was a terrible afternoon of mirage. I do not know whether weariness had affected our eyes, but on every side we saw hills, dunes, brushwood, and always they were the same dark patches of gravel. It is a simple route to Tyserbo, had said the Kaimakan at Jalo, but one mistake means destruction. Had we really made the one mistake? Curiously enough, I felt no anger against Abdullah, even when he suddenly acknowledged he had not been to Tyserbo for 20 years. In fact, an odd fatalism had absorbed us all. The Bedouins began discussing other disasters on these terrible southern routes. One man had died within 15 yards of the water he had failed to find in time. Another, whose water had gone bad on the Kufara route, had been found dead beside his camels, one of which he had killed for its blood. The blacks took an impersonal interest in these gruesome tales while they walked on with stolid calm. I gave them our last bag of dates, but warned them it would probably make them very thirsty. They replied with extreme cheerfulness that they did not want to drink in the least. They were really splendid that afternoon. They sang and laughed and cheered each other on. Little Abdul Rahim stalked on ahead with a grim smile, his rifle over his shoulder, his weakness forgotten. The only really dispirited member of the party was Abdullah, who trailed along at the heels of the caravan with downcast head. Once, when a low rise appeared to the south, he walked briskly toward it in hopes of a further view, but returned an hour later more gloomy than ever. The hot midday hours dragged along intolerably slowly. I did not feel very thirsty myself, but we had all drunk so little lately that our skins had become extraordinarily dry and parched. Our lips and gums were cracked and sore. The camels had had only a half ration of dates the previous day, and nothing that morning, so they were ravenous. They tried to eat the stuffing of the baggage saddles and ran to every dark patch of stones in search of grass. At 3 p.m., some faint dunes appeared on the southeast horizon. We expected Abdullah to recognize them, but his demoralization must have been complete, for he showed no interest in them. Yusuf and Maraja began speculating as to whether they could be the Hatia which ran between Zigan and Tyserbo. If so, there might be vegetation on the farther side, and the mystery of our position be solved. Nearly everyone ran on ahead, and only Abdul Hafiz and Omar were left to drive the camels, who were stumbling badly. It was their 9th day without water, but this mattered less than the scarcity of food. For an exhausting hour, everyone struggled along at their best pace, limping, wavering, with parched mouths and bloodshot eyes, before which danced the tantalizing sheets of water and cool, dark mirage hills. Suddenly, Yusuf, who was on ahead, flung himself on his face and embraced the earth, afterwards executing a wild, bareheaded dance, during which he waved his long kufia on the end of his stick. We rushed to join him and found him lovingly stroking a little mound covered with dry, brittle sticks. "It is brushwood Hatab," he said simply. "Inshallah, there is more beyond." 2 other mounds appeared shortly, with a little coarse green shrub, over which the camels fought and struggled till the last scrap had disappeared. By this time sunset was near, and we had to force our unsteady, aching limbs into a run to reach those elusive dunes in time to catch the clear, far view devoid of mirage that always comes at sunset. It was a pathetic race of the halt and the lame in which Hasanain and I were outdistanced. We saw the others clamber up the dune. We saw them stand gazing eastwards, and then we saw them sink motionless in silent groups. I think at that moment I felt our death warrant was sealed. I turned hopelessly to my plucky companion. It is no good. They would have danced if it had been the Hatia. Yes, they would have made a noise, he said dully. We crawled up to the top of the ridge, a series of wavy, curling dunes running northwest to southeast, expecting to see the same level, monotonous country that lay behind us. Instead, we were amazed to look down over a few lower dunes to an entirely changed track. On every side were uneven mounds and hillocks covered with decayed scrub, leafless and brown, but a few hundred yards in front was a cluster of huge green bushes. We could not understand the apathy of the soldiers who were dejectedly rolling pebbles down the slope. "Surely there is water there," I exclaimed impatiently. "Wallahi, but that Abdullah does not know," said Faraj. "He says only that it is not the Ziegan country." As I ran down the dune, the camels literally rushed past me to that patch of green. But they did not eat. Apparently the great feathery bushes were not fodder, and the only other things among the mounds were a couple of skeletons to which the hooves and chest pads still clung. "This place is El Atash, the thirst," said Abdullah suddenly. "There is an old well here, but its water will kill you. It is salt and bad." At the time we were obliged to rely on his statement, but since then I have discovered that he was entirely mistaken. The water at El Atash is brackish, but quite wholesome, and the well can be dug out at any time. It is only filled up with sand because travelers never come there unless they have lost their way and are driven to the disused well by thirst. El Atash. There was plenty of brushwood, so we built enormous fires to cheer ourselves up. But we could cook nothing without water. The blacks ate macaroni dry, and the Arabs tried flour, though we offered them our tinned meats. The soldiers had a cupful of water each, but the Bedouins had none, so we had to share our last hoarded bottle with them. We dared not eat our meat ration because of the salt, so we sucked malted milk tablets and eagerly drank the water from some tinned carrots, which were cool and damp. Then we tore up the baggage saddles to give the straw stuffing to the camels, for we thought we could manage one more day's march by riding. The morning of January 3rd was misty. Ripples of white fog blurred the landscape, while we silently loaded the camels using blankets, tents, anything soft as pads to support the panniered luggage. We ate a tin of spinach because it was wet, but it was a hollow-eyed procession that started due east along the Hatia in the hope of hitting one of the wells in the neighborhood of Ziegan. Abdullah had held out many hopes the night before, but now all he would say was, "Inshallah." We left El Atash at 7:30 and toiled laboriously round the small mounds which looked so oddly like graves. 3 green ones gave the camels a little respite, but there was no sign of the Gerds dunes that generally marked the presence of water. The whole retinue spread out in a straggling line across the horizon, marching east, and every faint rise was passionately scanned and discussed. At last Mohammed said, "If you cut my throat now, you will find not one drop of blood," referring to the Arab idea that when a man is in fear of death, all the blood in his body rushes to his head. "It is time that Sidi Abdullah dies," said Faraj firmly, his finger on the trigger. And then, of course, the unexpected, the impossible happened, and a faint dark blur appeared on the horizon. I have no recollection at all of the next 2 hours. Whether I walked or rode or ran, I do not know. What happened to the others, I have no idea. My whole being was concentrated on those green mounds, which continually vanished and reappeared until at last they consolidated at 2:30 p.m. into a few clustered palms and some Gerds covered with stubble. I remember tottering down a hollow and seeing some nude black figures madly scooping up sand, and then a silent little group crouched pitifully on the edge of the freshly dug pit that meant life or death. The water came very slowly, for they had chosen a bad place in their hurry, But it came. Oozing through damp sand, the first muddy pool brought all the primitive emotions to our hearts. Joy, relief, gratitude, too deep for words. An hour or two later, life had become normal again, and the deepening water brought us only the idea of a hearty meal and a bath in the biggest receptacle in the canteen. I wonder how many readers will understand the tale of those 3 days, because being lost in Europe means merely an appeal to a map or a passerby. But in Libya there is often no well for several hundred miles, and perchance 2 caravans a year or none at all. A few, just a very few, will comprehend. Quiet men with tired, keen eyes, an Italian after whom a Tripolitanian Gebel is named, 6 Frenchmen scattered over the great white desert south of Insala, any Australian who has been bushed without water, and certainly 1 or 2 Englishmen in strange, sunburned corners of our ruthless empire. We camped near the largest clump of palms within sight of the blessed well, and all afternoon I lay on my camp bed with my zemzemaya beside me, drinking every few minutes, and when I could not drink any more, I would shake it now and then to hear the delicious clutter of the water inside. In spite of all this joy, we were not really out of the wood yet, for the Hatia contained practically no forage. The camels were all feeble after their long journey and the fast at the end of it. They had to be driven here and there from small bush to smaller tuft. It was a laborious business for our tired men, and I had to leave my water bottle once or twice to see how matters were progressing. Abdullah and Abdul Hafiz were very anxious that night, for the camels would not drink properly, so we tore up some straw mats, soaked them, and gave them to the beasts. I wanted to try them with rice, but Abdul Hafiz said they would die if they ate it. Our guide had recovered some of his calm when he realized that we were camping at El Atash in the Zigan district, at least a day and a half to 2 days' journey east of the elusive Tajirbo. I was delighted when I understood this, for fate was obviously giving me a chance of accomplishing my old desire of traveling to Busima by the uncharted route which had tempted me at Jalo. I explained this to the retinue and was met with blank dismay. They wanted to go to Zigan and then safely by the caravan route to Kufara. They assured me that Busima was most dangerous, that a particularly savage portion of the Zuia tribe dwelt there and attacked every strange caravan at sight. I gathered that while Kufara is a large and imposing group of oases round the Bilad of a holy Quba, a big desert market and the center of the whole Sahara trade, besides being the headquarters of the Senussi government and the sacred headquarters of its religion, Busima, although very sparsely inhabited, is also to a minor extent a business center, for caravans from Wadai and Jalo visit it. There is no Zawiya there and no government official. The Zuiyas fiercely assert their independence and refuse to admit the complete authority of the Sayyids in order to avoid paying taxes and money, though they pay great respect to the Senussi family and to their wishes. They have never seen a soldier within their boundaries, and on no account allow a stranger of any race or sect to enter their country. "If they do not kill us in the oasis," said Yusuf dolefully, "they will lie in wait for us outside among the dunes and murder us on the way to Kufara." I said that I thought we could massacre a few Zuiyas first, but even Mohammed was frightened. "It is a bad country," he remarked. "Why did not Allah allow us to reach Tajirbo in safety? There is a Zawiya there, and I have heard of the Sheikh, Sidi Mohammed. His brother was with me at the Jagabab Zawiya." I asked about the tribes in Tajirbo and was told that it was the second largest oasis, but unimportant and sparsely inhabited, that many of the date trees belonged to the people in Busima, that there were a few Tibus and some Zuiyas, of whom the larger part were Senussi. "There are different parties there," said Miraja, "but they are all good people, Nas Taibin. Beyond Tajirbo is a country of fighting. No stranger may go there. There is much danger. If we escape the Busima people, we shall fall into the hands of the Tibus of Ribiana or of wandering Tuareg bands." In spite of these gloomy prognostications, I pointed out that the camels certainly could not go 5 days to Kufara without food, and that I had no intention whatsoever of trusting Abdullah's ideas as to the location of Tizerbo. Instead, I made the guide and Miraja each draw his idea of the famous Gebel at Musima. They both outlined in the sand a long, low, square-topped ridge. "Very well," I said firmly. "At sunset we will climb to the top of the largest gird here and see if we cannot locate that mountain." Having once and for all put our decorative but useless map out of our heads, we were able to reason out that Tizerbo lay to the west, ran northeast and southwest, and could not be more than 25 to 40 kilometers in length, while I pinned my faith to due south for Basima. The desert had nearly killed us in her most ruthless mood, but when we mounted the sandy gird and saw the red splendor fade into cold mauve and gray of the sand, while the evening star blazed as if it were a drop of liquid flame in a sapphire cup, we forgave her, especially as due south, just exactly where instinct had suggested to us, a faint black ridge rose, low and square over the horizon. I took some bearings for fear of mirage and ordered an early start next morning in spite of wild protestations and appeals. As a matter of fact, everyone was so tired that we did not get off till 7:30. The camels groaned plaintively and continuously, refusing to rise from their knees. I had insisted on filling girbas enough for a 4 days' march, though Abdullah had said it was only 2, and with no saddles it was difficult to balance the packs on rolled blankets and canvas. All that day was a weary succession of changing loads. When one camel sank wearily down and refused to move, we dragged off his load and placed it on another. No one rode, however blistered were his feet. Some of the blacks had raw toe joints, but we dared not risk the camels further. After about 3 hours, we left the little mounds and sparse sticks of the Hatia, and the unbroken sands lay in great flat waves before us. We stopped at the last moment to pick the brittle wood for our evening fires, and then marched on steadily till 6 p.m. The Gara of Busima appeared suddenly at 12:30. It looked like a solid black ridge on the horizon, but we knew it was more than a day's journey away. The camels wandered and lagged and stumbled. I doubt if we did more than 2 miles an hour. In the afternoon the sand waves developed into hard dunes, low and round-backed. We could no longer make straight for the black mark in the distance, but had to swerve eastward to avoid the higher dunes. About 4 I thought the camels could not go another step. Several of them lay down at the same time, but somehow we got them to their feet again, chiefly by dint of song. The reiterated refrains of the Sudanese had a great effect on the weary beasts, but never had the barracking cry, "Adarian, we have arrived at the house, O sick ones," sounded more welcome. It was the cool, pale hour that precedes night when we encamped in a great hollow among white dunes. The stars were triumphing over the last glowing rays of the sunset, and the mysterious mountain that had fired my imagination for so long lay, violet-hued and somber, to the south. Next morning, January 5th, we again started at 7:30 and plunged immediately into the maze of dunes, great, curved, hard-backed ones, with a few soft patches in the hollows into which the camels sank protesting. They walked rather better than the previous day, in spite of a continual series of ascents and descents. Perhaps it was the sight of the strange, sinister ridge in front, coal-black against the surrounding white sand. Perhaps it was the very cold south wind which blistered our faces as we moved into it. At any rate, at 12:30 we arrived at the mysterious Gebel, which had first appeared as a solid, even ridge with a flat top, and then had added to itself a sort of squarish, sugar-loaf hill at each end, and now turned out not to be a ridge at all, but a chain of cliffs, some square, some roundish, but all of somber, dull black stone with faint reddish patches. To my eyes, uninitiated into the byways of geology, It looked like a vast volcanic eruption, for, passing east of the main body of the hills, we entered a veritable inferno of desolation. Right in the middle of the white, curly sand dunes lay a tract of about 8 kilometers of scattered black stones. Their brittle sheets of ebony matter stood up in lines. It looked as if all the old slates in the world had been flung in careless piles in this dreary region. Experts later informed me that the black stone was Nubian sandstone, impregnated with iron and manganese, nothing volcanic at all. The other stones were sandstones of lighter color, fossilized wood, and flints. For 2 hours we stumbled and clattered over this blistered black waste, picking up specimens of as many kinds of stone as possible, and then, as we clambered up a rough bank between 2 of the somber sheer-cut hills, the long line of Busima palms spread before us, with a thin silver strip of lake, real water, no mirage, that had seemed to be but a fable of Jedabia imagination. Till we reached the stony track by the Gara, we had marched in a very businesslike formation, 3 soldiers ahead, the camels in the middle, and scouts flung out on the highest dunes, while everyone had a rifle or revolver ready. Abdullah, himself a Zuia, had mocked the blacks with, "Look out, you soldiers, for now you are coming to the land where men fight," and therefore every slave was athirst for battle and revenge. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Lake in the Desert. When we drew level with the hills, Abdullah decided to go on ahead and explain our harmless design and see if it would be possible for us to camp in the oasis. I was amused to see that even he would not go into the Balad without his rifle, while the rest of the retinue implored me to take only food for the camels and then go on to Kufara. But I was not going to be cheated of my lake and my mountain, the first that I had seen in Libya. I drove them protesting down the stony slope to where the desolation ended in a little sandy wadi full of huge palm clusters, coarse brown vegetation, half grass, half moss. While Abdullah tested the feelings of the 2 villages, one at either end of the long strip of palms that border the lake, we set up our tents in the usual camping ground, and I turned the opening of mine to face the mountain, now purple and ruddy in the afternoon sun. The soldiers, still overwhelmed with visions of a night attack, urged us to avoid the green clumps to whose welcome shade we clung, and pitch our tent in the open on the edge of the stony waste. But we refused, and soon Abdullah returned with news that the brother of the Sheikh el-Zawiya at Tizerbo lived in Busima and was coming to see us. Our guide brought with him a pale-faced sister with great velvet eyes and heavy silver necklace mixed with many leathern amulets. She gave us a kid skin full of very good large dates, for her husband owned palms and gardens in Busima, and the retinue began to cheer up. We were just preparing coffee and rejoicing in our first really clean date, for up to then all we had eaten had been plentifully flavored with sand, when Sidi Mohammed el-Madini, the brother of the Tizerbo Sheikh, with Sidi Omar and Sidi Bu Regea, arrived, prepared to welcome us most hospitably in the name of the Sayyid. It appeared that the brother of the former was in Kufara at the moment, so we should have missed him had we arrived in Tizerbo. Abdullah made tea and I made coffee, and we all sat around a little zariba with our backs to the sun and our feet to the startling cliffs. Fodling had begun again, and this time we learned many things, all because when we asked if the water were good, Sidi Mohammed said, "In the Nasrani well it is very sweet." Nasrani? Did a Christian make it? Yes, many years ago a Christian came here, flying from Kufara, where he had lost all his belongings, and he dug that well. At last we had found Rolf's traces. In great excitement, we followed the lead the sheiks had unwittingly given. After an hour's conversation, we discovered that a man called Koryam Bu Abdrabu had protected Rolfs in Kufara and saved his life by escaping with him to Benghazi, and that his son Hamid Bu Koryam was then in Kufara. They recognized the name of Bukr Bugetten as the man who wished to murder Rolfs, and said that his son Mansur was now living in Jedabia. They knew nothing of the German's southern journey, but with regard to his statement that he had gone from Jalo to Tizerbo in 4.5 days, they said it was quite possible, as in olden times the Zuias always used to ride the waterless stretch without stopping and eat their meals on their camels. Sidi el-Mahdi and the Senussi family had started the fashion of traveling more slowly and camping by the way. The curious thing was they all said that when Rolfs escaped from Kufara and passed through Basima in his flight, he was alone with Koryam, whereas he speaks of having 3 Germans with him. The name by which they recognized the Teuton explorer was Mustafa Bey. Oddly enough, Sidi Omar and Bu Regea proved to be nephews of Habala el-Abed, mentioned by Rolfs as the head of the Ait Anira, part of the Zuia tribe at Kufara, and a descendant of the last Tibu Sultan, while Abdullah turned out to be a near relation of the same chief. We tried to discover where in Kufara Oasis the fight had taken place. There was no fight, they said. The man was a Nasrani. He came without the permission of Sidi el-Mahdi, who was then at Jagabub. He deserved to die. His caravan was eaten up by Bugetten and the Zuias, and he did not go to the Bilads at all. Where did he camp then? I asked. We do not know, they said. We were young then. Senussi influence had only just started. There were but 4 Ekwan in Kufara, but the Nasrani did not go down into the country. It was impossible to pin them down to details, but they evidently believed that the gallant Teuton had encamped on the outskirts of Kufara and had been obliged to retire after the loss of his caravan. To our amusement, neither Abdullah nor our 2 visitors were proud of their connection with the Tibu Sultan. It was before Islam, they said. The Tebawiya were infidels, Kufara. We asked if there were any of these savages left in Busima, and were told that the Tebus were rapidly dying out, while some had been converted to Islam and continued living in Kufara and Tizerbo. The remainder had ensconced themselves in Ribiana. Our informant added that when the Zuias made their voluntary submission to Sidi bin Ali as Senussi, the Tebus were already their servants or slaves, for they had been originally conquered by the Fawai tribe, who had been forced to give way to the Gawazi, who in their turn had fallen before the prowess of the fighting Zuias. The tribe originally came from the Fezzan, where some of the stock still exist in the Aulad Bu Hassan. We went to bed that night feeling really triumphant, for the shadows that for so long had veiled the strange Libyan oasis were being gradually rolled away. At the same time, we realized how difficult it is to dig out even recent history from the cautious Arab brain. We were anxious to open a Tibu tomb, but in order to do so we had to talk for nearly an hour about Egyptian mummies, so that we could ask if, perchance, the infidels who used to live in Busima had buried their dead in the same way. I must acknowledge that Sidi Mohammed el-Madini was the most intelligent and broad-minded Arab whom I have met. From him, we learnt much of the history of the spread of the Senussi influence through the Sahara, and he offered to show us all over the oasis on the following day. We woke late on January 6th, and found both our watches had stopped, but the sun was strong, so we imagined it must be about 8, and hurried through a breakfast of coffee, dates, and unleavened bread in order to begin our voyage of exploration. Our start, however, was delayed by a furious quarrel between the blacks and the Bedouins as to whose duty it was to remake the baggage saddles and fetch the water for the camp. For once, I discarded soothing words and rated them all so soundly that in a few moments the toothless Faraj was creeping off in one direction with the girba, and Shakri positively running to the wadi in search of leaf. Early in the morning there had been another squabble as to who should go to the village for the festal sheep. We now learned that the Sudanese dared not approach the village singly. They had spent most of the night on sentry duty of the most primitive kind. They had made a fire and sat well within its light, so that no lurking marauder would have had the slightest difficulty in shooting them at all. They also talked at the top of their voices, which disturbed our sleep, and, naturally after such unusual energy, they were feeling cross and tired. The arrival of the black and white sheep, led by the undismayed Omar, cheered them up somewhat, and we left them already making plans for its division. It is generally impossible to buy food in the desert oases. There are no regular customers and no souk. Each family produces enough for its own consumption only. Thus, neither bread, eggs, nor milk were forthcoming, though we were reported rich. Dates are always an exception to the rule. A Mejidi buys a great sackful, and though Busima and Ribiana do not pay taxes in money, they feed the Sayyid's camels free when they happen to pass through. They also pay a percentage of sacks of dates yearly to the government. An official comes from Kufara to collect them. Fakran offered us some of those that were stored, ready for removal. "You are the Sayyid's guests. You have a right to them," he said. Though there was no fodder or grass for our beasts, there were plentiful date rations. We had bargained endlessly over the sheep with a strong-minded female in the attractive Busima dress, a white tobe with scarlet girdle, a black cloth wound closely round the face like a nun's coif, and the barakan of rose and saffron just doubled and flung over her head like a great shawl. Finally, we bought it for 14 Mejidis, and a small boy suddenly appeared with 10 eggs, for which he asked a Mejidi 5 pence each. Abdullah contributed the most bitter goat's milk I have ever tasted, mixed with fresh lagbi, the juice of the palm, which ferments after 24 hours and makes a very potent liquor. The stern Sunusi law decrees that anyone getting drunk on lagbi shall be flogged and fined. After all disputes were settled, we mounted the 2 least weary camels and started picking our way across the waste of salt that lay between our camp at one end of the semicircular strip of palms and the village at the other. It was difficult going because the salt was caked in hard and uneven formation, but it was a wonderful morning, vividly clear and cool in spite of a brilliant sun. To the east of us lay the chain of cliffs, no longer black, but purplish red against the pale dunes beyond. To the west was an iridescent blue lake about 8 kilometers long, very salt so that no fish can live in it, but exquisitely translucent. Beyond it was the border of massed palms and the faintly coral sands, for the reddish dust from the Gebel tints the neighboring country. Halfway across the salt waste, we were met by Sidi Mohammed, and before we left it, the whole male population of Busima had joined us. Our amusement may be imagined when we discovered that it numbered about a score. Including men, women, and children, I don't believe that there were more than 50 human beings in the danger spot that all our fully armed retinue were mortally afraid to approach. Thereafter we had the profoundest distrust of the far-spread tales of marauding bands and murdered caravans. I also came to the conclusion that the Sunusi influence was much more firmly established in the smaller oases than is generally supposed. Sidi Mohammed had kissed the Sayyid's letter and touched his eyelids with it, and the important Fakran family, about whose loyalty our retinue had entertained the gravest doubts, had only waited to welcome us until they were certain we were under the protection of Sidi Idris. Once assured of this, the 2 brothers Fakran, Maihub and Salah, met us most amicably and showed us the ruins of a Tibu village on the northwest shore of the lake. The Tibawiya must have led a cramped existence, for their houses are tiny and of an odd formation, a series of small, round constructions like immense native ovens. Some of them had 3 or 4 of these round rooms clustered together without regular order, like the cells in a honeycomb. They were made of stones and quite hard mortar, and were windowless unless there had originally been some windows higher up. Unfortunately, they were all roofless, the highest walls being about 15 feet 8 inches. Only one door gave access even to the biggest clusters. Before we came to these ruins, we passed east of one of the smaller round hills of the Gara, and faint traces of a Tibu fort were pointed out to us. There had been another on the main cliff of the Gebel opposite, so that the Tibu must have been a warrior race. These forts would have been impregnable, situated on the top of almost perpendicular rocks, commanding a view of the surrounding country 50 kilometers on every side, and, moreover, showing a very good idea of defense, for they must have utilized various ridges of rock as walls and barricades. On the main Gebel are some Tibu tombs, but they are difficult to find among the mass of stones. These primitive people were buried in a sitting position, exactly as Rolfs describes the one he saw in Tyserbo, but generally they have sheepskins wound around them. Apparently they had no knowledge of the textiles and wore only skins. The main village of Busima, at the northwest end of the lake, with well-kept and well-fenced date gardens in which grow a few vegetables and fig trees stretching to the water's edge, was another surprise for us, for it contained but 6 houses, square buildings with solid, well-constructed walls and regular, neatly finished yards with strong wooden doors. They looked neat and comfortable, and had none of the crumbling aspect so common to Arab villages. Here we left the men of Busima after they had promised to come and share our woolly sheep with us in the evening. Sidi Mohammed continued the tour of the lake to show us the Bir Nasrani, a tiny hollow at the roots of a great clump of palms. We had brought our fanatis to fill, as this was supposed to be the best water in the oasis, and while 2 blacks were slowly scooping up the cold liquid, we fodled in the shade and drew maps in the sand, locating the elusive Tyserbo where each man sticks to his village and never goes beyond it, so no one meets them or hears about them. Ribiana, we found, lay a day and a half's journey due south through bad sands, which put it in the middle of Kufara, Kibabo, according to our maps. After leaving the well, we skirted round the whole of the outer shore of the lake and wondered if we had wandered into a fairyland by mistake. It seemed incredible that after 14 days in the intolerable sands, unchanging and characterless, we should be in the midst of an iridescent setting of turquoise, emerald, and amethyst. Busima is the loveliest oasis I have ever seen, with its strange ruddy hills, jewels, purple and crimson reflected in the silver salt mirage which girdles the bluest lake in the world. All this color is clear-cut against the soft, pale dunes. It is seen through a frame of drooping palm branches, with perhaps a rose-hued figure, scarlet-sashed, guarding a flock of goats by a dark pool among the high green rushes. Time stood still for us that day as we wandered slowly on from green of the palms to gold of the sands and so back to our tents in the wadi. We had eaten nothing since the date and damper breakfast, so we urged Faraj to cook some part of the sheep, which now hung in neat portions in the thickest palm clump, as speedily as possible, but certainly our day was out of gear, for the sun set as the smiling black triumphantly produced our lunch, a raw-looking leg of mutton in a small frying pan with 2-minute sandy poached eggs balanced on top of it. Later, the 2 Fakrins, Sidi Mohammed, Sidi Omar, and Bu Regea, came to partake of our sheep, flanked by 2 enormous bowls of rice. Everybody ate out of the same dish with their fingers, scooping up the food swiftly, without speech, but with loud sucking noises. Afterwards we drank so much green tea that sleep became impossible, and with the stars for lamps and the palm clumps for walls, we sat round a little fire and talked slowly, with long pauses. We were told that when Sidi Idris passed through the oasis, he camped for 2 days under an immense cluster of palms within 6 feet of the blue lake, and the spot was now regarded with awe and reverence. We informed our guests that the emir had lately gone to Italy to visit the king. Sidi Mohammed seemed puzzled that the Holy One should have established such a precedent. "Why did not the king come to see the Sayyid?" he asked, "for it is the visitor, not the host, who confers honor in Arab land." Finally, the question of departure arose, and we discussed the possibility of going to Tizerbo first, thinking from Rolf's description that there must be some interesting Tibu ruins there. Tizerbo was supposed by the adventurous German to have been the seat of the Tibu Sultanate, and he suggested that some ruins at Dir and Jedi might have been the stronghold of the reigning potentate. For this reason, we were anxious to see the second largest of the desert oases, in spite of the fact that geographically and commercially it was described as uninteresting. Kufara is the center of the Sahara world. Busima produces the finest dates in Libya, and the caravans come from Jalo to fetch them. Ribiana is apparently the haunt of the most lawless human element in the neighborhood. We were told that there were 500 Tibu there, but it was probably incorrect. Tizerbo is outside the trade circuit and contents itself with a peaceful, self-centered existence. We heard the number of its inhabitants put as low as 50 and as high as 200. With regard to its size, it was generally supposed to be between 25 and 30 kilometers long and about 10 kilometers in breadth. It lies from northwest to southeast, with its northernmost end but a point or two west of due south of Jalo. It comprises 11 so-called villages, of which the largest is Jazira, containing 10 houses. The traveler from the north should arrive at Ain Jalalat or Ain Talib within a kilometer of each other. 2 kilometers south of these wells is Jazira, where there is the Sanusi Zawiya, whose sheikh is Sidi Muhammad el-Madini, brother of our friend with the same name. South of Jazira lies Mabus el-Awadil and Mabus Kabbalah, some 2 kilometers apart. 16 kilometers east of Jazira is Kusabea, the most easterly point in the oasis. 8 kilometers west of Ain Jalalat is El Wadi, and a kilometer further on is El Abd. On the extreme west is Tunisi. At El Wadi is the Qasr Dir and Jedi, where there are some old Tibu buildings, one of which might have been a castle or a palace. El Wadi is the most populated part. There are other Tibu ruins at Dawa, Ain Jalalat, and Jazira. There are clusters of palms round all the villages, with patches of halfa, half grass, half moss, in between. A band of hatab, small mounds with some brushwood and fodder, surrounds the whole oasis. Some of the smaller villages contain but 2 or 3 houses. The larger dwellings are made of sand and stones, and the poor ones are merely shelters of woven palm leaves with small square courts of palms. Most of this information came from the Sheikh el-Madini, whose people had originally lived in Jagabub, where they had had a violent quarrel with another family of Equans. Blood had been shed, and Sayyid Ahmad Sharif had arbitrarily ordered the emigration of the Madini to Tizerbo, where 2 brothers now lived. The one we met had quarreled with them and been banished to Busima. It speaks well for the prestige of the Sanusi family that the Madini are still their loyal adherents, though poor Sidi Muhammad spoke of Kufara and Jagabub as centers of civilization and culture, and Busima as the back of beyond. We spent hours drawing sand maps in the firelight, while a waning moon gleamed pale in the amazing sky of Africa, sapphire blue yet soft as the azure veils of a Circassian bride. Occasionally the toothless Faraj challenged an imaginary passerby with a sharp "Min?" Occasionally there was a rustle in the palms, which Shakri said was a cat who wanted to investigate our temporary larder. Before that night I had no idea how exciting it was trying to make geography. For a year I had worked and plotted to reach Kufara because the thought of this holy oasis, nucleus of the greatest Islamic confraternity, rigidly guarded from every stranger, the center of the mighty influence against which every European power has battled in turn, stirred my imagination. As I gradually learned more about this group of desert cities, Hawari, Jaf, Bohema, Toilib, Tolab, Zuruk, and the Holy Taj, and realized how they represented the spider at the heart of the web, whose threads were the long caravan routes spreading out in every direction from Tripoli to the Sudan, from Lake Chad to Egypt, the commercial side of the problem fascinated me. Kufara controls the desert trade of half the Sahara. So few of the old routes are open now, and others are almost impracticable for lack of wells. But there are infinite possibilities in the future. Camels need not remain forever the only means of transport in Libya. Cisterns of water might be stored at various known posts, as is done between Jalo and Jagabub, where the Sayyids have caused water to be kept in great stone jars for the use of travelers. That night at Busima, when our guests departed, we returned to the tent, athirst for map-making. We shut the flaps and drew out our secreted apparatus. We ruined many sheets of paper and lost our compass in the sand a dozen times before we produced the first rough chart of the desert oasis. But we felt the effort was worthwhile when we saw the wells we had added to the 1915 Egyptian survey map. "Let us hope we shall have saved the next European quite a lot of trouble," said Hassanein, unconsciously adding sand to his already ruffled hair. Sidi Mohammed spent the night in our camp. I thought it was to avoid the long walk back in the dark, for he lived in the farthest away of the two villages. In the morning I discovered he had done it as a precaution. Apparently the tales of danger were not so absurd as we had thought. The Fakran men had said to Muhammad, "Wallahi, if it had not been for Sidi al-Madini, we would have killed you all." It remains a complete mystery how they proposed to do it, but there could be no further doubt about Busima's dislike of strangers. A pale-faced woman had slipped out of the bushes to talk to Miraja as he went out of the camp. The sergeant had Arab blood mixed with his Sudanese, and the figure in blurred reds and fawns was of his kin. "Why did you bring these Egyptians here?" she asked angrily. "We do not want strangers. Make them go, or they will suffer." The morning of January 7th, therefore, everyone had a new panic. It was in vain that we asked them if they were afraid of a mere handful or of shadows. They resurrected all the old stories, and with frantic glances at the deserted dunes, they implored us to depart at once. The pitiful thing was that Mohammed's spirit was utterly broken by the last 3 days of thirst. "Allah has given me a new life," he said. "I dare not risk it again." We were quite used to the cowardice of Yusuf and Abdul Rahim, a pathetic little wisp of a man who had no physique and no fighting spirit, but I was very sorry for Mohammed. He had been my greatest ally, always ready for work or for risk. Now his mind seemed to have suffered as well as his body. I wondered whether he would be of much use to us in the future. As I poached eggs on a sweet-smelling fire and made coffee in the Nasrani water, which tasted so sweet, but which made one's mouth terribly dry, I wished the retinue could absorb a little of the scene. The only things that moved in the purple and gold of rock and dune were the little gray and black birds, like water wagtails, the Abu Fasada of Egypt. I suppose one should make an exception for the insects, for there were several kinds of beetles as well as long sandy locusts, and actually mosquitoes, though the latter were either particularly merciful or abhorred the European as much as did the other inhabitants of Busima. After breakfast we climbed to the top of one of the rocky cliffs. Miraja assured us that it would take the whole day. We completed the ascent in 3/4 of an hour, probably about 100 meters. Our camp level in the wadi was just under 380 meters. The view was marvelous. The whole oasis spread below us, with a great gap in the cliffs through which we had come 2 days before, and beyond, on every side, were the waving lines of creamy dunes, growing steeper as we looked south to Ribiana or southeast to Kufara. 2 spots of black broke the monotony of pale curves, outlying blocks of the Busima Gara. On our way back, we explored a good many ruined Tibu houses scattered here and there on the rough salt waste between our camp and the cliffs. The walls were still in good condition, and the houses were larger than on the farther side of the lake. The biggest round beehive room measured 8 feet 6 inches in diameter. I left Hassanine to tell the retinue that we should start the next morning and to listen to their elaborate plans for defense along the way, while I went with Abdullah to visit his relations in the neighboring village. His sister lived in a low hut made of palm branches and a little square court in front, with a wall of the same waving leaves. There was nothing inside the one room except some mats of plaited fronds, a few woven grass bowls full of dates, a couple of yellow gourds, a kidskin of water, and some rather doubtful blankets. The whole life of these people depends on the palm. Their houses, mats, bowls, food, drink, baskets, strings, shoes, stuffing for camel saddles, all come from it. Several women gathered round me in the cool darkness. Most of them were pretty, with pale olive faces and pointed chins. The dark eyes of a Latin race looked out between heavy black-fringed lashes. Their features were finely cut, and they had the most beautiful pearly teeth I have ever seen. They told me it was the effect of dates, and the thing that most interested them and me was a gold stopping. They thought it was a new form of jewelry, and everyone in turn called upon to inspect and poke my unfortunate tooth. If we have gold, they said, we make it into necklaces and earrings. Why do you wear it in your mouth? They insisted on unwinding my cumbersome red hezem, which I had always rolled around my waist, and swathing it very low on my hips, which gave me the immensely long-bodied effect of all Arab women. They showed me all their jewelry, huge silver earrings, necklaces, and amulets, and asked me why I had no tattoo marks to show my tribe. Altogether, we spent an amusing hour in the dark palm room, varied by drinking sour goat's milk out of bowls made of palm wood, and eating dry black dates, almost too hard to bite. From Busima there are 2 routes, one due south to Ribiana, described as a day and a half through very big dunes, a hard road that no guide likes to face, and another slightly southeast, taking 3.5 days, of which 2 are difficult. From Ribiana it is possible to continue through the same high dunes to the Kufara group. By the more direct route, one arrives at Hawari, and by the longer one at Tolab. We took the straight road without hesitation, for our camels had by no means recovered from our last disastrous journey. 2 of the Nagas were expected to foal at any moment, and all looked extremely thin and weak. Abdul Hafiz shook his head over them despondently. Allah is great, he said, but so are the dunes. We left Busima at 8:20 on January 8th. Bouregea walked with us to the top of the first sand ridge, from where there was a marvelous view of the whole oasis, palms, lake, mountains, the latter like ruddy amethysts in a gold setting. The Fatha was solemnly repeated on the summit of a sharp rise. Then, after many good wishes and blessings, we plunged sharply into the maze of dunes. The strange little scene stuck in my mind because of the treachery that we knew underlay it. The preceding evening, after they had eaten our food, one of the Fakhran family had said to Yusuf, "Wallahi, had we but a force equal to yours, you should not now depart," while the loyal Shiki al-Madini had urged Muhammad to leave the oasis as soon as possible. The morning of our departure, a spy arrived from Ribiana, saying, "The Bazama family have just returned from Jedabia, and they tell us that strangers are coming to this country. We cannot believe it is true that the Sayyid has given permission to any stranger to visit Kufara. I have been sent to discover the truth." Now the aged Equan who originally intended to accompany us on our journey, Haji Fetater, had warned Abdullah that the Sayyid should not allow the Bazamas to go to Ribiana until we had returned in safety. Amidst all the complications of our departure, the warning had been ignored. Yet, when the spy's words were repeated to us, we felt at last we understood the situation. Ever since we had left Jedabia, there had been a strange undercurrent that we could not understand. We met with much hospitality and friendliness, yet always an odd distrust dogged our footsteps, while queer, impossible rumors spread before us. There was the robber band that laid in wait for us near Bir Rasim. There was the change of front at Audiobooks. Even in Jalo there was a faint, uneasy shadow, which Hasamida Bey Zaitan explained by saying that some of the sheiks were old-fashioned and ignorant. Then came the actual enmity of Busima, with all the rumors and warnings that terrified our retinue and were disregarded by us. The culminating point was the arrival of the spy, whose tale gave us every reason to suppose that we should be attacked on the way to Kufara, for he made exhaustive inquiries as to the strength of our party and the retinue we were taking. It was Muhammad who elucidated the mystery. He told us that the Bazamas were an old and highly respected Sanusi family, who had been Equan since the ancestor, who was sent to Kufara by Sidi Ben Ali, was one of the original 4 who were to instruct the Zuiyas in the faith of Islam. There had been an ancient dispute about the possession of some land in Ribiana between the Sayyids and a member of this family, but Sayyid Ahmed had settled matters amicably by making them sheiks of Ribiana. Unfortunately, they had lately evaded the payment of anshur, the 10th part, to the government, on the grounds that they had not enough servants to till the lands. Sidi Idris had just removed them from office and appointed another man in their place. Consequently, the whole Bazama family were in search of revenge. What better opportunity could offer than the murder of the Sayyid's guests, who were, moreover, generally supposed to be engaged on an important Sanusi mission? Now we could trace all the threads to one spinning wheel. We had attributed the robbers to chance greed, the affair at Audiobooks to the meanness of the surly Zuiya, who did not wish to feast the travelers, the rumors of danger in Busima to the strained imaginations of the retinue. As a matter of fact, we probably owed our continued existence in the first place to our disguised flight, which misled Jedabia. Later on, Hassanine's eloquence, the first night in the Shi'ib's tent at Audiobooks, at Jalo the loyalty of the Kaimakan, at Busima the smallness of the population, doubtless saved us from disaster. But what about Kufara? The Bazamas might have much influence there, and in a large Arab oasis there are always factions only too glad of any excuse to squabble. The sacred character of the place and the fierce fanaticism of the older Sanusi would give our enemies every chance of fomenting the distrust which the advent of the first strangers in their history must naturally arouse. Muhammad and Yusuf were exceedingly troubled. For the 100th time, I imagine they wished they had never started on this southern journey. The story invented by the Bazamas, the one most likely to unite every faction and family against us, was that Sidi Idris had sold Kufara, Ribiana, and Busima to Europeans, and that Christian strangers, sometimes I was reported to be the Queen of Italy, were coming to gain all information about the country, so that the Europeans could occupy it with greater ease. Unless this amazing rumor could be rapidly discredited, every man's hand would be against us and our lives not worth the fraction of a centime. We calculated that the spy would waste at least a half a day fodling at Busima, after which it would take him a day to return to Ribiana. We expected that more time would be wasted there in organizing the attack, and so hoped, by moving speedily, to arrive at Hawari without a battle. It would not matter much, in case of attack, whether we were victorious or not, for in the former case we should have started a blood feud, and the relatives of the slain would lie in wait for us on our return. Unfortunately, the dunes made rapid progress impossible. The camels slipped and fell going down them. The ungirthed loads were flung off in all directions. The beasts had to be urged up them slowly and laboriously. We were obliged to wind around the largest, and our course that day was an infinitely slow zigzag. We rose to a height of 580 meters, with great waves and ridges of dunes running irregularly on every side. At 3 p.m., we arrived at an almost flat stretch, with one very high-pointed dune measuring nearly 100 meters high at the farther side. We clambered up this, and had a wonderful view over the turbulent sea of sand. Behind us, the great cliffs of Busima appeared just sunk amongst the dunes. On the western horizon rose another long, square-topped formation, dark as the Gara we had left. This was the mountain of Ribiana. It appeared to me at least 60 kilometers away. To the east were clearly visible the Fadil Hills and the Hawash between Zigan and Kufara, mere little blots of indigo among the curly sand ridges. At 5 p.m. we were forced to camp because one of the Nagas was foaling. She walked up to the last moment, and an hour later she appeared to have recovered, but alas, the foal was reported dying, which depressed the Arabs intensely, for camels are gold in their eyes, and gold to them is alpha and omega and a great deal else in between. The Sudanese amused me greatly that evening. "Don't be afraid, we will defend your lives," said Faraj cheerfully. With memories of their various panics in Busima, I replied, "Don't you worry about defending my life. I can do that all right. Keep your minds fixed on defending your own." This was a new point of view, and elicited the doleful answer, "But I don't want to fight without a reason. There is a little girl I want to marry when I go back." January 9th was a very cold morning, so the retinue dawdled hopelessly over their meal. The Sudanese prefer the fiercest sun to a touch of cold, which literally freezes them. We started at 8 a.m. and made better progress than the previous day, in spite of the fact that the foal, having completely recovered, had to be carried in a sort of pannier on the mother's back. The dunes were very uneven in size. Sometimes, for a kilometer or two, there was a stretch of mildly undulating sands, and then we would come to great massive dunes like small mountains, from the top of which one had a view of the 4 black rocky chains, roughly east, south, north, and west. At 10 a.m. we climbed to the top of the Sif el Biram, which the Arabs say is the highest on the route. It is called the Dune of the Firepots, because the Zui women, flying south before the Turkish occupation of the northern oases, took their clay cooking pots with them on their camels. As the beasts crawled down the precipitous slopes of the mighty dune, the vessels fell off and were all broken. To a certain extent, our caravan repeated the experience, for most of the baggage collapsed, and a strange woman who was traveling with us, a pale girl widow who had left her baby in Busima because her husband's family refused to give it up and had claimed our protection to go to Kufara to join her own people, turned a complete somersault over the head of her surprised camel. Luckily, the sand was soft. It became distinctly pinkish as we went further south, a pale coral color. Unfortunately, another Naga took it into her head to foal after we had done only 28 kilometers, and we were forced to camp at 3 p.m. Luckily, there was no doubt about this foal's health, so we avoided the gloom of the preceding evening. Yusuf and Abdullah sat with me while the tent was being erected in a wide open space, splendidly open to attack, but the fatalistic spirit of the desert had made us careless. They told me stories of Sidi el-Mahdi, who is supposed among the Bedouins to be still alive and a mystic wanderer in the Sahara. Someday he will return to lead the Senussi to further glory and power, inshallah. They say that he disappeared suddenly at Garu on the way to Wadai, and another was buried in his place in the Holy Morabit in Kufara. As an instance of his continued existence, they quoted the experience of some Arabs seated around their campfire amidst the starlit dunes. To them came a stranger who asked them for news of the Mahdi. "Our Lord is dead," they replied. "The Sayyids of Kufara say so." "He is alive," said the stranger. "Huwa fi wast." The Bedouins translated this to mean that Sidi al-Mahdi was in a town called Wast in Algeria, and they rushed with the news to Kufara. "Why did you not hold the man?" asked the sheiks. "That was the Mahdi. He is alive. He told you he was fi wast, between you." The play on the Arabic words is clumsy in English. Fi wast means between, in the middle of, while fi means in, and wast might be the name of a place. The previous night we had camped with a feeling of unrest and apprehension. Everybody clung to his rifle, and I remember Hassanine and I had a fierce dispute over an ancient musket left behind by a soldier who had deserted at Jalo, reducing our army to 9, inclusive of commandant and sergeant. As a matter of fact, the weapon which really filled the Bedouin soul with terror was Hassanine's useless target pistol. Its long barrel thrilled them, and we overheard Abdullah telling a friend that Ahmed Bey had a revolver which could shoot people an hour away. The second night, the desert had stuck in her claw again. Fatal anesthetic which makes one utterly careless of the future. What matter dead yesterday and unborn tomorrow, so that the day be good? In truth, the days are generally extremely trying, for there is either a blazing sun which burns through the thin cotton barakan over the wound handkerchief, or a bitter wind which pierces every bone in one's body. Sometimes there were both together, and then one side of one is frozen and the other is baked. One's skin split and blistered under this treatment. But there was only 1 hour I shall never be able to forgive the desert. This was the moment when, at 5 a.m., one crept shivering out of one's warm flea bag into pitch darkness, placed one's feet gingerly on icy cold sand, fumbled with numb fingers for a candle and matches, and proceeded to drag on cold, stiff garments from each of which fell a shower of sand. Meanwhile, with chattering teeth, one had to call out loud cheerful greetings and hearty good wishes to rouse our improvident following, although one's mind contained nothing but venomous invective. However, the nights were good. On that particular one, Chakri, being sentinel, stationed himself clear-cut against the starlit sky on the top of the highest dune, and in case his presence were not sufficiently obvious, he played mournful little tunes on a wooden flute. Next day, January 10th, we started at 6:30 a.m. after the usual breakfast of half a plate of rice with a dozen dates and a cup of coffee. It is amazing how one gets accustomed to much work on little food. We walked for 11¼ hours, doing 44 kilometers as the crow flies, with only a handful of dates at midday. Moreover, when we reached camp, there was always map drawing and writing to be done before we thought of supper. That day Abdullah and I started off briskly in front of the others, for it was very cold and the sun had not yet risen above the dunes. We were soon stopped by the sight of something white a little to our left. Upon inspection, it proved to be a pathetic reminder of the desert cruelty we had escaped just a week ago. 3 human skeletons lay in a huddled group, half covered with sand. "Thirst," said Abdullah grimly. It must have been a fairly recent tragedy, for the men's white clothes were in good condition, and the skin of the hands was still yellow and dry. The strange woman bent over them pityingly. 3 men were lost on their way from Ribiana to Kufara, she said. Their baggage was found, but they had disappeared. The soldiers, however, said they were probably blacks, for they had many Sudanese hijabs on them. We found some leather amulets, a fox's foot, and the complete bones of a bird, but I would not let the men disturb the desolate scene further. With a Rahmat Ulahi Alahim, we passed on to join the caravan. The foals were being carried in panniers, one on each side of the biggest naga, and occasionally we had to stop to let them feed. Otherwise we made good pace, for the dunes were gradually getting less steep. At 8 a.m. we mounted the last big rise and saw before us a sea of low coral waves, for the sand was getting steadily pinker, with a black mass of the Gebel in front. Great was our excitement, however, when, with binoculars, we were able to follow this chain, apparently with scarcely a break, to very near the position of the Ribiana Gara. In fact, the whole horizon seemed to be enclosed in a semicircle of irregular violet hills, stretching from the Fadil and Hawaish to the northwest and west, with scarcely a break where Kufara lay, to the long chain of the Gebel Neri. From the map we had seen, we had supposed the hills to be in small, regular groups. This marvelous view of a land enclosed by strange cliffs was so unexpected that it was like discovering a new country. From that point, the ranges appeared to run in a complete half-circle from northwest to southeast. With blazing eyes, Hassanine began tracing his sand maps. "Don't you see the Hawari Gara as a continuation of the Gebel Neri?" he said. "Yes, and the Ribiana Gara is a bit broken off the other end," I answered, with rising excitement. "Do you know, the Hawash mountain was originally called the Ked el Adu, vexation of the enemy," he continued, "because no one could break through it." "To enter the enclosed land," I interrupted. "Of course, these oases are all linked in a circle by the Black Hills. Tizerbo alone has no Gara. She lies outside." From that moment, I have always thought of Busima, Kufara, and Ribiana as the mountain oases of Libya. Some day, no doubt, geologists will come and prove our theory false or true, but for me the palm gardens isolated in the middle of red sands, each with its guardian crag, will ever be an island country within the arms of the strange dark mountains. The name Hawish means a great beast. Therefore we questioned Yusuf and Abdullah closely about these mountains. "No one ever goes there," they said. "The jinns live there." "Does anyone ever go to Gebel Neri?" "No, they are afraid." "What are they afraid of?" "They do not know." "Have they seen anything?" "No, when they go near the mountains they have a feeling." "Are there men there?" "No, there is no water nor food. Men lived there long ago and drank rainwater." "They may be there still, then." "No, there are jinns." "What do they look like?" "Nobody has seen them." "Well, how do you know they are there?" "In the morning one can sometimes hear a loud noise, as of many birds." "And no one has seen anything?" "They have seen bones." "What kind of bones?" "They do not know. They are afraid." Pressed on this point, Yusuf said the bones were big and drew a picture in the sand which might represent the vertebrae of anything from a man to a camel. I repeat this conversation verbatim in order to show how difficult it is to draw information from a Libyan Arab. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara, by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Treachery at Hawari. In the afternoon we left the dunes behind and emerged on flat, rolling country with broad sand waves ahead and the purple crags of the Neri running south in an irregular mass of peaks and square-topped ridges with dark stretches of stones and lava in between. The sand was now the color of mellow brick dust, with occasional streaks of purplish red and scattered patches of stones of all colors, like those I had picked up in Busima. Some of the ground looked almost like mosaic work in blues, mauves, and reds. Hoping to arrive at Hawari on the morrow, the caravan moved briskly through the sunset, when the land turned an ugly hot brown and the arching cliffs tore the orange sky with somber violet crests. We barracked beneath the first big round sand wave, from where we could see the dark Gara of Hawari, a continuation of the Gebel Neri, and while we triumphed in our success as geographers, the retinue developed a beautiful new panic. They had heard that one man had left the Bazama caravan at El Harash and gone on to Kufara. Abdullah suggested that he would have spread all kinds of libel about us, and Abdul Rahim grew pale beneath his ebony. The pitiful thing was that Muhammad had so completely lost his nerve that he, too, was terrified. He had changed very much in the last week. He no longer looked out upon the world with his old, frank, boyish glance. His eyes wavered and fell. He never laughed or sang these days. I think that he was really the only imaginative and sensitive man in the party, and therefore he alone had conjured up visions of what dying of thirst really meant. Also, his reserved pride had been violently wounded by the attitude of Busima, though he would never acknowledge it. Unfortunately, that morning he had seen the skeletons and drew on his vivid imagination for details and comparisons. This completed his demoralization. He joined with the guide and the soldiers in imploring us to go past Hawari by night and arrive at Kufara proper before dawn, so that by the time anyone woke up in Taj we should be established in one of the Sayyid's houses, presumably in a state of armed defense. In vain we argued and protested. They all foresaw a well-organized attack the moment the inhabitants of Hawari perceived us. To do use of justice, he was the only one who declared that this was nonsense. There may be robbers, he said, but how could they openly attack the Sayyid's slaves? We found an unexpected ally in him when, sitting around the campfire, we tried to instill a little courage into the retinue while at the same time insisting on staying in Hawari. It had been an exceedingly hot day, and feet had blistered anew, which perhaps accounted for the mental depression. Yusuf was our most reliable barometer. When he discarded the fleece-lined waterproof and strode along in his fluttering white shirt and skullcap, as he had done that afternoon, we knew it must be almost torrid. I never saw Mohammed walk without my plaid rug wound over the top of the torn woolly waterproof. January 11th, I saw the sun rise from the top of the immense dune that had guarded our slumbers. The dull sand turned slowly pink as the purple cliffs of the Gebel Neri came into view in low, irregular masses to the south, while a little to the east of them appeared the solitary black rock of the Hawari Gara. It looked at least a day's journey away. Abdullah said we should reach it by midday. As we marched toward it, I tried to draw out more tales of the desolate mountain on our right, for I was intrigued by the description of the sounds heard therein, a noise of birds. Horneman, the first modern writer to speak of the Tebu oasis, says that the people of Aujela described the speech of the inhabitants as like unto the whistling of birds. Curiously enough, the Tebu women I met had extraordinarily high-pitched, sweet voices, which sounded rather like clear warbling. Moraja and Abdul Hafiz both volunteered the information that footprints had been seen near the haunted Gebel. Footprints of what? I asked. Well, they are like snakes, they replied. The anticlimax was too great. I could not bear my jinn or prehistoric savage to turn into a serpent. After 2 hours we left the pink sands and passed into the waste of stony ridges and small hills on the outskirts of the mountains. The colors were quite extraordinary. Occasional banks of vivid vermilion lay between patches of loose black stone, with here and there scattered blocks of gray, rose, and mauve at the foot of the smaller cliffs. All around us the basis of the sand was faunish red, and as the stones grew thicker we found odd hollow tubes and balls, heavy and black, but filled with sand. The largest balls measured more than a foot across, the smallest about an inch. The blacks were delighted with these new toys and broke open the solid ones to see the sand run out, after which they used them as cups and candlesticks. I have never seen the formation before and did not know what it was. We passed the Hawari Gara at noon. It does not stand out particularly from the rest of the Gebel Neri, as it is but one cliff among many in the neighborhood, but a few hundred yards beyond, the ridges of stones and red sand rise sufficiently to allow one to look, as it were, over their edge on the country of paler sand beyond. Here reigned our old enemy, the mirage, so it was difficult at first to distinguish the false from the true. On the far horizon loomed the purple hills of the Kufara Gara. Somewhere beyond those peaks and cliffs lay the mysterious, elusive oasis that was so near and yet always just beyond our reach. Up till that moment we had considered Hawari as a part of Kufara, but Yusuf, pointing joyfully to a pale sand wave just before the distant hills, said, "Do you see the white sand? Before we come to that, below it are the palms of Hawari, but Kufara is bayed beyond the Gebel." For a couple of hours we straggled across uneven country, dotted with rare patches of stones and mounds, with ever more and more tantalizing points appearing to the south, till we wondered if the mountains ever ended. Nobody waits for anyone else in the desert. Everyone walks at his own favorite pace. If you cannot keep up, you drop behind, and your companion does not stop to ask the reason. If you pause to shake the sand from a shoe, he does not halt with you. It is against the custom, unless you are ill. The Bedouins often speak of the long, waterless routes as the roads where we do not wait for a dying man. An hour for a camel, 2 for an Arab, then we leave them. At last, a stronger sand wave than most gave us a sudden, perfect view of Hawari, a long, very narrow strip of palms running for about 12 kilometers, very nearly north and south, with 2 little isolated groups of palms at the southern end. All around it lay a band of very red sand, broken into thousands of small mounds of hatab, the little dry sticks we had seen before. A third naga started to foal, but we ruthlessly left her to the care of Abdul Hafiz and pressed on, so that we entered the oasis at 3 p.m. Against the wallflower sands, the thick, low-growing, heavy-foliaged palms looked almost gray. There were few tall ones, so it was easy to cut great clusters of yellow dates, which were very sweet and tasted of honey. I did not like them very much. The retinue began to panic frantically, chiefly because a group of blacks we passed cutting dates amidst a picturesque circle of goats and blue-robed women asked, "Where's the caravan with the Christian?" The Bazamas sent news of it. We went straight across the southern end of the oasis to the palm gardens of the Sayed, which were well kept, in excellent order, with neat leaf fences, many wells, rows of newly planted young palms, and continuous patches of vegetables, brightest green amidst the monotonous brick-red sands. The whole of this portion of the oasis was inhabited by the Sayed slaves, and we saw numbers of blacks, men, women, and children, working in the gardens or driving small, pale gray donkeys laden with dates. We camped on the edge of the village, and Abdul Rahim nearly had a fit when he saw me wander off to photograph the houses gleaming white between the palms. He ran after me, almost foaming with terror. The general state of nerves was beginning to get boring. The houses of Hawari are almost like European buildings. They are exceedingly well constructed of sand bricks in regular lines, square, solid, flat-roofed, with windows, but many of the yards have quite low walls, all of which are neatly coped. We had scarcely put up the tent when the sheikh of the Zawiya, Musa Squarin, arrived to inquire our business. He was soon followed by the leading Zawiya headmen, among them Musa Garabil and Mansur Bubader of the Gabail. Soon a circle of a dozen were sitting around our hastily built zariba, while Muhammad's faithful follower, Omar, hurriedly made coffee. The tribesmen were slightly depressed at first, and we wondered if it had anything to do with our arrival, until it appeared that one man had made a bad bargain in buying slaves from a Wadai caravan a few days before. He had paid 400 medjidies, about £70, for a man and 2 women, and now the man was very ill. It was bad business, he said sadly. They all repeated the same formula. The Sayyid's orders are above our heads, and adding that our visit was welcome, saying, "Your coming is a blessing. May Allah bless our Sayyids and those who come from them." Yet Abdul Rahim started the rumor that night that we were prisoners and were not to be allowed to move till permission arrived from Kufara. We were too sleepy to inquire into the truth, But the following morning gifts of sour lemon and milk arrived, together with a couple of chickens, so we thought that probably the Zuyas, while paying all honor to the Sayyid's guests, were anxious to show how impossible it was for strangers to penetrate their well-guarded borders. Yusuf and Mohammed implored us not to move from the camp, which they had pitched in an unsheltered, torridly hot and fly-ridden spot to avoid robbers in the palm groves. "Wait till the big men come to see us," they said. "Then you can walk with safety." This was palpably an excuse, for Hawari is only a little village suffering from its nearness to a big center. The whole life of the country depends on the town beyond the mountains. The big sheiks in Ekwan live in Joff and Taj. In Clapham or Tooting one does not expect to find ministers of the crown, so in Hawari everyone says, "There is nothing here. All things come from Kufara." The important sheik of the place, Bushnaf, was at the moment in Joff. For this reason, we had sent on Abdullah as a herald of our coming to present our credentials to Sidi Idris's wakil and to prepare a dwelling for us in Taj. That morning we overate on eggs, dates, fresh bread made with yeast, oh, but it tasted good, and goat's milk. Then, when Hassanine lazed, he called it absorbing the spirit of the desert, I hid 2 kodaks in the folds of my voluminous barakan, veiled my own unfortunately white skin, and went off to explore the town. The corporal and the largest faraj offered to escort me, but they were not happy till they realized how little interest we aroused. We saw many well-kept gardens wherein grew vegetables, peaches, barley, thorn-tree figs. In each of them were 1 or 2 Sudanese working the primitive wells, sometimes with the aid of delightful little gray donkeys, the cleanest things I had seen in Libya. We walked all through the village, encountering no opposition, but of subjects for photographs there were few. The big square houses, with their complicated yards and outbuildings, were dotted here and there among the scattered palms or over the broad bare spaces of sand. There were no winding streets or passages as in Jalo and Aujela. A small, insignificant mosque, a low, square building with a row of windows, a little zawiya established by the great Sidi el-Mahdi with a quba that looked rather like a horse trough with an upright stone at each end, a former muezzin of the zawiya, made a group at one end of the village. We climbed one of the vermilion dunes, half covered with the feathery gray bushes we had first met at El Atash, in order to get a better view for a photograph. But the scattered houses were too far away. On our return we passed 1 or 2 buildings with mud porticos whose arches could be seen above the walls of their yards. Some women came out to talk to me in high, clear voices. They were practically unveiled and wore straight, dark red tobes, unbelted, so that they made an attractive group under a large thorn tree between high sand walls. One and all they asked for medicine, and when I returned to my fly-filled tent, a group gradually gathered outside with various tales of woe. The most important entered and sat uncomfortably on my folding bed, from which they soon slipped thankfully to their accustomed crouched-up position on the sand. My treatments were simple, consisting chiefly of boracic powder and quinine, but the recipients tied the pills carefully into the corners of their barakans and departed with blessings. Suddenly a blaze of color obstructed the view beyond my tent flap. The smallest of the gray donkeys, almost covered with a gorgeous striped mat of reds and blues, and still further obscured by the voluminous draperies of a small, huddled figure in the vividest scarlet I have ever seen, was led up by a tiny urchin in a tattered white shirt, while another beat from behind. "The mother of Sheikh Musa has come to visit you," announced one of the farages. The flaming folds disengaged themselves, trailed into the tent, and crumbled into a red heap on the sand, from which emerged the oldest, frailest Arab woman I have ever met. She was bent and wrinkled beyond belief, toothless and almost blind, yet she carried on an interested conversation about the Sayyids and finally offered me a Moslem rosary blessed by Sidi el-Mahdi. As the heat was terrific, I was glad when the visit came to an end, and only wish we had fixed our departure for that afternoon instead of for the next morning. Hassanine suggested our wandering down to the other end of the oasis, where there is another small village, Hawari. We borrowed a donkey from the reluctant Sheikh el-Zawiya, who told us that we should be killed before we were out of sight of the Balad, and called for a guide to show us the way. At that moment there were half a dozen Zawiyas seated around our zariba, but none of them moved. I began to understand the sufferings of Rolfs when I looked at the cruel, anemic faces of these Arabs. Brave they may be, but they had not the keen, fierce looks of the warrior Bedouin. They had small, cunning eyes that shifted restlessly, long, mean faces with thin lips, and generally a fretful scowl between the brows. The Zawiyas are known as a bad tribe, and these people certainly looked untrustworthy to the last degree. When we offered a bribe of tea and sugar, one of them got up to accompany us, but none of the soldiers would come. Moraja and Abdul Rahim hid in their tent, and Yusuf said he was lame. We were just starting off alone when Mohammed sprang up and slung on his gun. "They are a pair of eagles," he exclaimed. "I will not be less brave than they." After we had gone a few hundred yards, there was a soft thudding in the sand behind, and the big Faraj, who had become our sort of personal slave, together with the corporal, silently joined us. Our progress, however, was almost instantly stopped by a band of young men and boys rushing wildly after us. "Do not walk! Do not walk!" they yelled, and pointed to a large group of white-clad Arabs marching rapidly towards us. We turned to meet them. "For God's sake, do not go," said Mohammed. "There is bad work here. I do not understand it. Let us go back to the camp." He followed gamely, however. The Arabs were all armed, and they looked very angry, for they were gesticulating and talking in loud voices. I always wore my revolvers underneath my hezam. I managed to get them out under the folds of my barakan, and wondered with an odd, fierce pleasure how many shots I could get in. The corporal pretended to busy himself with the donkey, but our Faraj came on, his rifle ready. The Zawiyas surrounded us, a wild, threatening group. "You shall not move from here till orders come from Joff," they shouted. "We have been warned about you. We know. No strangers shall come into our country. They die quickly here." Hassanine suddenly had one of his inspirations. "You wish to show that you are brave and will defend your country to the last, but you should behave thus to strangers, not to the guests of the Sayyid," he said angrily. They were puzzled. They expected us to be frightened and impressed. Instead, we were angrier than they. If you can make an Arab talk, he generally forgets to fire. While loudly arguing, we led the way to the camp, and soon there was a large Meglis seated outside our tent. Some Tebus joined the Zawiyas. They were coal-black like the Sudani slaves, but with more refined and intelligent faces. Most of them do not talk Arabic, but their headman explained the situation to them, and to our surprise they ranged themselves on our side. "The guests of the Sayyid are welcome to our country," they said. The Zawiyas, headed by Bu Badr, were angrier than ever. "Why does not a messenger come from Joff?" they asked. "Sidi Abdullah went last night, and he promised to send back news. We told him you should not follow until permission came." We looked blankly at each other. We had not told the guide to send back a messenger, and he had breathed no word to us of such intention, nor of his tribesmen's threats. "It is a plot," I said grimly. "Yes, but where—" "Why," murmured Hassanine vaguely. Mohammed leaned forward triumphantly. His eyes shone, his voice was strong. I think in that moment he recovered his self-respect, and we our old ally. "I understand it all," he cried. "Wallahi, I will never stroke my beard again till I have settled with Abdullah, who has betrayed us. You men of Hawari, you are fools, and you have insulted the Sayyid's guests because you were like the foolish woman in the souk who buys the first thing that is offered to her." He whispered to Hassanine in Arabic, too rapid for my comprehension. "By Allah, hear and believe, for I speak the truth," shouted the latter above the babble of angry voices. Even Sheikh Zarug of the Hawaj ceased from exclaiming that if no messenger came from Joff on the morrow, the Zuios would know that we had deceived them, and it would go hard with us. You get no news here, and you believe the first comer, continued Hassanine. Abdullah told you that you must prove to the strangers that you are brave and strong, lest they think that anyone can enter your country easily. Is it not so? They acknowledged uneasily, some even with crooked smiles, that this was the case. Then they remembered the point, which changed a bluff meant to impress strangers into a grim reality. Abdullah was to send back a messenger if the Equan approved of your letter and would receive you. It is a short journey, and none has come. At these words, smiles vanished, and the pale, cruel faces grew more cunning and suspicious. The Tebus grouped themselves behind us. It might be a good battle, I thought, and I wondered if the Zuia rifles were modern. A fight is always stimulating, and not like that awful, helpless day of thirst when one could not war with nature. Of course no messenger has come, said Hassanine triumphantly, and none will. You have been fooled, and so have we. Tomorrow you would have prevented our going. There would have been a fight. You are brave, but so are the slaves of the Sayyid. Perhaps his guests would have been killed, and Abdullah would have been saved. Do you know why? Then followed the story of the guide who had lost his head and his reputation at the same time, and I suddenly grasped Abdullah's neat little plot. If none of the caravan returned to Jedabia, or even if the two strangers, chief witnesses against him, disappeared, he would be saved. He knew full well that no one would employ him as a guide after the story of his Tyserbo mistake became known. His future depended on our lips being sealed. His best chance lay amongst his suspicious Zuia kinsmen, always distrustful of strangers, fanatical and warlike. Yet the caravan could not be attacked while he was with it. Therefore he suggested going to prepare the way for us at Taj. When we agreed, it was easy to arouse the amour propre and suspicions of the Hawari Zuias. Show your courage by not letting these doubtful strangers cross the borders of your land. If their story is true and the sheiks of Joff will receive them, I will send back a messenger. He had never the slightest intention of dispatching anyone to rescue us from the ever-growing hostility at Hawari, and he calculated that in a day or two we should make an attempt to escape and be promptly fired upon. The blacks would be obliged to defend us, and after the general carnage, the story of his failure would be buried with the slain. Mohammed having discovered the plot, Hassanine rose nobly to the occasion. His words poured forth with all the subtle rhetoric that sways the Bedouin mind, and when their brains were steeped in this river of speech, he suddenly flung down Sidi Idris's letter. Do you wait for orders from Joff when your Sayyid sends us here? Is this the insult that you pay him when he trusted you to help his guests? There was an uncomfortable pause. The shifty eyes of the circle would not meet ours. Sheikh Saad, the feki of the town, who had been the spokesman against us, murmured incoherent words. Mansur Badr sent hastily for a sheep. The group began to split into twos and threes. A party was forming in our favor. Musa Garabil exclaimed, "He is speaking the truth. We have made a mistake." For at least an hour, arguments ranged on every side, but we ignored them and planned low-voiced revenge with Mohammed in the tent. It was delightful to see how the man had taken hold again. "Wallahi," he repeated 5 times running, "may I never see my wife again if Abdullah does not get his reward from the Sayyid." From the pleasant task of plotting the guide's downfall, we were summoned by a smiling Yusuf. "Your words are flames," he said to Hassanine. "The people are feeling very foolish, and they regret what they have done." I felt it was Hassanine's triumph, so I left him to receive the apologies of the Zuias with condescending coldness, but even this did not content them. Musa Garabil and Bubadr insisted on wishing me personally a good journey on the morrow. "I shall be glad to rest in the house of Sidi Idris," I said coldly. "He told me it would be an easy journey, but I think he has been mistaken." the Zuyas were silent. Yusuf told me afterward that Abdullah had insisted that the caravan was to follow him to Jaf the next day without waiting for any news from Kufara. To make things quite certain, he had told the men of Hawari that we were looking for gold in the mountains and would return with an army to conquer the land and take the treasure it contained. When it was dark, the slave girls Zainab and Hawa crept into my tent. "We thought we should all die today, but now we are happy. The people are bad here, but we have been saved," they said. Our greatest triumph, however, was the moment when a very meek Zuya deputation woke us up to ask us if we would care to go to Hawari on our way to Kufara on the morrow. They dared not approach the tent themselves, so sent Yusuf to offer their olive branch. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Secret of the Sahara, Kufara by Rosita Forbes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Feasts in the Holy Place. January 13th, therefore, should have seen the successful termination of our long journey, instead of which it saw us prisoners in earnest, until a furiously ridden white donkey appeared on the horizon, amidst a whirl of tarbouche tassels, rifle, and long legs ending in bright yellow slippers, each swinging wildly at different angles. All this because Abdullah overreached himself. In order to make our destruction certain, he went to the Kaimakam at Jaf and warned him that we were two Christians from Italy disguised as Muslims, and that we were learning all about the country in order to conquer it later on. "It is impossible," said that official loyally. "They have letters from the Sayyids." "What is writing?" said Abdullah. "They have cheated the Sayyids, I tell you. Ever since they left, they have been secretly making maps. They had watches on the feet of the camels, and the Set held a watch in her hand all the time, my compass. They hang a strange thing on their tent, a weapon to kill us if we come near, the barometer. And they have spectacles which make the country look big while it is far away." He drew such lurid pictures of our nefarious designs that the Kaimakan was determined at all costs to protect his beloved Sayyids from the consequences of their mistake. "They must not leave Hawari," he said firmly. "In a few days they must go back. The honor of our princes will thus be saved." Abdullah agreed warmly, believing that in a few days what was left of us would hardly be worth sending back. Then the blow fell. "You must take an order at once to Yusuf and Mohammed Quemish." In vain the guide protested, pleaded, argued. The Kaimakan was firm. It was then the afternoon, and there was plenty of time to reach Hawari before night. The energetic official hustled Abdullah out of town, and the plotter saw his neat little plan for our destruction in jeopardy. He knew that Mohammed was intelligent, and that Yusuf was known to many people in Kufara. Both were loyal. Therefore, unless we were killed fairly quickly, in the general inquiry his own perfidy would come to light. He had meant to ensure that we were not immediately invited to Jaf. He had no desire to return to us, even with an order for our detention, for though it might make things uncomfortable for us temporarily, in the long run he was bound to suffer. Therefore he spent the night in the mountains and only arrived at our camp at 9 o'clock, hoping that by this time we should have come to blows with the Zuyas, for he had particularly instructed Yusuf to start off with the caravan at dawn. I do not know which was more aghast at seeing the other, Abdullah or I. At that moment, of course, I knew nothing of his work at Kufara. I only felt that we had jumped to wrong conclusions the preceding day, and when, with restless eyes downcast, he murmured that we could not leave Hawari yet, as they were preparing a house for us in Jaf, which would not be ready for several days, but that the slave girls were to go on at once, I felt that something was seriously wrong. He tried to avoid presenting the note to Yusuf and Mohammed in front of me, but I would not leave him, so the paper, which was presumably meant to be private, was read before me. It ran, "You will see that you do not stir from Hawari until you receive further orders." Abdullah murmured something incoherent about going to the village, and the remark galvanized me into action. Once the Zuias knew of that message, we should be prisoners. It therefore behooved us to send someone reliable to Taj to find out what had happened before the suspicious tribesmen set the guard around our camp. Muhammad was the only possible person, and he loathed the idea, for had he not the written order of the Sayyid's Wakil that he was not to move? However, he yielded to persuasion. Perhaps the long miles trudged side by side through hot sands under a hotter sun, the precious water shared, the jokes over our aching feet, the first cold nights when we had divided our blankets and coats, above all, the day we had torn up the baggage saddles together and distributed the straw to our starving animals with little hope that we could ever provide them with another meal, all bore fruit. Wallahi, he swore, I shall discover the truth. Abdullah almost lost his self-control. He burst into the tent with a cowardly Abdul Rahim, while Hassanein was penning a tactful letter to the Kaimakan. Angry protests flowed from his lips. He threatened to fetch the Zuias. The little commandant stuttered feeble futilities. Muhammad wavered. At that moment, I saw the dream of so many scorching days and weary nights fading like the mirage of noon. The object I had striven for, labored for which I had studied Arabic during gay London summers, for which I had plotted in Cyrenaica, for which I had pored over route maps and charts from Khartoum to Tripoli, for which I had waded through ponderous tomes from Ptolemy to Bame and Duvivier, balanced trembling in the scale of this man's mind. Every nerve and sinew, still aching from our almost intolerable journey, spoke of the strenuous effort made. Surely this must weigh heavier than Abdullah's guile. It did. Somehow the dark-faced guide, the cringing commandant, ceased to exist. Hassanein called for a donkey for our messenger, and he pushed the cleverly worded letter into his wallet. Then for a moment Muhammad and I were face to face, and I looked straight into his keen, boyish eyes, wringing his hand with a few words of intense confidence, and knew instantly that he could not fail us. Thereafter it did not matter that we could not leave the camp, that Abdullah's face was thunderous, that the soldiers hid in their tents with the exception of the large faithful Faraj, who offered me pathetic little gifts every hour to cheer me up, raw onions, parsnips, and dry-cut grass which makes a kind of liquid spinach. I had to pretend to be ill and lie on my bed all day behind the harem curtain to escape the distrustful Zuias, who peered into the tent every 2 or 3 minutes to see that we had not escaped. It was a distinctly trying time, for angry councils were held at intervals outside the camp. But we were not invited to attend them, and the friendly Tebus were absent. Though once a bronze maiden with wide brown eyes, a cheery smile, and a large white peanut stuck in the hole of her nostril, crept to my guarded quarters and offered me 4 eggs with many kindly kif halak. In the sunset came Muhammad, smiling, triumphant, breathless, having ridden 20 kilometers to Taj over a strange country he had never seen before, without track or guiding mark, argued with a justly suspicious Kaimakan anxious to defend the prestige of his princes, convinced him of our good faith, learned the whole story of Abdullah's treachery, remounted his white donkey, and plodded back over the rough sands to our rescue, all in 8 hours. Certainly Muhammad justified that day my long-established faith in the Bedouin race and their future. He brought a letter of enthusiastic welcome to their excellencies, the honored guests of the Sayyids, asking them to proceed to Kufara on the morrow and to bring blessings and honor to the town by their presence therein. The mentality of Libya is as changeable as its barometer. That night, the men who had wished to kill us a few hours before sat amiably around our campfire and actually told us, of their own accord, the stories that had preceded our coming. They varied extremely, for whereas most of them put us down as the heralds of a conquering army, One said that we were cousins of Rolf's who had come to make inquiries as to his treatment. "I remember that Nasrani well," said old Zarug. "He came with the Zuia caravan." "How many other Nasrani were with him?" we asked, remembering the Busima tale that on his return, at least, the German was alone. "There were none. He came alone with his big horse and a cook called Ali." The sheikh was quite definite on this point. He told us that Mustafa Bey had gone to Hawari to avoid the larger village, and then, skirting to the east of the Kufara dunes and hills, had camped outside Boama, where he was promptly made a prisoner. January 14th produced about the most unpleasant specimen of desert climate. The sun, no doubt, was hot, but a cold, strong wind blew from the east, raising clouds of sand and making progress difficult. Nevertheless, we sent the caravan direct to Kufara, and ourselves started for Hawawiri. The Zuias meekly allowed us to go anywhere we liked, but they did suggest that perhaps we were tiring ourselves unnecessarily, for there were only 3 houses in the farther oasis, as all the palms were owned by people in Jaf and Boama. However, we felt we had to visit the place as a lesson to the soldiers, who had refused to accompany us the previous day. Therefore, muffled to the eyes in the thickest blankets and jerds we could find, astride 2 minute, barebacked donkeys, we plunged into the east wind and labored down the whole length of the narrow Hawari oasis. The village of our captivity proved to be unexpectedly large, for more houses were scattered continually along the strip of palms. When we asked the number of inhabitants, the only reply was the one word which denotes any form of size, long, big, great, powerful, plenty, numerous, etc., wajid. But I imagine that there must be a population of 200 or more. There was a gap between the palms of Hawari and those of its little companion, which was only a few square kilometers in size, and whose 3 houses were surrounded by a few huge fig trees. The figs were nearly all small and hard, but the villainous-looking Zuia, brown-haired and green-eyed, with very low brow and narrow skull, who accompanied us, knocked down a few little purple ones from the top. They were very good, and comforted us for the awful wind, which froze us even at midday, as we tramped over the stony gherds that lie on the way to Kufara. The red sand continued, mixed with more and more patches of black stones, while little rocky ridges rose into low dark hills or big mounds, increasing in size after Hawari was lost to sight beside her vermilion girds. Each time that we mounted a faint ridge and saw black hills in front of us, we said, "Those are the last. Behind those is the secret of the desert." A dozen times we were disappointed, as a further waste of stones and rock obscured our vision. Finally, when from quite a high hillock we saw nothing but mounds and low hills where the boulders had almost conquered the red sands, we began to wonder if Kufara were a huge joke by which the African mind retaliated on European curiosity. By every map, the oasis is a solid, flat block of green just beyond the Gara of Hawari, and we had already walked 35 kilometers at least beyond that imposing cliff, and apparently could see half as far again in front with not a sign of a palm. "Look, the sand begins on the horizon," I said. "It is much paler, and there are more hills. If Kufara is beyond those, I shall give up and send home for an aeroplane," answered my companion firmly. Thereafter we covered our faces in our jerds and struggled on blindly, so that the Sahara gave us her secret suddenly, and when we saw one of the most wonderful views in the world spread almost at our feet, we first blinked and rubbed our eyes to see if we were asleep, and then cursed ourselves as fools for not having guessed that the explanation of the victory was a wadi. For this reason, one almost falls over the edge of the last black cliff into the soft pale sand of the oasis before one realizes it is there. They say anticipation is better than realization. They say that success is tasteless and that it is only the fight which thrills. But I am not ashamed to confess my excitement when a whole new world seemed to be revealed to me. To the east, where the cliffs ran out a little, the sacrosanct village of Taj perched clear-cut against the sky, high above the oasis it guarded. The massive block of the Zawiya rose above the group of strong, dark houses, square, solid, all built of blocks of black stone with red sand mortar. The endless blind walls gave away no secrets, but here and there within the courts rose the triple-arched porches of some big dwelling, and already there were blotches of white that told of watchers for our arrival. This is the holy place of the Senussi, where are the houses of the Sayyids and the blessed Cuba of Sidi el-Mahdi, with clustering colleges and mosques all looking like grim fortresses, for Taj boasts no blade of grass nor speck of green to relieve the monotony of black rock and red sand. Below it, east and west, runs a wide, flat wadi, its pale, faintly pink sands broken by a great mass of palms and green gardens, acacias, figs, and feathery bushes, all surrounding a curly, vividly blue lake. This to the west, while eastwards, beyond the guardian sanctuary on the cliffs, are more dotted palms, and then a broad splash of emerald round another lake, while the whole enchanted valley is encircled with low amethyst hills or girds. Scattered here and there upon the rose-petal sand are villages whose strong, dark walls looked as if fortified against more formidable weapons than the peering eyes frustrated by their windowless secrecy. Jah lies in front, by the side of the greenest gardens, east of the first blue salt lake. Beyond it, Zuruk is hidden amidst her palms. Tolab and Tolib are too far away to be visible, for they lie at the western end of the oasis, where emerald and coral blue together at the foot of the strange purple hills. To the east is Buma, on the way to the second lake, with a smaller village, Boema, close beside. And beyond again more palms, till the pale sands rise to the dusky cliffs that shut in the secret oasis from the south. We gazed and gazed, as if afraid the whole glorious view might fade before our sunburned eyes and leave us lost in the desolate, dark waste that lay behind us. Then, suddenly we felt how very ill and tired we all were, for the one well at Hawari to which our suspiciously guarded followers were allowed access contained very bad water, and we were all suffering strange pangs. "Wallahi," said Mohammed, "it is beautiful and I am grateful, but now I want to sleep." And he wound himself up in his jerd and flung himself down on the nearest patch of sand. I followed suit, with a blanket over my head, and one by one the foremost of the retinue sank down beside me, so that when the lingering caravan caught us up, it had to wake half a dozen exhausted explorers before we could make a dignified entry into the holy place. Abdullah came out to meet us, for he had taken Zainab and Hawa the previous night to Sayyid Rida's house, as it was not meet that the personal slaves of the Sayyid should be looked upon by the people. He tried one last shot when he saw me riding a camel. Get down, Kadejah," he shouted loudly, so that the interested group of loafers might hear. "You cannot ride into this holy place." We were still nearly half a mile from the nearest house, so we ignored him. But when we came to the last hillock, we dismounted, I covering my face completely, and with the army of 9 in battle array behind us, we marched towards a very dignified group who came forward to greet us. Except for the Sayyids themselves and the Equan I had met for a moment at Jedabia, I had so far talked only with merchants and government officials, a few sheiks of the smaller zawiyas, and the Bedouins. Now we were meeting with the great men of the Senussi, important Equan, shrewd statesmen as well as religious chiefs. They welcomed us with grave, calm dignity, that unconscious, simple dignity that the West can never learn of the East, for rank in the former is a ladder up which all men may climb, but in the latter it is a tableland apart. It is such a remote world, so utterly unattainable by those who do not inherit it, that the sheik may safely invite the camel driver to fodle with him, or the Equan unbend to the bread seller. Men talk of the democracy of the East because there appears to be but one distinction, the freeborn from the slave. Yet even the black Sudani girl may be the mother of a Mahdi. There is no shadow of democracy in the untainted East. There is only heredity. A man lives by the glory of his father and his father's father, and when he may not take pride in them, it is to the glory of his tribe he clings. With the grave, massive figures in spotless white jerds, under which gleamed the richest colorings, orange, red, and purple, in splendid embroidered jalabias, we entered the first big house on the edge of the cliff. It was the dwelling of Sidi Idris, so a great honor was done us. Along one side of the big central court ran one of the high arched loggias we had seen from the hill, and this opened into an equally long room, immensely high, thickly carpeted, its white plaster walls decorated with text from the Koran, and small regular alcoves wherein were unglazed windows protected by green shutters over which hung immense glass balls like those we put on Christmas trees. The ceiling was covered with gay chintz, and a row of huge ornate lamps with more pendant green and blue balls hung from it. We found ourselves seated in a circle facing the open door with 4 of the revered Equan. In the place of honor was Sayyid Salah el-Baskari, a cousin of Sidi al-Abid, his wakil, and the acting Kaimakan of Kufara, in daffodil yellow and black with purple lining to his wide sleeves. He had a broad, intelligent brow and dimples in his bronzed red cheeks, a long, drooping black mustache above firm-lipped mouth, and a tiny, thin beard. His eyes were kind and his smile frank, but he was the typical Eastern statesman of few bland words to hide much thought. Next to him sat Sayyid Abdil Rahman Bu Zatina, a small man with a broad gray beard and dark, reflective face, level brows, and fine-cut nostrils. He might be a philosopher, a divine. Then came the mighty Mohammed Bu Fadil, brother of the absent Kaimakan, enormous of person in pale saffron yellow, with a primrose kufiya wound round and round his head above the turban, so that much of his plump, shining face, with wide-lipped smile and humorous eyes, was hidden in its folds. The fourth was a very old man, long and lean, with pointed, trailing beard, shrunk, hollow cheeks, parchment-colored as his robes, but something of the seer burned in his still vital eyes. He, Sayyid Osman the judge, had known the wonders of Sidi el-Mahdi, and the passionate faith which makes martyrs was in him. The little council read and reread our letters and expressed calmly and graciously their satisfaction. Then the subject of our detention in Hawari came up, and with it smiles. "You did not choose your messenger well," they said. "Had you heard the stories of Abdullah, you would have sympathized with our hesitation. We did not like that talk ourselves. However, we will now relieve you of him." The tone was decided. We wondered what would happen to Abdullah. Justice is tactfully slow in the East, but when it comes, it is final. Immediately after our visitors had left, while we were putting up gaily painted canvas partitions in the long room, black slaves appeared, bearing a banquet in many blue bowls on an immense brass tray. This was placed on a vermilion cloth on the floor, and beside it we sat cross-legged, dipping our fingers first into one dish and then into another. "This is the real joy of Kufara," said Hassanein, voraciously devouring most of a lamb cooked in mulukia, a sort of thin spinach sauce. I was silent from pure joy, and a wonderful vegetable which I discovered at the bottom of one of the messes of thick buttery gravy and meat. I hoped Hassanein did not know it was there, so I encouraged him to continue with the pseudo-spinach, but he pounced upon it suddenly. "Bamia, we have it in Egypt," he exclaimed, and thereafter it was a race. "There is practically no sugar in Kufara. It cost 3 medjidies an oak, so there were no sweets to our banquet, but a great brass bowl and a long-necked ewer were brought for us to wash hands and mouth in, and as we shook the 5 weeks' conglomeration of sand from our flea bags, we were blissfully happy. I feel that one should not acknowledge it, but certainly January 15th stands out in my mind as a day of food. I have described so many fasts that I remember feeling an intense pleasure in writing my diary that night, while Hassanein concocted warm letters of thanks to be sent back to Sidi Idris and Sayed Rita by a northbound caravan. I had scarcely woken up and blinked at the unfamiliar sight of a red and blue carpet when Sayyid Mohammed el-Jadawi, who had come from Jeddah some 40 years ago, a follower of the sainted Mahdi, and was now Wakil of Sidi Idris and Sayed Rita, appeared with an offering of a bowl of sour curdled milk and a palm leaf platter of marvelous stoneless dates, huge, soft, clean, golden things which melted in one's mouth such as Europe has never known. We were warned that at 9 a.m. there would be a banquet for the whole party in the house of Sayed Salah, so we arrayed ourselves in our cleanest garments, not a very imposing spectacle, for I had to wear a jird belted with a scarlet hezem, as my only barakan had served 40 days without washing. Slaves came to show us the way, and we followed these cheery black personages through a winding sandy path between high walls, across a wide space before the massed buildings of the Zawiya with a high square block of Sayyid Ahmad Sharif's house. I began to see that there were few houses in Taj, but all of them were large, intricate buildings with a maze of courts and passages. As a matter of fact, in the holy place, beside the clustered houses of the Sayyids, which occupy about a third of the town, and the many dependencies of the Zawiya, only the important Equan live. Therefore, one saw but two classes of people among its dark walls. Many slaves in stripes of bright color, or imposing and generally portly figures in immaculate white turbans and silk jerds over straight tobes or jalabias in all imaginable colors. I noticed one delightful and massive old man in a garment the color of blood oranges, with what looked like a white shawl bordered with vermilion round his shoulders, but it was difficult to see clearly through the one tiny little chink I allowed myself in my thick white draperies. In the desert, I had been as careless of my veil as my namesake Khadijah, Muhammad's first wife, a lady of forceful character, in whose service the Prophet took a caravan to Syria before he espoused its owner some 20 years older than himself. In Kufara, however, the greatest care was necessary, and I had to learn to endure a more or less perpetual headache from the heavy folds, and also to make swift photographs from between them. The faithless Abdullah had taught us one thing at least, to hide our cameras and notebooks with more care. Sayed Salah's house was like the maze at Hampton Court. However often I went in, I do not think I should ever be able to find my way out again. A resplendent person with a dark green cloak, much braided in gold, flung over his khaki uniform, met us in the second court, where we left our soldiers to be royally feasted in one of the rooms leading off it. After that I counted 3 more courts and 5 passages before Mohammed and Yusuf were spirited away to their separate banquet. Still, our guide went on past various pairs of yellow shoes discarded at several entrances. At last, after 2 more yards and several passages, we entered the central court, with broad, matted and carpeted verandas running along 2 sides. Hastily removing our shoes, we went to meet our stately host, who beamed his welcome and waved us across the wide space between the arches into a long, high room whose walls seemed to be entirely hung with clocks, barometers, thermometers, and other such objects. I cannot tell how many instruments there were, but I counted 15 clocks, most of them going. At either end was a row of the huge painted carved chests that the great folk carry on their long caravan journeys, and in most of the alcoves, which were hung with rugs, were tea caddies of every size, shape, and color. A large pianola bore reels of Pagliacci and Carmen. Thick, dark carpets were piled on the matted floor, with rows of stiff cushions around the walls. But the thing that interested me most, after the meager rations of our journey, was the fringed scarlet cloth in the center of which reposed a round tray laden with food and flanked with all sorts of bowls and bottles. Our host wished us good appetite, bil hana, bil shifa, with pleasure and health. He then vanished, and the slave lifted an exquisite silver and brass ewer to pour water over our hands into its companion bowl with a fretted cover. Another brought minute cups of black coffee, strongly flavored with red pepper. Then we sank cross-legged beside the tray, wide-eyed with wonder at the array before us. Arab hospitality is prodigious. Everyone gives of his best, but only a very great man could provide the Arabian Nights feast which was offered us. It brought back memories of Sayyid Rita's marvelous dinners at Jedabia, especially as it was to him and to Sidi Idris that we owed our welcome in Kufara, the most loyal and devoted of all the Libyan oases, for it is the keynote of the Sanusi faith. I heard Hassanein repeating rapidly the vital points of the speech he intended to make to the Kaimakan concerning our return journey, and I almost shook him. "Never mind those details now," I exclaimed. "How long do you think they will leave us alone with this food?" There were 12 dishes of lamb, cooked in different rich sauces, with a monster bowl of strange oddments, which I imagine also belonged to the private life of a sheep, floating in rich gravy. There were a score of poached eggs on silver plates, and 15 vegetables and green sticky mouths of mulukia, which hid all sorts of intricate delicacies. Then there were bowls of curdled milk, which I had begun to like, or powdered mint leaves, and of an unknown liquid which I thought was sweet-scented vinegar, with bottles of water because the Sanusi law forbids strong drinks. When we paused for a breath, a slave brought us another bowl, this time of bitter lemon juice, to renew our appetites, and when at last these failed, a second cup of the peppered coffee appeared before the ceremony of washing hands and mouth in the carved ewer. Then fly whisks were given us, and we leant against the hard, stiff cushions, feeling beautifully replete, until our host joined us, and we did business in the Oriental fashion, while he made 3 series of tea, the first bitter, the second scented, and the third with mint. He had an elaborate silver tea set spread before him, and he warmed the teapot himself on a little brazier, while we skirted around the subjects nearest our hearts, approaching, retreating, avoiding obstacles or shadows of such, and winning his obvious approval by the tactful way we left the matter of our future travels in his hands. As I regretfully relinquished my third empty glass, a slave poured scent over me, strong and sweet, and another offered me a silver incense burner over whose warm, perfumed smoke I might dry my scent-drenched hands. In all the generous-hearted East, I had never met with this last pretty custom before. When the due proportion of business for a first visit, a very minute amount it would appear to Americans, had been discussed, we bade farewell to our host and returned to our cool house on the cliff. Since I said this was a day of food, let me add immediately that about midday the delightful wakil appeared with an enormous basin of couscous, about 2 feet in diameter. On top of it reposed most of the jaw of a sheep, and the whole mass was encircled by a continual line of sausages and a phalanx of hard-boiled eggs. Now, if there's one thing on earth I love, it is couscous, but for once I looked at it almost indifferently. Hassanein suggested various desperate remedies, such as instantly walking around the wadi, but I would not be parted from my couscous. I looked at it lovingly, and, after a violent argument with Faraj over the possibility of heating a quart or 2 of water for a bath, found energy enough to eat a pathetic little hole in one side of the floury mess. The climax to our day was at sunset, when we were summoned to another huge banquet at the house of the ever-hospitable Sidi Salah, who was determined to honor the Sayyid's guests by every means in his power. The memory of that last meal is somewhat blurred, but I believe the center dish was the larger part of a sheep on a mountain of rice, flanked by bowls of hot, very sweet milk. As we waited for our host to join us in order tactfully to brush the antenna of business, I complimented Hassanein on the thoroughness with which he had assimilated the grave, aloof dignity of a Sheikh el-Alim. He looked at me blankly. "It is not dignity, it is torpor," he said. Of course, there were other moments in the day. The most delightful little person, about 9 years old, came to see us after we returned from the Kaimakon's morning feast. He had the largest and most velvety brown eyes, surrounded by a thick fringe of curly lashes, with a faint shadow of kohl to accentuate their beauty. A prince, and the son of a prince, little Sidi Omar had all the dignity of his race. He was garbed in a long purple silk Jedabia, opening over a rose-colored embroidered jubba, while his little pale face was framed in a miniature white kufiya under a purple tarbouch. He insisted on accompanying us as we wandered around the sacred village, giving us grave advice. "Sit Kharija, cover your face now," he would say, as the snowy trappings of a bulky ekwan appeared at an unsuspected door. Or, "Sidi Ahmed Bu Hassanain, you must salute so-and-so. He is the son of so-and-so." From the edge of the cliff, where the last houses almost overhung the steep descent, there was a glorious view of the whole wadi. One could stroll east of Taj and look across pale sands, broken by green of barley and wheat, to the lake amidst the palms and the narrow end of the valley where the hills close in. One could gaze straight south over the Sayyid's gardens to the solid walls of Jaf, rising in tiers on slight mounds, with a famous ancient Zawiya standing a little apart, and in the far distance the line of Zurich's palms, where a wide break in the Guardian dunes gave a glimpse of flatter sands. To the west the view was limited only by one's eyesight. A few large isolated houses lay beside the great mass of palms, which swept around the second streak of blue water beside a dry salt marsh, and away, ever widening to the far horizon, where lay Tolab and Tolib in a dark blur, as the valley ran beyond the strangely luminous hills. When we started to stroll down one of the steep defiles that lead from the rocky tablelands to the smooth sands below, Sidi Omar's brilliant smile disappeared. "Do not go down alone," he urged. "The Zawiyas are bad people. Perhaps some of them will ask you questions. Why have you come into their country, and for what business?" Therefore we stayed that day on the plateau, and I took many photographs beneath the shadow of my heavy draperies. For once I was grateful to the Moslem veil, for Hassanain used tactfully to lure our companions away to look at a view, and I would wander shyly and slowly, with the uncertain gait of the harem women, to the desired point of vantage, whip out the 3A Kodak from my enormous sleeve, and snap some aspect of the enchanted valley, before aimlessly straying back. I risked a lightning snapshot at the main block of the Zawiya, while Hassanain greeted a learned sheikh. But I felt it was dangerous, because there were a few students lingering around the door beside the round tower in the wall, and they must have seen the flash of the lens between the white folds of my girdled jerk. End of chapter 10.